There's a reason manifestation feels hit or miss. One moment you're visualizing with clarity, affirming your goals, aligning your habits, and the next, nothing. Silence. Delay. Repetition of the same patterns that you were sure you outgrew. Here's the uncomfortable truth most won't say out loud. Manifestation doesn't fail because you're not trying hard enough. It fails because you're trying to create what already exists, rather than tune in to the version of yourself who's already living it. This video isn't going to echo what you've heard 100 times. It's not about more vision boards. It's not about raising your vibration through vague positivity. And it's not about scripting your future from scratch. We're doing something completely different. We're breaking reality open and pulling you into a deeper truth that's been staring at you the entire time. The truth is this: you're not manifesting. You're intercepting. You're tuning into frequencies that are being broadcast right now, from alternate versions of you already experiencing the reality you're trying to create. Let that land. The money you're chasing, there's already a version of you living it. The love you're longing for, there's already a version of you in it. The confidence, the clarity, the breakthrough, it already exists, not in your imagination, but in another timeline that is accessible through conscious interception. This is what we mean when we say this series is the deepest redefinition of manifestation you've ever encountered. You won't walk away from this video simply inspired. You'll walk away with a framework, a blueprint, to reprogram your inner receiver to lock into those alternate frequencies and experience reality from a completely different angle. Across the next few hours, we're going to strip away every assumption you've had about manifestation. We're going to explain, in precise detail, why your current life isn't a result of what you want, but of which signal you've been unconsciously tuned into for years. We'll explore how each version of you, past, present, and future, is actively transmitting emotional, behavioral, and energetic signals, and how most people are only picking up the static. Then we'll shift from theory to precision. You'll be guided through exact processes to tune out noise, intercept higher frequency broadcasts, and anchor your body and mind to a timeline already thriving without your current limitations. By the time this series ends, you won't feel like you're hoping or trying anymore. You'll feel like you're simply choosing a new station, and your entire life will reflect that choice back to you with speed, clarity, and power. This isn't for the curious. This is for the ready. So take a breath, because the reality you've been seeking isn't waiting to be created. It's waiting to be received. Let's begin with the foundational question that rewires your entire understanding. You've been manifesting backwards. Manifestation, as it's commonly taught, puts you in the role of the originator. You're told to think it, believe it, feel it, and then create it. The assumption is that the life you want doesn't exist, and that you're here to generate it from scratch. But this places you in a dangerous illusion, the illusion of separation. Separation from your future. Separation from your power. Separation from the infinite grid of alternate timelines already pulsing in the quantum field. Here's what's really happening. Every possible version of your life is already being broadcast on a vibrational spectrum, like radio stations playing simultaneously across a vast range of frequencies. Each of these stations is a version of you. One is rich. One is stuck. One is joyful. One is chaotic. One is deeply aligned, and one is constantly sabotaging. None of these versions need to be created because they're already active. They exist right now. But you are only experiencing the one your internal signal is tuned to. That's why trying to force manifestation can feel like pushing a boulder uphill. Because it's not about effort, it's about frequency match. You can't bring something into your life by imagining it harder. You bring it in by aligning your signal to the version of you already living it, and then receiving the data that version is broadcasting. When you grasp this, your entire framework flips. You stop asking, how do I create this? And you start asking, which version of me is already experiencing this, and how do I tune in to their frequency? The idea of manifesting backwards comes from one major misunderstanding. People think their thoughts are the starting point. But thoughts are not initiators, they're indicators. They show you what frequency you're already connected to. This is why affirmations often fail. Because if you're saying, I am confident from a low-frequency state of deep insecurity, all you're doing is adding static. You're trying to override a dominant signal with a weak one, and the stronger frequency always wins. Now let's clarify what it means to intercept a frequency. To intercept is to become sensitive enough, attuned enough, to recognize a broadcast that wasn't previously in your awareness. It's to realize that there are alternate versions of you already thriving, and that their thoughts, their feelings, their behaviors are emitting a very specific vibrational signature. This isn't fantasy. It's not metaphor. It's the architecture of consciousness itself. The version of you who already feels abundant is sending out signals of ease, receptivity, and worthiness. The version of you still stuck in survival is sending out signals of lack, fear, and resistance. When you learn how to tune your internal state to intercept the signal of the thriving version, everything changes, not because you forced a shift, but because you simply align to the data already available. Let's pause for a moment. Think of a radio tuner. You don't create the station when you turn the dial, you simply access what was already there. If the frequency is love, and you're stuck on fear, you won't hear love until you rotate the dial. If the frequency is success, and you're stuck on self-sabotage, no amount of external action will override that noise. This is why people can do all the right things, the journaling, the vision boarding, the productivity, and still stay stuck. Because their inner tuner hasn't moved. Their default setting hasn't been recalibrated. Manifestation backwards means chasing instead of receiving. It means forcing instead of allowing. It means thinking you're the source instead of recognizing yourself as the receiver. So how do we fix it? We begin by admitting a simple truth. You are a receiver. Not a passive one, but an intelligent, intentional, multidimensional receptor of frequency. And when you stop trying to create outcomes from scratch, and instead learn to retune yourself to the channel where those outcomes already exist, resistance disappears. That brings us to the most important point of this chapter. The fastest way to shift your life is to change what you're listening to. This means becoming radically aware of your dominant thoughts, your emotional patterns, your identity beliefs, because all of these are just signals you're tuned into. You're not failing to manifest. You're manifesting exactly what your current signal aligns with, which brings a kind of uncomfortable relief, because now everything that shows up in your life, good, bad, or neutral, becomes a mirror, not of what you desire, but of what you're tuned to receive. Let that hit you. You're not getting what you want, you're getting what you are in resonance with. And that means every result you see is interceptable, editable, and ultimately shiftable. Now that you've understood that you've been manifesting backwards, pushing instead of receiving, creating instead of tuning, we can now shift the focus to your true role in this entire experience. Next, we will uncover the essential identity shift that opens the entire field. You are not the builder of your life's architecture. You are the receiver of already existing blueprints, mapped across infinite versions of you. Let's begin there, because now it's time to discover your real nature. You're a receiver, not a creator. Now that we've disrupted the foundation, let's explore what you really are, not a builder of realities, but a receiver of pre-existing frequencies already being lived out by your alternate selves. You've now heard the idea that you've been manifesting backwards, that your effort hasn't been wrong, it's just been misdirected. You were trying to build instead of receive. You were trying to create from a sense of lack, instead of receiving from a frequency of wholeness that already exists in parallel. So now we address the root shift in perception that opens the entire field. You are not a creator, you are a receiver. This is not about diminishing your power. In fact, it enhances it. Because as long as you keep trying to build realities out of thin air, you will stay locked in effort. But when you shift into the mode of the receiver, your influence becomes limitless. Not because you invented something, but because you matched it. The modern narrative of be the creator of your reality is alluring. It gives a sense of control, but that illusion of control often leads to exhaustion. And behind that exhaustion is a single misunderstanding. Creation isn't your job. Alignment is. Once alignment is achieved, reality takes care of itself. Because you don't manifest outcomes, you manifest access. You open yourself to signals already broadcasting and let them pass through you like a frequency tuning into the right channel. Let's bring this concept into sharp clarity. Your current emotional state is your most honest frequency indicator. Tells you with precision what signal you're tuned into. If you're feeling anxious, disconnected, stuck, it means you're intercepting the timeline of a self who is also trapped in that loop. Not imagining it, not fearing it, living it. That version of you is just as real as the version who is thriving, creative, abundant, and clear. And both are sending out emotional frequencies. You become whichever one you consistently listen to. Your thoughts, behaviors, and circumstances are simply artifacts of that reception. Now pause here. Think about how many times you've tried to use affirmations to override what you were actually feeling. You told yourself, "I'm confident," but inside you were panicked. You repeated, "I'm abundant," while checking your bank account for the 5th time that morning. What you were doing unknowingly was transmitting one signal while receiving another. That creates distortion, and distortion kills momentum. A true receiver knows that frequency is primary, language is secondary. If the signal doesn't match the story, the signal wins. So now, let's redefine what it means to take control of your life. Taking control no longer means building things. It means becoming extremely sensitive to your internal frequency and deliberately choosing which broadcast to let in. You are an antenna, a biological, emotional, and energetic receiver. Your body picks up subtle frequencies all the time from environments, people, timelines, and most powerfully, from alternate versions of you. There are yous who never took certain paths, yous who never settled for less, yous who made different decisions and are living very different outcomes because of it. They are not dreams. They are not potential. They are actual selves, and they are communicating through feeling, insight, and impulse. And if you want to access their reality, you don't need to build a staircase. You need to tune your receiver. The most important truth here is this: your receiver is always on. You are always tuned into something. The only question is, which version of you are you receiving right now? This brings us to a major shift in how you experience struggle. Struggle is not just resistance to progress. Struggle is a lagging signal. It means you're still tuned to a frequency that doesn't match your desire. And because it doesn't match, you experience dissonance. You can't overcome dissonance through hustle. You can't crush it with repetition. You must retune the signal. The good news? Once you understand that you're a receiver, you stop trying to fix the external world. Instead, you start asking better questions. Which emotional broadcast am I picking up right now? Is this a future version of me pulling me forward, or a past self trying to hold me in place? Does this frequency feel expanded or compressed? That one question, expansion versus compression, tells you everything. Every alternate self is radiating either openness or closure, joy or fear, growth or stagnation, and your receiver, when attuned, can tell the difference immediately. You feel it as either a yes in your body or a heavy distortion. You know it even before your mind catches up. This is why intuitive nudges feel so powerful when they land. Because you're not imagining those nudges. You're catching the signal of a self who has already moved beyond your current limitation and is trying to reach you. This is not a poetic metaphor. This is signal science translated into consciousness. Now think about how this changes your approach to goals. Instead of trying to achieve a goal, you begin to realize something profound. Every goal is just a request to intercept a higher signal. That's it. And when you match that signal, the goal becomes inevitable. Not through effort, but through resonance. Let's go even deeper. When you fully accept that you are a receiver, you begin to understand that even your desires are not random. They are not fantasies or wishful thinking. They are echoes, messages being sent from alternate selves. Your desire to expand isn't a craving. It's a pull from a frequency that already exists, trying to get your attention. That's why ignoring desires creates tension. Because the signal doesn't stop just because you pretend it's not there. This is also why repression creates fatigue. Because your energy is being used to block incoming broadcasts. And that effort drains your clarity, your willpower, and your sense of direction. Reclaiming your power doesn't mean doing more. It means removing the blocks that are jamming your receiver and allowing your higher frequency self to guide the flow. The world around you is a mirror. It reflects the version of you you're tuned into. Cannot exceed your signal. Cannot lie about your frequency. It simply shows you what you're aligned with. Once you see this clearly, the path becomes simple. To change your life, you change what you're tuned to. To change what you're tuned to, you listen with more awareness. To listen with awareness, you begin trusting the data coming from your emotions, your body, and your intuition, because that's where your true receiver is anchored. We are now ready to go even further. Next, we will open a reality map that most people don't even know exists. If you are a receiver, then what are you receiving from? What is the actual structure of this multidimensional broadcast network? It's time to uncover what's been hidden beneath your identity for your entire life. The secret grid of your parallel selves, and the stunning truth that every version of you is broadcasting at this very moment. Let's move into the multidimensional identity map. If you're a receiver, then what are you receiving from? Get ready to uncover the identity grid of your parallel selves and how every version of you is transmitting different signals right now. You now understand that you are not the creator. You are the receiver. You've been handed a new paradigm, one that says your power lies not in what you force, but in what you're tuned to receive. But this realization naturally leads to the next question, a question most never think to ask. What exactly are you receiving from? What is the source of the signals you tune into? And how do those signals reach you in such specific emotional, intuitive, and energetic ways? This is where we unlock one of the most hidden and profound layers of reality, the multidimensional identity grid. This grid is not theoretical. It is real, energetic, functional, and you are already connected to it. Right now, every moment of your life, you are linked to a vast network of alternate selves, each of whom is living a version of your life in a slightly different stream of possibility. These are not figments. These are not symbols. They are living, breathing frequencies, and each of them is emitting data, emotional signatures, behavioral blueprints, situational fields of experience. And here's the twist. You are constantly, even unconsciously, intercepting them. But because this grid operates outside of linear time, most people miss it. They mistake the signal for imagination. They dismiss the download as a passing thought. They ignore the nudge as irrelevant. But when you start to listen differently, you begin to notice that the thoughts you're thinking, the impulses you feel, the sudden flashes of insight or fear or drive, they don't originate in a vacuum. They are traceable. They are coming from specific coordinates within your identity field. So let's break this grid down. Imagine your consciousness as the central node in a vast web of alternate selves. Each node on this grid is a version of you. Each version of you represents a distinct timeline, a unique combination of belief, choice, and action. Some of these nodes are vibrating at low frequencies, locked in scarcity, fear, hesitation. Others are broadcasting at high frequencies, rooted in power, ease, abundance, clarity. And here's the key. You can only access the parts of the grid that match your current frequency. That's why change feels blocked when you're emotionally low. You're not denied change. You're just out of range of the signal from your higher selves. The multidimensional identity grid isn't static. It's dynamic, which means you're constantly shifting within it. Every time you make a decision, every time you feel an emotion, every time you embody a belief, you either lock into a certain region of the grid, or you shift your coordinates and access a new cluster of realities. That's why small shifts in energy can result in massive changes in outcome. Because even a subtle movement on the grid tunes you into a completely different broadcast. Now here's where it gets truly transformative. Each of these selves, these alternate yous, are transmitting. They are not passive versions waiting in the dark. They are active signal sources, beaming out guidance, resistance, emotional tone, thought forms, and action cues. And you are the antenna absorbing whatever matches your current state. That's why a sudden wave of motivation can strike without warning. That wasn't random. It was a transmission. A high-frequency version of you pinged your consciousness, and for a brief moment you matched their channel. Likewise, a spiral of doubt or fear that comes from nowhere. That, too, is a transmission, but from a version of you trapped in an old pattern. It's not your fault. It's just your frequency catching a nearby signal on the grid. Here's the shocking part. Most of your daily decisions are not made from free will. They are made from whichever version of you is broadcasting loudest at that moment, and whichever one your receiver is closest to. Which means that reclaiming your life doesn't mean controlling every thought. It means learning to reposition yourself within the grid, so that you're surrounded by stronger, more empowering transmissions. This is why leveling up in life often feels like you're becoming someone new. Because on the grid you've shifted to a different node. One where that version of you already exists. And here's where things become highly practical. You can learn to identify the layout of your personal grid. You can actually begin to notice the emotional texture, the thought patterns, and even the environmental feedback from different regions of your identity map. Some areas feel heavy, narrow, repetitive. Others feel expansive, light, unpredictable in the best way. The body knows the difference instantly. So your task now becomes this. Observe your inner state and trace it back to the version of you it belongs to. When you feel anxious about money, which version of you is that coming from? When you feel empowered about your future, who is broadcasting that confidence? You are not thinking in a vacuum. You are listening, always listening. And once you identify the signal, you can make the ultimate move. Switch senders. You do that by shifting state, and we'll get into precise methods for doing that in upcoming chapters. For now, your only job is to recognize. This grid is real. You are on it, and you are already moving across it moment by moment. Let's pause to emphasize something powerful. You don't need to become your higher self. You only need to locate where that self is on the grid, and start absorbing their signal more frequently than any other. Think of it like proximity. The more often you shift into emotional states that match your desired self, the closer you move to that node on the grid. Eventually, your baseline frequency overlaps with theirs, and what used to feel like a future you becomes your new normal. This grid also explains why sabotage happens. Sabotage isn't random. It's not self-hate. It's just signal interference from another part of the grid. You start making progress, and suddenly an old fear, belief, or behavior creeps in. That's a former node trying to reassert itself. But when you see it as just a signal, not your identity, you regain the power to ignore it, to choose differently, to say, that's not the version I'm aligned with anymore. This gives you ultimate agency. You no longer try to rewrite your life one habit at a time. You reposition yourself on the grid and receive a completely new operating system. New thoughts, new emotions, new synchronicities, new results. Not because you fought harder, but because you moved to a better signal zone. Now you may be wondering, how do I know where I am on the grid? How do I measure it? How do I navigate? That's what we'll begin to unpack in detail from here. But for now, here's your anchor. Your location on the identity grid is always being reflected in your emotional baseline and reality feedback. If your days feel rushed, reactive, blocked, you're near the lower grid signals. If your days feel creative, open, fluid, you're intercepting higher frequency U's. So instead of chasing goals, begin tracing signals. Instead of fixing problems, shift positions. Because when you understand the architecture of this multidimensional map, you stop trying to force results, and instead start choosing which version of you gets to run the show. Next, we will decode one of the most misunderstood ideas in the manifestation world, the power of thought. You're told that thoughts become things, but what you'll discover is something more precise. Thoughts don't attract, they tune. And that tuning determines which stream of reality becomes your experience. Let's go there next. We're often told thoughts become things. But now that you know you're tuning into alternate realities, let's decode how thoughts are really just dials on a frequency tuner. You've now uncovered the reality that you're not a creator, you're a receiver. And that you're linked to a living grid of alternate selves, each broadcasting a different signal. But this new framework often crashes right into one of the most deeply ingrained beliefs in manifestation culture. Thoughts become things. It's a nice idea. Feels empowering. But it's misleading because it oversimplifies the mechanics of consciousness. It makes it seem like your mind is a cosmic magnet, pulling in reality based solely on the content of your thinking. But thoughts are not magnets. They are not magic wands. They don't manifest reality by sheer repetition or volume. Thoughts tune, they don't attract. They are not creators of reality. They are selectors of frequency. And when you see this clearly, you stop using your mind to force change and begin using it to tune channels. Let's say that again. Your thoughts don't create. They connect. Each thought you think is like a dial on a radio. As the dial moves, it shifts your alignment across the identity grid you've just learned about. It doesn't pull anything toward you. It just switches the station you're listening to. When you think thoughts of scarcity, guilt, or fear, you are not generating those realities. You are tuning into the version of you already living them. That signal then becomes dominant, and reality adjusts to mirror it. Likewise, when you think with gratitude, clarity, empowerment, you intercept the signal of a you who is already in flow. And just like that, the data begins to shift. So let's look at the science behind this. Your brain is not a generator. It's a receiver-transmitter system, a sophisticated neural antenna. What it picks up is influenced by internal brainwave patterns and external environmental resonance. This is why your state of mind shifts in different places with different people even without explanation. You didn't think your way into that shift. You tuned into a new dominant field. Thoughts, therefore, are like frequency markers. They indicate which node of the grid you're currently connected to. But the mistake is believing that if you just repeat better thoughts enough, you'll pull in new experiences. That's not how signal works. Let's break it down further. You can think the thought, I am wealthy 1,000 times a day. But if your emotional resonance, your true state, is locked into lack, you are still tuning into a self that feels poor. And that's the broadcast that becomes active. The thought, I am wealthy, in that case is just white noise. The static. It doesn't override the emotional tuner underneath. This is why so many people get disillusioned with mindset work. They repeat mantras, visualize, read affirmations, and nothing shifts. Because the tuner never moved. The signal remained unchanged. Here's the more accurate formula. Thoughts plus emotional resonance equals frequency match. And only when there is a match does the tuning shift. That's what alignment actually means. Not thinking positive. Not forcing optimism. But achieving coherence between thought, feeling, and identity. Let's go deeper. Each thought is a frequency probe. It reaches into the field and locks onto whatever version of you it matches. When you think, this is going to work with conviction, excitement, and clarity, you don't manifest that result. You match the self who is already experiencing that result. And their frequency begins flowing through you. Thoughts do not create the path. They illuminate it by tuning your consciousness to the version of you already on it. Now pause and notice the shift in responsibility this creates. You are no longer burdened with the task of creating outcomes. Your only job is to become a master tuner. That means monitoring your dominant thoughts not as tools of attraction, but as indicators of which signal you're currently pulling from the grid. It also means learning to feel your way into resonance, not just think your way into it. Feeling is the magnet. Thought is the selector. Identity is the transmitter. When all three are aligned, tuning becomes precise. And that's when reality begins to shape itself with speed and fluidity. But without alignment, thought becomes an echo chamber. A loop of wishful thinking disconnected from the actual signal you're living in. That's why mental discipline alone often fails. Because tuning is not mental, it's multidimensional. It involves thought, emotion, physiology, energy, and even environment. Let's now bring this idea into the real world. You wake up in the morning and think, I have so much to do. Seems harmless. But that thought is a frequency. And if it's paired with stress, overwhelm, and tightness in the body, you just tuned into the self that operates from pressure and reactivity. Guess what kind of day that self is living? One filled with urgency, interruptions, and unmet expectations. Now change the thought to, I'm tuned to clarity today. Then breathe it in, align your posture, feel the signal of presence. And that thought becomes more than words. It becomes a tuning fork. And now you're intercepting the version of you whose day flows, whose thoughts are spaced, actions are deliberate, and results are effortless. You didn't force anything. You didn't chase outcomes. You just changed channels. And everything downstream realigned itself. This is why signal-based consciousness is so powerful. It puts the emphasis where it belongs, not on the external, but on the internal frequency that determines which external version of life you'll receive. Let's connect this to identity. The thoughts you think repeatedly aren't just habits. They're permissions. Each recurring thought is a door to a specific version of you. And if you walk through the same door long enough, it becomes your home frequency. That's why people feel stuck. They've been thinking the same thoughts for years, not realizing that they've been intercepting the same version of themselves on repeat. But that loop is not permanent. It's just familiar. And familiarity can be broken by deliberate retuning. That's what we'll begin working on soon. How to shift thought patterns not just to think better, but to intercept different versions of reality entirely. Because the old way of thinking was change your thoughts to change your life. But the real formula is this: change your frequency, and your thoughts will reflect the new life you've already stepped into. Let's now summarize the core shift. Thoughts are not creative tools. They are selectors. They indicate and influence which signal you tune into. Without emotional coherence, thoughts have no tuning power. Once aligned with emotion and identity, thoughts become precision dials. So your new task becomes conscious tuning. You are not trying to think your way into results. You are thinking your way into access. And access leads to flow. This is where true freedom begins. Because now you stop fearing negative thoughts and start observing them as signals. You stop worshiping positive thoughts and start calibrating them to your body's truth. You stop chasing new outcomes and start receiving new broadcasts. That's the future of conscious creation. Next, we will zoom in even closer. Because now that you understand thoughts as tuners, you need to examine the signal you've been locked into for years. And you'll see with shocking clarity that your current reality is not the result of randomness. It's the result of frequency lock. Let's break the pattern. If your life is a radio station, then your current problems are just echoes of a frequency you've locked into for too long. Let's discover how to break that loop. Right now, this very moment, you're experiencing the reality of a signal you've been tuned to for years. You may think your current challenges are about decisions, effort, strategy. But what you're really living is the afterglow of a persistent broadcast. A frequency that's been playing beneath your awareness like background noise on repeat. Most people assume their reality is the result of random luck, hard work, karma, or subconscious programming. But at the core, your life right now is simply a match to one signal you've unconsciously locked into, and the inertia of that signal has shaped everything around you. Let's strip it all the way down. Your emotions, your bank balance, your relationships, your self-talk, your daily habits. All of it is feedback from the frequency you've been receiving the longest. It's not about one big decision. It's about accumulated alignment, and the signal you've agreed with for so long you stopped questioning it. This is the concept of frequency lock-in. Frequency lock-in happens when you've stayed tuned into the same emotional, mental, and energetic signal for so long that it becomes your default operating system. Not because it's true. Not because it's who you really are, but because it's familiar. Familiar doesn't mean aligned. It means you're used to receiving it. So when people say things like, "Why does this keep happening to me?" or "I thought I was past this," they're missing the key. You're not being punished. You're not regressing. You're simply stuck in a frequency loop. That loop is being reinforced every time you make a decision from the same mental pattern. Every time you react emotionally to the same triggers. Every time you unconsciously assume that tomorrow will look like yesterday. And unless you become conscious of it, you keep receiving that same channel, while falsely believing that life just isn't changing. Let's use a real-world metaphor. You wake up every morning to an alarm clock radio playing one station. It's not your favorite. You don't love the content, but it's the one you've left on so long you've stopped noticing it. You know what's going to play. You even start predicting it. And then you say to yourself, "Why does every day feel the same?" Simple. You never changed the frequency. Now scale that up to your entire life. You've been receiving the thoughts, emotions, and outcomes of one version of yourself, and mistaking that version for your true self. You've built routines around that signal. You've attracted people who match it. You've made decisions based on what's possible from that level. So if your current experience feels like repetition, resistance, or limitation, it's not personal. It's just persistent. And persistence creates illusion. It creates the illusion that this is just how things are. But it's not. It's how things appear when you haven't shifted the tuner. Here's the breakthrough. The frequency you've locked into is just one of many. There are countless others available. And the second you shift into a new one, you start receiving entirely different instructions from your identity grid. That's why change often feels impossible. Until it suddenly doesn't. Because the shift doesn't come from effort, it comes from unlocking a long-held frequency and picking up a new signal that was always there. Let's break down how frequency locks form. It usually starts with an emotionally charged experience. A disappointment, a failure, a betrayal, a moment where you concluded something about yourself or the world, and that conclusion created a signal. That signal kept broadcasting, and you, not knowing what was happening, started building your behavior around it. You believed, I'm not supported. I have to do everything myself. Nothing ever works for me. And the more those thoughts were repeated, the more you matched the version of yourself who actually lives that story. You didn't create a problem, you tuned into a self. And that self started guiding your decisions. This is why you can make a shift intellectually but still feel stuck energetically. Because the lock isn't broken by thought alone. It's broken by changing the entire state that gave it power. Frequency lock-in can also be generational. You may be receiving signals passed down from family, culture, or even collective beliefs. You absorb those transmissions early, and if you never question them, they embed. I have to work hard to earn love. Money is always tight. People will leave me eventually. These aren't just beliefs. They're broadcasted frequencies. And once locked in, they become your emotional reality, even when your external life says otherwise. That's why success can feel hollow. Because if you haven't changed the signal, external winds won't land. You'll still be tuned into the self who feels unworthy, and you'll reject or sabotage what you've achieved. Here's the real breakthrough. To change your life, you don't need more effort. You need to unlock the frequency you've been loyal to. You do that by interrupting the emotional patterns that keep it alive. You do it by creating new rituals that train your tuner to seek a different signal. You do it by acting not from willpower but from a new identity frequency that's already broadcasting a better outcome. Let's make this practical. Step 1. Identify the loop. Ask yourself, what's the emotional state I experience most often? Even when things seem to be going well? Is it pressure? Anxiety? Uncertainty? That's the lock. Step 2. Trace it back. When did I first start feeling like this? What stories did I start telling myself after that? These stories aren't facts. They're frequency artifacts. Step 3. Observe your reinforcement rituals. Every habit, routine, and reaction is either strengthening the lock or weakening it. Notice how you start your day. Notice who you talk to and how you talk to yourself. Are you building a cage around the old frequency or a bridge to a new one? Step 4. Begin tuning out. You don't fight a frequency, you shift away from it. That means replacing the emotional baseline it feeds on. If the signal runs on fear, introduce safety. If it runs on scarcity, introduce generosity. If it runs on shame, introduce neutrality. This isn't about instant positivity. It's about creating subtle shifts that gradually retune the signal your body is trained to listen for. And finally, don't look for proof, look for feedback. When you shift frequencies, reality doesn't always change overnight. But the feedback does. You start meeting different kinds of people. Your old triggers lose power. Synchronicities become more frequent. Your desires feel closer, not because they're chasing you, but because you've moved toward their channel. This is the beginning of freedom. You're not trapped. You're just tuned in to a version of yourself that can't access what you truly want. But the version who can is already living it. And they're not far away. They're just broadcasting on a frequency your old self couldn't receive. We're about to start building the awareness and practices that will allow you to break those locks and stabilize in higher signals. But first, we need to go one layer deeper. You now understand that you've been stuck in loops because of past frequency entrenchment. But to fully reclaim your power, you must understand how those alternate versions of you actually exist. Because once you see the mechanism behind parallel selves, the science, the metaphysics, the logic, the idea of changing timelines won't seem abstract anymore. Next, we will open that doorway, and what you'll see may completely rewrite your understanding of the self you've known your entire life. Now that you understand you're tuning into alternate yous, let's get scientific: quantum physics, simulation theory, and the wild implications of every decision you never made. You've now seen that your current life is the outcome of a frequency you've been tuned into, often without realizing it. That's not mysticism. That's pattern logic. But now we reach the edge of what most people are comfortable confronting. The idea of parallel selves. Not as metaphor, not as philosophy, as literal, functional, and deeply relevant streams of identity existing right now, and accessible in real time. Let's clarify something immediately. This is not fantasy. This is not an escapist way to reframe self-help. This is rooted in observable principles, from quantum physics to simulation theory to behavioral neuroscience. And it starts with this undeniable premise. You are not a single self. You are a field of selves, each running in parallel, branching at every choice point, and broadcasting their unique signal based on what they've experienced in that timeline. Let's start with quantum theory. In quantum physics, the idea of superposition states that particles don't exist in a single state until they are observed. Until that moment, they exist in all possible states simultaneously. Now zoom that up to consciousness. Every time you make a decision, to act or not act, to speak or stay silent, to choose love or fear, a fork is created. Not metaphorically, energetically. The version of you who said yes and the version of you who said no both exist. And both continue playing out in divergent paths. What does that mean? It means for every goal you abandoned, there is a version of you who pursued it. For every path you doubted, there is a version who trusted. And each of them is still active, living out the consequences of that choice tree. You're not imagining them. You're not visualizing them. You're receiving data from them. That feeling of, I know I'm meant for more. That's not a dream. It's a leak from a parallel stream. Your field is brushing up against the signal of another you, one who's already living the life you feel inside. Let's bring this into neuroscience. Your brain doesn't store a single identity. It stores a range of potential identities based on environmental input, memory reinforcement, and internal narrative. That's why under stress, you regress into past versions of yourself. And in breakthrough moments, you feel like a completely different person. Because the brain is not fixed, it is constantly selecting from identity templates based on what frequency it's picking up. This means your brain is built to channel not just information but entire models of self. Now let's bring in simulation theory, the idea that reality is a generated environment based on code, interaction, and feedback. If this is true, and even many mainstream scientists now take it seriously, then each decision you make triggers a subroutine. Every variable in your character, confidence level, beliefs, financial status, emotional tone, is editable within that simulation. And what's broadcasting those edits? Your parallel selves. Because they're each running slightly different simulations, and each has already encountered the results of actions you haven't taken yet. That's why guidance doesn't always feel like it's coming from intuition. Sometimes it feels like memory, flash, a pull, a certainty with no logic. Because your system is receiving input from a version of you who's already walked that path. Now consider this. These selves are not distant. They are not hidden. They are present in your field right now. Each thought, emotion, and desire you experience is being influenced by which version of you is closest in signal strength. You're not here to become something you've never been. You're here to sync with what already is in another expression of you. So what does this mean in practical terms? It means when you feel aligned, inspired, or in flow, it's not random. It's because a higher version of you is close in the grid. And your receiver has tuned in with enough clarity to feel the data from that version as if it's your own. And in a way, it is, because there is no separation in signal space. You might still believe that time is linear, but energetically, you are every version of you now. Access depends not on chronology, but on frequency resonance. That's why identity shifts can happen in a moment. Because your brain is already wired to channel the new self, the second the tuning hits the threshold. So when someone goes from stuck to unrecognizable transformation, it's not because they worked harder. It's because they tuned into a parallel stream and let that self take over. Now let's talk about how these versions communicate. They do not use language. They use resonance. Each parallel you is a broadcasting node, sending out frequency patterns made of emotion, thought form, behavioral impulse, and energetic signature. You receive those patterns through sudden urges that seem irrational, emotional states with no clear cause, dreams that feel more real than waking life, repetitive imagery or messages, synchronicities that break statistical probability. These are not external messages. They are bleed-throughs from adjacent yous. When you feel inspired to act with courage out of nowhere, that's a stronger you pulling you forward. When you spiral into doubt during a breakthrough, that's a former you transmitting fear trying to pull you back. This isn't metaphor. It's frequency management. And you manage it by choosing what signal to strengthen. That choice happens through focus. The more you focus on the emotional state of a version of you who is living in power, trust, or clarity, the more your system begins aligning its biology and brain chemistry to receive their signal. And once that alignment is stable, your reality begins updating to reflect it. Let's summarize the mechanics of parallel selves. Every decision you could have made exists as a timeline. Each timeline has a you broadcasting that version's signal. Your receiver, consciousness, picks up the strongest signal at any moment. That signal influences your emotions, behavior, and circumstances. By tuning into a different self, you shift the active timeline. This means the biggest shifts in your life will not come from changing the world. They will come from switching the version of yourself that's active. And that switch happens not through wishful thinking, but by intentionally receiving the emotional and behavioral pattern of another you. This is the real game, not creation, not attraction, interception. You are not chasing your higher self. You're just out of sync with them. And every method you're about to learn is aimed at correcting that misalignment, until that version becomes dominant. Now that we've made this real, it's time to address something strange, yet deeply familiar to many people. Have you ever felt reality shift without explanation? Suddenly your thoughts change. Your mood swings with no external cause. Or the world around you glitches. Conversations reset. People act unfamiliar. Synchronicities collapse into each other. That's not your imagination. It's a dimensional slip. Next, we will explore the most overlooked phenomenon in reality shifting. Dimensional drift. Why it happens. What it means. And how to use it to stabilize in the timeline of your highest self. Ever had déjà vu or a sudden shift in emotion without reason? That might have been a dimensional slip, and now you'll learn to use that drift to your advantage. You've now accepted that you're intercepting broadcasts from alternate selves. That parallel yous are constantly transmitting identity signals, and the one you receive determines your experience. But there's something else. Something stranger. Something you may have felt but never understood. Moments when reality bends subtly but noticeably. When things feel off, but you can't explain why. When time distorts. When people change. When your emotions shift without a trigger. When something in the environment glitches, a word, a sound, a loop, a pattern that breaks continuity. This is what we call dimensional drift. It's not rare. It happens more often than you think. And it's one of the clearest signs that you are slipping across parallel timelines, briefly catching the frequency of another version of you, and then either stabilizing there or snapping back. The most common signs of dimensional drift include sudden mood swings with no cause, feeling out of place in a familiar space, conversations resetting or repeating, noticing objects slightly altered, deep déjà vu that seems tied to future events. A complete shift in your thoughts or energy in under a minute. None of these are accidents. They're frequency slips. You're not losing control, you're becoming aware of how fluid your timeline really is. Now let's explore how and why these slips happen. At every moment, your consciousness is processing more data than you can track. Your emotional state, subconscious patterns, environmental input, and energetic alignment are all variables. If enough of those variables shift, even slightly, your tuning changes. And when the tuning shifts suddenly, your receiver locks into a different frequency. A nearby timeline, a new version of you, and for a brief moment, your external experience reflects that version's reality. That's why things feel off. Not wrong, just different. And if you remain in resonance with that new signal, you stabilize there. If your dominant frequency pulls you back, the shift collapses. This is why breakthroughs often feel temporary. You were receiving from a more powerful self, but your old frequency reclaimed control before the new signal could anchor. Let's illustrate it. You're having an ordinary day. Suddenly, your body relaxes. Your thoughts become still. You feel peace without a reason. It lasts for a few minutes, then it's gone. That was a slip. You temporarily intercepted a higher signal. You briefly stood in the energy field of a more aligned you. The opportunity in that moment was to sustain the shift through awareness, action, or embodiment. But because you didn't recognize it as a timeline drift, you assumed it was just a mood. And when the old signal returned, you labeled it real life and surrendered back to it. You're not being punished. You're just not trained to hold the new frequency. Yet, let's go deeper into the physics. Dimensional drift is not magic. It's the byproduct of a layered consciousness field. When your energetic resonance fluctuates, you begin tuning across overlapping timelines that are closely aligned. These aren't completely different realities. They're similar, but with key differences. It's like walking down a corridor with hundreds of doors on each side. Each door leads to a version of you. When you drift, it means you've accidentally stepped into a different room. And if the lighting feels different, or the furniture is unfamiliar, or the echoes don't match, it's because you weren't in that room a moment ago. Your internal GPS doesn't lie. Now here's where this becomes empowering. Dimensional drift can be trained. You can learn to catch the moment you slip and stabilize in the upgraded timeline. You can use it as a gateway to consciously align with the highest frequency version of yourself. To do that, you need to practice drift awareness. This means observing any moment that feels surreal, emotionally elevated, or subtly unfamiliar. Pausing instead of rationalizing. Asking, what version of me am I tuning into right now? Letting that version guide your next action instead of defaulting to habit. Let's be clear, you can't force the drift, but you can recognize it. And the more you recognize it, the more it happens, because your system realizes you're ready to move across timelines on purpose. There are 3 types of dimensional drift to watch for. Emotional drift, when your mood shifts dramatically for no identifiable reason. Cognitive drift, when your beliefs or internal dialogue change rapidly. Environmental drift, when your physical surroundings subtly mismatch your memory or expectation. All 3 are signs that your identity tuner is in motion. This is why some days feel incredibly off. You're literally not in the same stream you were in the day before. And if you hold that shift, new opportunities, new people, and new results begin to show up. Because you're not creating them. You're tuning into a self who already lives there. Let's now walk through a real application. Say you experience an unexpected boost of motivation. You feel clear, decisive, purposeful. But it comes out of nowhere. That's a dimensional slip. Your task in that moment is not to explain it. It's to anchor it. How? By taking one action that version of you would take, even something small. That could be sending a message, making a decision, changing your posture, shifting your breathing. Each micro-action reinforces the signal. It says to your system, yes, stay here. This is who I am now. Do that enough, and what started as a brief drift becomes your new baseline. Here's the challenge. Drift is subtle. It doesn't announce itself. It whispers. And if you're too distracted, too reactive, or too addicted to your old frequency, you'll miss it. You'll experience what most people call random highs or strange days, and then fall back into autopilot. But when you begin training drift recognition, you become a timeline shifter, not a passive experiencer of emotional weather. This is also why daily reflection is so powerful. Not to track progress, but to notice patterns. When you document how you feel, what synchronicities occur, what shifts in perception arise, you start seeing the breadcrumbs of drift. And then you're ready to act on them. Let's now clear up a misconception. Drift is not instability. It's opportunity. Reality doesn't glitch because you're broken. It bends because you're in motion. That motion means you are accessing regions of the identity grid that were previously unavailable. And each time you lock into one of those frequencies for longer, you quantum leap your narrative. Not by waiting, not by hoping, by recognizing and choosing. Next, you'll learn the reason most people fail to stabilize their shifts. Because even when the drift happens, they're held hostage by old programming. The core problem? They are frequency locked, unable to change the channel because their subconscious is addicted to the familiar discomfort of the old signal. That's what we're going to address next. Now that you've experienced the drift, it's time to understand why most can't hold it and how you will. Now that you see reality is a signal, let's get into why you're still stuck in the same old channel and the subconscious programs keeping you tuned in. By now, it's clear that your life is a mirror of the frequency you're tuned into. You've seen how dimensional drift is real and how you can momentarily tap into timelines far different from your current one. But if that's true, if shifts are always available, then why does it feel like you still can't fully break the loop? Why does growth happen in spikes, only to be followed by familiar patterns dragging you back? This is the invisible wall that most never break through. And the reason is simple: frequency lock-in. Frequency lock-in is when your nervous system, belief system, and environment are all synchronized to an outdated version of you, one you've outgrown consciously, but still serve unconsciously. You've probably felt this deeply. You get a breakthrough. You feel momentum, and then old behaviors sneak in, old emotions return, and before long, it feels like you're back where you started. You're not starting over. You're being pulled back by an internal magnet, one made of familiarity, identity attachment, and neurological addiction. Let's break it down. The human system seeks familiarity, not truth, and that means it will resist anything that contradicts your established frequency pattern, even if that contradiction is better for you. So when you intercept a higher frequency, a more empowered self, your mind may celebrate, but your subconscious gets threatened. Because that new signal destabilizes the control center built around your old identity. That control center isn't evil. It's protective. It believes its job is to maintain coherence, to make sure you stay in alignment with the story you've believed the longest. If you've believed, "I'm not safe unless I control everything," then your subconscious will interpret surrender as danger. If you've believed, "People always leave," then love will feel suspicious. If you've believed, "Success comes through struggle," then ease will feel fake. This isn't irrational. It's a frequency logic. Your system is just trying to return to its known signal. That's frequency lock-in. And unless you override that default, no amount of insight will shift your timeline. Because the old channel is running in the background, feeding off your unconscious agreement. Let's bring in biology. Your body is a pattern recorder. It stores emotion, tension, memory, and rhythm. And once it memorizes a pattern, it expects it. When you try to tune into a higher version of you, your body reacts. Heart races, stomach tightens, thoughts loop, sabotage rises. Why? Because your body doesn't yet recognize the new signal as safe. It sees the unknown as a threat to the stability of the whole system. This is why people return to toxic relationships. Why they overspend after making financial progress. Why they reject opportunities they prayed for. It's not a lack of discipline. It's frequency inertia. And inertia is powerful. To break it, you need more than motivation. You need a new baseline, a dominant signal that becomes more familiar than the one you're trying to leave behind. So how do you do that? Start by identifying your lock-in signal. Ask, what's the emotional state I return to even when things are going well? What belief do I still act from even when I've intellectually outgrown it? This is your lock-in anchor, and it's not abstract. It's energetic. You can feel it in your breath, posture, tone of voice, and internal language. Now observe the rituals that support it. Your routine is a transmitter. What time you wake up, how you speak to yourself, who you interact with, how your space looks and feels. all of it reinforces a signal. Most people try to change by adding things, more affirmations, more effort, more pressure. But true tuning happens by removing the static, clearing the rituals, triggers, and symbols that belong to the previous self. That might mean changing your physical environment. It might mean updating your wardrobe. It might mean ending an ongoing loop with someone who keeps you stuck. These aren't cosmetic changes. They're frequency edits. And your subconscious responds to them because your body sees the external world as confirmation of who you are. When your world begins reflecting a new signal, your nervous system begins adjusting its set point. This is how you break lock-in, by creating safety and familiarity around the new broadcast until your system accepts it as home. Let's be real. There will be resistance. You will feel the pull of the old channel. It will whisper, "You're changing too fast. This isn't sustainable. You're pretending. People won't accept this new you." Those whispers aren't truth. They're echo transmissions, fading signals from the timeline you're leaving behind. And they only hold power if you respond. So when they arise, acknowledge them, and act from your new signal anyway. That's the key. Alignment through action, not debate. Every time you act from the new frequency, you weaken the lock of the old one. And every time you fall back but return with awareness, you prove to your system that drift isn't dangerous. That's how you build tuning stability. Eventually, your old patterns feel alien. You don't resonate with them. Not because you've overcome them, but because you've stopped feeding their signal. Let's make this tangible. Start a signal audit. For 3 days, track your dominant emotions, your first 30 minutes after waking, your habitual thoughts, your common environments, the people you engage with most. Then ask, which version of me are these reinforcing? If the answer is the you who's stuck, anxious, or doubtful, that's your current frequency lock. Now start making small changes that reflect the signal of the self you want to live as. That could mean changing your alarm tone to something neutral or empowering, adjusting your phone background to a phrase that aligns with your chosen frequency, rewriting your to-do list to start with an action your future self would prioritize, eating, dressing, or moving your body the way your parallel successful self would. These shifts seem small, but collectively, they retune your entire identity. And as the new broadcast becomes more consistent, your environment, people, opportunities, challenges, reshapes to match it. Because reality has no choice but to reflect your dominant frequency. That's not philosophy. That's feedback. And you control the dial. Next, you'll discover the invisible factor that often scrambles your signal, without you realizing it. Even if you've tuned in clearly, there's one thing that can still block reception: emotional static. Let's now decode the most potent signal scrambler and how to silence it permanently. Before we start retuning you, we need to clean the static. Emotional resistance is scrambling your receiver. We'll now decode how to neutralize it. You now understand that frequency lock-in keeps you stuck in the same broadcast, even when you consciously want change. You've seen how your identity, habits, and surroundings reinforce the same emotional range. But now it's time to confront the core disruptor of your signal. Not distraction, not procrastination, not doubt. Emotional static. This is the unspoken culprit, the invisible interference that keeps your system clouded, even when you're trying to tune into a higher version of yourself. It's what creates fog. It's what fuels second-guessing. It's what hijacks your signal right before a breakthrough. Let's define it clearly. Emotional static is any unprocessed charge that sits between you and clarity. It's old pain that was never given permission to move. It's unresolved anger you've buried beneath productivity. It's grief disguised as numbness. It's tension you've normalized. And it's resistance that shows up as, "I don't know what to do," when deep down you do. Static doesn't always scream. It hums. It lingers just below awareness, distorting your ability to receive cleanly from the version of you who's already aligned. Think of your signal like a radio station. If the channel is clear, you hear the music. But if there's interference, background noise, overlapping signals, static, the melody breaks down. You can still hear parts of it, but it's distorted. And after a while, your nervous system starts to believe that's all there is. You accept the noise as normal. You interpret confusion as truth. And you stop trusting your intuition not because it's wrong, but because it's buried under static. This is where emotional processing becomes essential. Not as therapy, not as venting, but as tuner cleansing. Every emotion you suppress becomes a jammed frequency. And those jams cluster, creating feedback loops that repeat as thoughts, triggers, and blocks. So if you've ever said, "I know what to do, but I can't seem to do it. I feel like I'm sabotaging progress. I keep getting signs, but nothing changes," that's static. It's not failure. It's just a clogged signal, and your receiver is fighting to get clean access to a higher timeline. Let's look at where static comes from. Unfelt emotion. This is the most obvious and most avoided. You went through something intense, but instead of feeling it, you braced against it. And now the charge is still in your body, sending subtle panic signals to your system. You can't tune into peace while your tissues are broadcasting fear. Suppressed truth. This is when you know what you want to say or do, but don't. Every time you swallow truth to avoid conflict, rejection, or disruption, you store signal distortion. And that becomes hesitation, confusion, or exhaustion. Inherited emotional loops. You may be carrying static that isn't even yours. Family conditioning, collective trauma, generational shame. All of it broadcasts through the field, and you absorb it if you're not aware. Energetic overlap. Sometimes, you're intercepting someone else's frequency and confusing it for your own. If you're deeply empathic or energetically porous, this static will show up as mood swings, brain fog, or a subtle feeling that something's off, even when nothing seems wrong. All of these forms of static disrupt the clarity of your internal tuner. And without clarity, you can't lock onto a new signal. You'll get fragments, moments of alignment, flashes of power, but they won't last, because static pulls you back to the old channel. So how do you clear it? Let's be precise. You don't clear static by thinking about it. You clear it by feeling it cleanly, without story. The story is what keeps it alive. He hurt me. They betrayed me. This always happens to me. These are mental loops. They recycle the charge. But the emotion itself is innocent. Anger is a messenger. Sadness is release. Fear is the body's request for presence. None of it is wrong until you suppress it. The fastest way to clear static is through pure presence with the body. Not analysis, not strategy, just sitting with the raw energy and letting it move. This might look like closing your eyes and letting yourself tremble, breathing into tightness without labeling it, allowing tears without needing an explanation, hitting a pillow to express rage without guilt. The key is no narrative. The moment you start looping mentally, you're reinforcing the jam. But if you stay in sensation, the energy unwinds. And as it unwinds, your signal brightens. You start picking up higher broadcasts again. Ideas return. Clarity sharpens. Alignment becomes effortless. Because it was always there. You were just tuned into a jam channel. Let's now address the fear people have around this. I'm scared that if I feel it, I'll get stuck in it. That fear is the static protecting itself. Because unprocessed emotion becomes identity. And when you threaten the pattern, your system clings to it, even if it's painful. But here's the truth. Feeling doesn't trap you, it frees you. Avoidance is what creates loops. Honest sensation dissolves them. So if you want to shift timelines, you must get honest about what you've been avoiding emotionally. Ask yourself, what's the emotion I'm afraid to fully feel? What truth have I been stepping around? What conversation do I keep postponing? Where in my body do I always feel tightness? And what's the first emotion I associate with it? This is your static map. And every point on that map is a portal to cleaner signal. Now let's go further. Once static is cleared, or even partially cleared, your receiver becomes more sensitive. You start catching signals from versions of you that were previously inaccessible. That's when acceleration happens. Not because you forced growth, but because you removed the noise blocking what was already waiting. You become more emotionally agile. Your nervous system relaxes. Your decisions become cleaner because they're not made from fear or protection. You stop reacting and start receiving. This is the true value of clearing static. You shift from being a survivor of your past to a clear channel for your highest self. Now, let's be practical. Create a static clearing ritual, short, repeatable, and honest. Here's a framework you can use. 1. Tune in, close your eyes. Breathe. Drop into your body. Ask, what's here that I've been ignoring? 2. Name it, give it a name, but don't explain it. There's sadness. There's tension. That's enough. 3. Feel it, let the emotion move. Breathe into it. Cry, shake, sit still, but don't numb it. 4. Release the narrative, say out loud. This emotion is safe to feel. It doesn't define me. 5. Replace it once the wave has passed. Tune into a higher signal. Ask, what does my clearest self feel like right now? Repeat this regularly, especially when your signal feels unclear. You'll be amazed at what happens when you stop resisting the emotions you've labeled as inconvenient or messy. They weren't there to sabotage you. They were there to cleanse your channel. And once they've been honored, they don't return. You don't carry grief forever. You carry unexpressed grief. You don't stay angry forever. You stay angry when it has no outlet. Cleared emotion becomes fuel. It gives you presence. It gives you depth. It gives you access. And with access, you begin to hear the versions of you who aren't stuck in loops. They've been trying to reach you. They've been sending signals. And now that the static is gone, you can finally hear them. So now we move forward with power. You've cleaned the receiver. You've learned how to unjam the channel. And now, you're ready to turn the most overlooked part of your being into the ultimate antenna. One that receives, amplifies, and anchors new frequencies like nothing else. Next, we will tune your nervous system and physical body, because until your biology supports the broadcast, your shifts will remain temporary. Let's turn your body into a frequency amplifier. It's time to retune your system. With emotional static identified, it's time to turn your physical body into a clear receptor. You'll learn how posture, diet, and breath literally shift your dimension. Now that you've cleared emotional static, your internal receiver is cleaner than it's ever been. You've peeled back the interference. You've dropped the distortion. And now, the path forward requires more than mental tuning. Because frequency isn't just a mental game, it's biological. Your body is not a passive container. It's the antenna. And your nervous system is the most advanced receiver on the planet. Every thought, emotion, broadcast, or frequency you've attempted to tune into passes through one channel first. The body. This is not poetic. This is mechanical. Your spine, breath, cellular health, and tension patterns act as the hardware that determines the clarity, stability, and strength of the frequency you can hold. If your mind is clear but your nervous system is still contracted, you're jamming your signal without realizing it. That's why we now focus on retuning your nervous system, so it becomes a high-fidelity channel capable of receiving the most elevated versions of you. Let's start with posture. Your posture is not just a physical stance. It's a frequency code. When your body is slouched, collapsed, and inward, you're in a biological position that tells the nervous system, collapse, retreat, defend, survive. This isn't psychological. This is neuroelectrical. The shape you hold trains your body what kinds of signals to receive. An open chest, aligned spine, lifted neck. These positions send signals of engage, expand, receive, transmit. You're not just standing taller, you're tuning differently. That's why something as simple as changing how you sit at your desk, how you walk into a room, or how you hold yourself during a conversation can create immediate shifts in your state and in what parallel self you intercept. Here's the truth. Different versions of you have different postural frequencies. The self who's confident doesn't slouch like the one who's hiding. The self who's powerful doesn't tighten their jaw like the one who's holding back truth. The self who's receptive breathes slower than the one who's controlling outcomes. So if you want to intercept a new version of you, start by inhabiting their structure. Stand how they stand. Move how they move. Let your body become the portal. Now let's move to breath. Your breath is the tuning fork of your nervous system. The length, depth, and rhythm of your breath patterns tell your brain what frequency to operate in. Short, shallow, chest-centered breathing equals survival mode. Long, slow, Diaphragmatic breathing equals access mode. Access to clarity. Access to insight. Access to higher frequency guidance. This isn't about breath work as a trendy tool. This is about breath as a real-time tuner. Each inhale is a channel selector. Each exhale is a broadcast stabilizer. That's why before making big decisions, entering a new space, or attempting to shift timelines, your first move should be, breathe. Try this simple protocol. Inhale for a count of 4. Hold for a count of 4. Exhale for a count of 6. Hold for a count of 2. Repeat for 3 minutes. What this does is calm your sympathetic response, activate your parasympathetic system, and shift your perception out of contraction and into open reception. That's when the signal of your higher self becomes accessible again. Now let's go to nutrition. You may not associate food with frequency, but your biology does. Every meal either enhances your signal or muddies it, because food carries frequency signatures. Sugar-heavy, processed, artificially enhanced foods create static in the gut-brain axis, blocking emotional clarity and creating erratic impulses. On the other hand, high-vitality foods, natural, unprocessed, enzyme-rich, support electrical flow in the body, which means your antenna becomes sharper, cleaner, more responsive. This isn't about dogma. This is about tuning. Ask yourself this: is the way I'm eating helping me match the version of myself I'm trying to receive? If the answer is no, shift slowly but surely. Start hydrating more. Start reducing sugar not as a punishment but as a signal upgrade. Start replacing heavy evening meals with lighter options to prevent frequency distortion during sleep. This isn't about being perfect. It's about being precise. Now let's get into tension patterns. Your body holds onto timelines through muscle memory. Tight hips, locked jaws, hunched shoulders. These are physical expressions of emotional frequency. They are also blocks in the signal path. The version of you who's free-flowing and in alignment doesn't carry the same tension load as the version of you who's anxious or performing. So start mapping your tension. Where do you consistently feel tight? What moments of the day does it spike? And what behavior follows that spike? That tension is your body's resistance to receiving a new signal. Break it and the broadcast changes. Stretch, foam roll, get massage, do breath-linked movement. Not just for health, for tuning. Now let's bring all this together. Your body is the signal catcher through skin, fascia, posture. The tuner through breath and nervous system rhythms. The amplifier through movement and presence. The translator through sensation and intuition. So if you've ever struggled to feel your higher self, if you've ever wondered, why can't I stay aligned? It's because your body hasn't been trained to receive and stabilize the frequency. But you can train it right now. Here's how. 1. Movement equals memory erasure. Conscious movement rewrites locked-in behavior patterns. Dance, stretch, shake, these disrupt the motor signal patterns of lower timelines. 2. Stillness equals signal strengthening. Daily stillness trains the body to hold a higher signal without collapsing into habitual response. Stillness doesn't mean doing nothing, it means resisting the urge to react. Let the new signal land. 3. Physical anchoring equals frequency embodiment. Choose a physical cue to reinforce new timelines. Maybe a ring, a certain color, a hand gesture or breath pattern. Link it to a high signal moment, and use it as an anchor when you feel yourself slipping. 4. Sensory curation equals clean reception. Light, scent, temperature, sound, all of these affect your frequency. Tune your space like you'd tune your instrument. Remove chaotic sensory input. Introduce clean, intentional stimuli. Because you don't need more information. You need better signal conditions. Now here's something powerful. The higher the frequency you're trying to receive, the cleaner your body must become to handle it. That means less stimulation, more presence, less reaction, more sensation. This is where the body stops being a background character and becomes your main interface. Because your higher self doesn't speak through words. It speaks through felt presence. And the more you train your nervous system to stay open, curious, and fluid, the more fluent that dialogue becomes. You are not trying to become more disciplined. You are becoming more receptive. And the nervous system is your key to stabilizing in the new identity frequency. This is the most grounded, practical path to quantum change. Not by escaping the body, not by trying to force downloads, but by turning your biology into a conscious receiver. Next, you will pinpoint something most people never ask. If your body is now a cleaner receiver, how do you know what you're actually receiving? What is the current signal? What self are you tuned into right now? Let's now decode the transmission and trace it back to the exact version of you who is broadcasting it. Because only when you identify the sender can you consciously choose whether to stay locked in or switch to something better. Now that your antenna is clear, it's time to pinpoint which you're currently channeling and whether it's the version you actually want to be living. You've cleared emotional static. You've tuned your body into a high-sensitivity antenna. And now, your receiver is online in a way it may never have been before. So the next crucial step is this: trace the signal. Not just feel better. Not just move with more clarity. But actually identify the broadcast you're tuned into right now and ask, plainly, which version of me is transmitting this? You're always receiving. The only difference is whether you're doing it with awareness or running on autopilot, absorbing a default transmission. Your goal from here on out is not to feel good randomly. Your goal is to know exactly which identity stream you're plugged into and choose it on purpose. To do that, we begin with symptom tracking. Every broadcast has 4 key components you can detect in real time. Emotional tone. What is the baseline emotional charge you're carrying right now? Cognitive loop. What thoughts are repeating without you forcing them? Physical state. What are your body and breath doing without effort? Behavioral bias. What actions are you inclined to take, and how do they feel? Each of these is a signal flare from a version of you in the identity grid. And once you track the pattern, you can map it directly to the sender. Let's break it down. 1. Emotional tone. Pause and scan your body. Are you feeling anxious? Confident? Heavy? Neutral? Don't explain it. Just locate it. Your emotional state is the purest access point to your current broadcast, because it bypasses story and goes straight to the energetic layer. Ask, what kind of self lives in this emotional state by default? If the answer feels low responsibility, reactive, avoidant, or restricted, that's the self you're channeling. It's not who you are. It's who you're tuned into. 2. Cognitive loop. Next, identify your thought loop. What is repeating in your head today, without prompting? I need to get it right. No one's helping me. I should be further ahead. This is working. Something amazing is happening. The loop is not random. It's the language of the broadcast. Thoughts you think repeatedly without consciously choosing them are echoes from the sender timeline. Your job isn't to stop the thought. Your job is to trace it. Which version of me lives with this mental script as their normal? Then ask, do I want to match that? 3. Physical state. Now scan your physicality. Where is your breath? Is your stomach clenched? Are your shoulders relaxed or tight? Is your body pulsing or heavy? The body doesn't lie. It tells you what frequency is dominant in real time, because every version of you holds a different physical presence. The confident you doesn't slump. The defeated you doesn't stand tall. By observing how your body is posturing without effort, you gain a precise clue to the self you're aligned with right now. 4. Behavioral bias. Finally, notice your instinctive behaviors. What are you reaching for? What's on your to-do list that you keep delaying? What's the quality of your speech, tone, or choices? Behavior is the final evidence of the broadcast. You may have thoughts and emotions of one version of yourself, but if your behavior keeps echoing a lower timeline, the transmission isn't complete. Your body might still be executing the program of an outdated self, even if your mind wants a new one. These 4 pieces, emotion, thought, body, and behavior, tell you everything about the signal you're receiving. And the clearer you become in tracking them, the faster you'll be able to switch transmissions intentionally. Now that you know what to observe, let's move to interpretation. Start using the following question to frame your day. What version of me does this match? Wake up with an emotion? Ask it, Catch yourself mid-thought loop? Ask it. Feel triggered, motivated, or frozen? Ask it. React to a person or message? Ask it. This creates live awareness. It shifts you out of being the receiver's servant and into being the receiver's master. Here's a useful shortcut. Every self you're capable of receiving has a nameable theme. Some examples: the overthinker, the warrior, the avoider, the alchemist, the performer, the child, the future CEO, the infinite one. When you identify these personas, you remove their mystery. And when you name them, you create space between you and them. They stop possessing you and become something you can observe, study, and upgrade. You can even say aloud, "I see you, overthinker. You're trying to keep me safe. Hey, warrior. I know you think this is a fight, but it's not. Alchemist, welcome. I'm ready to amplify your transmission." By doing this, you humanize the signal. You are not battling your parts. You are choosing which one leads. Now let's take this one level higher. When you begin tracking signals with this level of awareness, you'll start noticing overlaps. Moments when you're receiving from two versions of yourself at once. One says, "Take the risk." Another says, "Stay small." One opens the chest. The other tenses the stomach. One visualizes abundance. The other calculates for survival. This is normal during transition phases. You are temporarily oscillating between timelines, and your system is deciding which one to stabilize in. Your awareness is what tips the scale. By naming which voice comes from which self, and acting from the desired one, you solidify that timeline. Acting is the key. Thought doesn't lock it in. Behavior does, because behavior is the signal you send back to the grid. It's your vote for which version of you you're anchoring. So when doubt rises but you take the aligned action anyway, you send a confirmation ping. This is the self I'm stabilizing. And the field responds accordingly. Let's now talk about what to do when you don't like the signal you're receiving. Simple. Interrupt and switch. Here's a quick method. Recognize the loop. I'm thinking like my small self. B. Locate the pattern in the body. I feel it in my chest and shoulders. C. Breathe and shift posture. I relax into the next signal. D. Call in the new self. What would the clear, expanded version of me choose now? E. Take the micro-action. Send the message. Shift the plan. Change your location. Every micro-action is a vote. Not for productivity, for identity. Now here's where it becomes thrilling. Once you build the habit of tracking broadcasts, you'll start noticing the return of familiar senders. Some feel nostalgic. Others feel haunting. Some show up like old friends you forgot existed. Others return like shadows you thought you outran. Don't resist them. Observe them. Ask, what are you here to teach me? What timeline are you trying to keep me in? Do I still want to receive you? When the answer is no, thank them. And choose better. You are no longer on default reception. You are in manual mode now. And once manual becomes your default, you'll be able to switch broadcasts at will, even in moments of stress. Now, with this power comes a deeper responsibility. You must get honest about what you truly desire to receive. Because tracking the signal is one part, but decoding the origin of desire and where it's coming from gives you the next level of precision. That's where we go next. You're about to realize something surprising. Desire isn't lack. Desire is a transmission. It's a signal from your higher self trying to break through the noise and say, this timeline already exists. Tune into it. Let's now explore how to decode the message inside your desires. Because once you understand their real source, you'll never ignore them again. You've always thought desire meant something was missing. What if it's actually a message from a higher frequency you trying to pull you into alignment? Desire has been misunderstood. You've been taught that desire means lack. That to want something is to announce its absence. That to desire love is to be lonely. That to desire money is to be greedy. That to desire clarity is to admit confusion. But this view is built on a fundamental distortion, the idea that desire begins in the mind. It doesn't. Desire is not a product of imagination. It's not a fantasy born out of boredom or comparison. Desire is a transmission. It's the broadcast of a version of you who already lives the reality you're longing for, reaching through the signal to deliver a message. I'm real. I exist. And you're close enough to feel me. Let that reshape everything. You're not imagining your best life, you're intercepting it. And the feeling of desire is the contact point between timelines. It's the flicker of resonance when your current self brushes up against the frequency of a more expanded you. Desire doesn't mean something's missing. It means something is being revealed. But because you've been trained to associate desire with suffering, you immediately try to dismiss it, suppress it, judge it, rationalize it, control it. You interpret the pull as pain, instead of realizing it's a signal upgrade. So let's now redefine desire, not as a symptom of discontent, but as evidence of alignment in progress. When desire arises, it means, you're within range of this timeline. Keep going. Let's explore how this works. Every version of you is broadcasting its lived experience. Thoughts, emotions, circumstances, and vision. The more emotionally elevated a version is, the stronger and clearer that signal becomes. So when you begin to feel a deep desire, something that excites you, awakens you, or even scares you, that feeling is not fiction. It's frequency resonance. You're intercepting a version of yourself who's already living in that desire's fulfillment. And the feeling is the emotional echo of that alignment. This changes everything, because now you stop asking, why do I want this? And instead ask, who is trying to reach me through this desire? It's not about what you want. It's about who you're becoming available to receive. So now let's build the framework for decoding desires. 1. Strong desire equals proximity to timeline. If the desire is persistent, emotionally charged, and feels more like a calling than a craving, it means the timeline already exists within your range. You wouldn't be able to feel it otherwise. This is why certain dreams feel magnetic, because their broadcast is closer than others. 2. Specificity equals broadcast strength. The clearer the desire, the more detailed, vivid, and specific, the more exact the broadcast. That version of you is transmitting with intensity, and you're intercepting the pattern in increasing detail. 3. Resistance equals frequency gap. If you feel desire followed by panic, shame, or guilt, it doesn't mean the desire is wrong. It means there's a gap between your current signal and the timeline you're brushing against. The resistance is static. Not a warning, a calibration point. You feel it because you're near it. 4. Envy equals misinterpreted reception. When you see someone living something you desire, and it triggers envy, that's not jealousy. That's misinterpreted reception. You are seeing an external example of a broadcast you're already partially receiving, but haven't yet allowed yourself to fully tune into. You're not angry at them. You're frustrated at your own frequency hesitation. So instead of rejecting the feeling, use it as guidance. Ask, what would I have to become in order to match that signal more cleanly? Now let's apply this in real life. Say you have a deep desire to speak on stage, but you've never done it. You don't have the skills, and it terrifies you. That desire didn't come from nowhere. It's not fantasy. It's a timeline trying to reach you. There is a version of you already speaking, already leading, already transmitting, and the charge you feel is their signal hitting your system. The fear? That's your nervous system reacting to the frequency mismatch. Not a warning, a recalibration signal. Once you realize this, your question shifts from, is this possible? To, how do I stabilize the signal enough to receive more of that version of me? Desire becomes a tool, not a burden, not a weakness. Here's the process to decode any strong desire. Feel it completely. Stop minimizing your desires. Stop softening them to be more realistic. Let them roar. Fully allow the emotional surge without shame. This clears the channel. B. Ask, who is this version of me? Get specific. What do they think? How do they speak? How do they move through the day? What energy do they exude? You're not guessing, you're receiving. This isn't imagination. It's tuning. C. Identify the contrast. What's the difference between you and them emotionally, mentally, behaviorally? Don't make it mean anything. Just observe the gap. D. Collapse the contrast. Pick one trait from that future self and begin embodying it now. Not to prove anything, just to move your frequency closer. Each trait is a code. Adopt enough of their codes, and the transmission becomes stable. Now here's the most overlooked truth. Desire is self-sent. The you who wants more is also the you who is more. You're not being teased. You're being invited. And when you ignore that invitation, or label it greedy or delusional, you're turning your receiver away from a timeline that is ready to welcome you. So you must learn to treat desire as sacred, as guidance, as data, not from your ego but from your multidimensional self. Let's reframe common desires through this lens. The desire for money equals interception of a self who is free from survival and able to create without constraint. The desire for love equals interception of a self who is fully expressed, seen, and mirrored. The desire for impact equals interception of a self who is aligned with purpose and resonance. The desire for peace equals interception of a self who has exited the loops and stabilized in stillness. You are not weak for wanting. You are tuned in enough to feel what's possible. And the more you trust the message inside the desire, the more clarity, momentum, and synchronicity you unlock. Let's also address the shadow. Sometimes desire feels obsessive, clingy, draining. That's not true desire. That's emotional compensation. When desire gets twisted by unmet needs, it becomes distorted. You're no longer receiving from the version of you who lives the outcome. You're receiving from a wounded version who's craving relief. This is a different broadcast, and you can tell the difference instantly. True desire feels expanding. Distorted desire feels contracting. True desire creates momentum. Distorted desire creates anxiety. So when you notice contraction, pause. Ask, is this desire coming from wholeness or a hole? If it's a hole, fill it with presence before acting. Don't move from desperation. Return to resonance. And then, when clarity returns, follow the broadcast. This is your new path. Feel desire. Decode the signal. Identify the sender self. Move toward them emotionally, behaviorally, energetically. And soon enough, that self becomes your new baseline. Not because you pushed, but because you received. Desire wasn't the start of lack. It was the start of alignment. Next, now that you're receiving higher broadcasts and no longer mislabeling desire, we'll show you the full spectrum of signals being transmitted at all times. Because not all broadcasts are clean. Not all are high frequency. And you are always tuned into one of three core types, but only one will take you to the self you've been trying to reach. Let's now break the entire field into 3 channels and teach you how to detect which one you're obeying. Now that you recognize the pull of desire, it's time to sort your signals. Low frequency, fear-driven, static, confused, and high frequency, aligned. Which are you obeying? You now understand that desire isn't a weakness. It's a frequency. And more importantly, it's a message from a version of you already living the thing you're reaching for. But that clarity opens up a new level of responsibility, because now you know you're always tuned into some kind of broadcast. Even when you're not paying attention. Even when you think you're being neutral. Even when you're sitting still, unsure, procrastinating, or overanalyzing. Silence is not the absence of signal. It's often the sign that you've tuned into a station with just enough distortion to keep you passive, but not enough clarity to push you into change. This is where we define the 3 core types of broadcasts you're constantly navigating. And unless you consciously select your station, one of these 3 will select you by default. The 3 types are low-frequency broadcasts, static broadcasts, high-frequency broadcasts. Let's break each one down. 1. Low-frequency broadcasts, the loop transmitters. These are the signals of fear, guilt, regret, shame, control, scarcity, and survival. They're the most accessible because they're the ones your body has learned to recognize the earliest. You intercept these broadcasts when you're scanning for danger before opportunity. You're expecting loss instead of support. You're doubting yourself without new evidence. You're shrinking or hesitating even when doors open. Low-frequency signals are familiar, seductive, and repetitive. They're designed to preserve the current identity, not to expand you into a new one. They whisper, "Don't trust this. Something bad always happens. Play it safe. It's not the right time. You'll lose everything if you change too fast." These signals don't sound evil. They sound reasonable, logical, protective, but they are prison bars disguised as strategy. And every time you obey them, you reinforce a timeline that is inverted from your desire. Why do they feel so real? Because the emotional residue they leave behind is heavy. It weighs down your body, your vision, your momentum, and that physical density tricks you into believing it's truth. But it's not truth. It's just a very stable transmission from a lower self. Your goal is not to fight it. Your goal is to notice it immediately and interrupt its dominance. Every time you catch a low-frequency loop in progress, ask, "What version of me lives here? Is this signal serving my next timeline? Or repeating my last one? What's one action I can take right now that defies this frequency?" You don't wait for the loop to dissolve. You break its authority with counter-frequency behavior. Low-frequency broadcasts dissolve in motion. They feed on hesitation. 2. Static broadcasts. The fog signals. Static is trickier than low-frequency. It doesn't feel overtly negative. It feels muddled. Confusion, indecision, distraction, inconsistency, mental noise. Static shows up as not knowing what to do even when options are clear, constantly shifting focus without completing anything, feeling neutral but unmotivated, over-consuming information but not acting on it. This is the signal of the in-between self, not the one who's stuck, not the one who's evolved, but the one who's floating between frequencies. Static is the result of multiple broadcasts competing for your attention. You're partially tuned into a high self, but still listening to echoes from a past one. So the system gets confused. The thoughts contradict each other. The emotions cancel each other out. The body feels numb or dull. The results plateau. And the danger here is subtle. Static can convince you that this in-between state is fine. It's not painful. It's not urgent. But it's non-evolutionary. And time spent here without correction is time lost to indecision loops. Here's how you clear static. Stop seeking clarity through more thinking. Get into the body. Ask, what emotion is underneath this fog? Feel it fully, and let it show you what version of you you're actually trying to suppress. Most static is repressed emotion attempting to hold two incompatible timelines at once. Once you stop trying to figure it out, and instead choose one aligned action, the static collapses, and a new signal takes over. Static can't survive decisive movement. 3. High-frequency broadcasts, the aligned streams. These are the signals of expansion, clarity, ease, empowerment, truth, and acceleration. You feel them as sudden knowing, clean excitement without panic, calm confidence, emotional lightness, rapid synchronicity, clear next steps, a sense of being guided without stress. These are the signals of your future self. The version of you who is no longer negotiating with past programming. The version who is living the life you used to fantasize about. These broadcasts don't beg for attention. They don't scream. They whisper with certainty. And when you're aligned, you don't need to overanalyze. You just act. That action doesn't feel forced. Feels like a yes. High-frequency signals are clean, not because life is perfect, but because your signal isn't jammed by fear or hesitation. You can recognize them by asking, is this action being driven by inspiration or fear of missing out? Do I feel more myself or less after this thought? Am I expanding or shrinking as I speak? This is how you begin to detect signal quality. Not every positive feeling is high frequency. Some are compensations. Some are adrenaline. Some are dopamine without depth. High frequency isn't about hype. It's about alignment. Feels stable. Feels resonant. Feels like truth in motion. Your task is to build your life around increasing access to these signals. That means creating environments that support calm clarity, surrounding yourself with people who reflect your future self, honoring your body as a tuner, protecting your focus like it's your life because it is, and most of all, making high frequency your new normal. Not a peak, not a weekend workshop state, but a baseline. You can feel when you're locked into a high frequency stream. Time shifts, synchronicities align, people respond differently, your voice changes, your spine relaxes, and most tellingly, you stop rushing, because your nervous system finally believes, this is real, this is home, this is the new me. Now let's be honest, you're going to fluctuate between all three broadcasts. That's normal. It's not failure. The key is awareness. Low frequency equals interruption required. Static equals decision required. High frequency equals reinforcement required. You manage your signal by building rituals that catch the low before it spreads, cut the static before it becomes confusion, anchor the high before it's forgotten. Let's build your awareness routine now. Each day, scan yourself using this template. 1. Emotion, what am I feeling? 2. Thought, what narrative is repeating? 3. Action, what behavior am I about to take? 4. Match, which signal is this coming from? Low, static, or high? 5. Choice, do I want to stay in it or change it? Repeat this daily. You'll become shockingly good at signal literacy. And with literacy comes power. You'll know which version of you is active. You'll choose your actions with frequency awareness. And you'll stop calling emotional chaos reality. You'll call it what it is, a signal you can change. Now, with this awareness locked in, you're ready to go even further. You've identified the broadcast. You've sorted the frequency. Now it's time to meet the version of you who's already living the life you want. Not in theory, not in imagination. We're going to show you how to interact with that parallel self in real time and bring their wisdom into this timeline. They've been waiting. Let's bring them in. We've sorted the signals. Now it's time to meet your alternate selves, already living the life you want. You'll learn to recognize and connect to them. Starting today, you now know how to recognize whether the frequency you're tuned into is low, confused, or clear. You've gained the ability to scan your own emotional tone, mental loop, body state, and action tendency, and identify the type of signal driving each one. Now we go a layer deeper, because up until now, we've been speaking of your future self, higher self, or the aligned version of you as conceptual. Useful, yes, but still theoretical. Today, that changes. It's time to show you what's really happening when you feel drawn to a new way of life, when your desires sharpen, when your clarity suddenly increases. You're not creating possibilities. You're not guessing. You are intercepting the broadcast of another version of yourself who already lives it. Parallel self. Not imagined. Not symbolic. Real. And they're not hiding in some unreachable realm. They are operating within the infinite identity grid, a multidimensional web of all the versions of you that ever could have existed, can exist, and already do exist in concurrent timelines. Let's be clear. Alternate selves are not other people. They are you, living out different decisions, different responses, different frequencies. The version of you who said yes instead of no. The version who moved instead of stayed. The version who healed instead of repeating. The version who embodied instead of hesitated. Every fork in your emotional, mental, and behavioral path spawned a divergence. And every divergence continues to play out as its own timeline. These timelines aren't metaphors. They're transmissions. Every version of you is broadcasting a frequency, and your current identity is simply the result of which broadcast you're receiving and reinforcing the most. Now here's the leap. The more often you receive signals from an elevated version of yourself, and act in harmony with that signal, the more you begin to merge with them. Not as imagination, as embodiment. You shift from glimpsing who you could be, to becoming who you already are in that reality. And this changes how you view goals, growth, healing, or transformation, because you're not chasing something new. You're aligning with something already present, already lived, already available. This is the concept most manifestation teachings overlook. You're not inventing success, love, clarity, or fulfillment. You're accessing a version of you who already has it, and letting that signal take over. So how do you begin to identify these alternate selves? Start with emotion. Whenever you feel a sudden emotional uplift, insight, clarity, or calling, it's not just a good mood. It's contact. It's the moment your current frequency matches enough of a higher version signal for data to transfer. You think, I just got inspired. But in truth, you just intercepted a self already living that idea. Your system briefly touched their timeline. And if you act from that frequency, you extend the duration of that contact. But if you doubt it, delay it, or dismiss it, the signal fades, and the timeline drifts out of reach. This is why speed matters. Not hustle. Fidelity. When the signal comes through, act fast. Speak the idea. Write the message. Change your posture. Shift the tone. Say yes. Say no. Move something immediately, because every behavior you take in response to that contact either stabilizes or severs it. This is how you consciously merge with an alternate self, one micro-interception at a time. Now let's get precise. Here's a 3-part framework for connecting with your alternate selves. 1. Sensory matching. Every self lives in a sensory world. They have a distinct energetic signature that your body can feel. Ask yourself, what does this version of me smell like, wear, touch, hear daily? What music aligns with their rhythm? What environment do they operate in? This isn't fantasy, it's resonance mapping. Your system is sensitive enough to recognize the energetic texture of a self you've never met, because they are you. You'll feel it as a pull, a sense of, this feels right, even if I've never lived it before. Honor that. Match their sensory inputs. Play their soundtrack. Change your lighting. Rearrange your space. Start dressing in alignment. These are not superficial changes. They are frequency locks. 2. Emotional calibration. Ask, what emotions does this version of me carry by default? Could be calmness, magnetic certainty, quiet confidence, playful curiosity, absolute faith. Then ask, where in my body can I feel that emotion now? Even in trace amounts. Find it, amplify it, let it expand. This emotional mimicry becomes a frequency bridge. And the longer you hold it, the stronger the signal of that alternate self becomes. You're not pretending. You're receiving and amplifying. 3. Behavioral emulation. This is the most direct. Ask, if this version of me were in my exact circumstances, what would they do in the next 60 minutes? Then do it. Not a version of it. Not a safer version. The exact action. Behavior is the fastest merger point between you and another self. It's how you step into their stream. And the more often you behave like them, the more fully their frequency overwrites yours. This is how timelines collapse. By behavior, not belief. You may now be wondering, how many alternate selves are available? Countless. But in practice, only a few are close enough in frequency to be accessible at any given moment. You don't need to reach for the highest imaginable self right away. You start by tuning into the version of you just ahead. The one you can almost feel. The one whose presence would immediately improve your relationships, choices, emotions, and clarity. That's your current access point. And once you stabilize in that self, another appears. Always one step ahead. Always calling you forward. This keeps the evolution sustainable, non-fragmented, and real. Let's also get brutally honest. Sometimes you're intercepting a self who's living your worst-case scenario. That version of you who gave up, who stayed small, who chose the easy lie instead of the difficult truth, who avoided the work, who built a life on fear and called it responsibility. They're transmitting too. And if you feel pulled into apathy, panic, burnout, or shame, you've temporarily synced with that signal. Don't fear it. Don't resist it. Name it. See the broadcast for what it is. A cautionary echo from a path you haven't chosen but could, if you're not conscious. Then shift. Shift with decisiveness. Shift with breath. Shift with a micro-move toward the self you want to become. This is why frequency awareness is the ultimate power. It gives you the ability to choose who you are moment to moment. And when you understand that alternate selves are always transmitting, you stop feeling stuck. Because stuck isn't real. Stuck is just a frequency you've refused to switch out of. Now let's integrate. You've just learned. Your desires are transmissions. Your emotions are location markers. Your behaviors are votecasters. Your alternate selves are broadcasting 24/7. Your job is to intercept, identify, and merge. And now you're ready for the next layer of precision. Because tuning into your higher self isn't enough if your frequency doesn't match theirs. Now you will learn why fake it till you make it doesn't work, and why you can't just think like your future self, you must emotionally match their signal. You'll discover why energy speaks louder than words, why fake positivity doesn't move timelines, and how to begin resonating instead of pretending. Let's make your signal match the message. Meeting your higher self is one thing, matching their signal is another. You'll now uncover why affirmations and positivity don't work without emotional resonance. You've made contact. You've felt the presence of another version of you, clearer, freer, more powerful. You've learned to detect their broadcast, name their behavior, and even act in alignment with their energy. But contact alone is not enough. You can meet the highest version of yourself every morning in a visualization, and still end the day making decisions from your smallest self. Why? Because alignment doesn't happen through thought. It happens through frequency matching. This chapter ends the illusion of surface-level self-work. It ends the myth that you can fake your way into a new life by repeating mantras, smiling through tension, or forcing confidence. None of that is resonance. That's performance. And frequency doesn't respond to performance. It responds to signal. Real, grounded, embodied signal. So let's get to the truth. You cannot attract what you're not willing to become a frequency match for. Not intellectually. Not symbolically. Emotionally. Your timeline doesn't shift because you say the right words. It shifts when the energy behind your words matches the broadcast of the self you're trying to receive. Until that happens, no amount of journaling, vision boarding, or good vibes will move you. Because the universe, this frequency matrix, doesn't respond to intention. It responds to resonance. So now your goal is clear. Match the emotional signature of the version of you who already lives the outcome you want. That's when things start moving. That's when you stop pushing and start receiving. Let's be real. This is where most people get stuck. They say the affirmation. They write the goal. They visualize the lifestyle. But they do it while feeling anxious, disconnected, or unworthy. So instead of tuning to the new reality, they amplify the old one. Because frequency isn't determined by what you want. It's determined by what you are. Let's explore exactly how this mismatch plays out. The illusion of positive thinking. You've been taught that positive thoughts create positive outcomes. But thoughts are surface-level signal expressions. They're only effective when the underlying frequency aligns. Think of thoughts as the words spoken into a microphone. If the mic is connected to a broken amp, it doesn't matter what you say, the distortion will still come through. That's what happens when you repeat a high-vibe thought from a low-vibe emotional state. For example, you say, "I am abundant," but your body is tight. Your stomach is in knots. You're afraid to check your bank account. That affirmation doesn't broadcast abundance. It broadcasts fear pretending to be faith. And that's the frequency the grid picks up. This is why it feels like things don't work, even when you're saying and doing all the right things. It's not about action or language. It's about coherence. Emotional magnetic coherence. Why you can't bypass emotion. You must feel the truth of the new timeline in your nervous system before it becomes stable in your reality. That doesn't mean pretending to feel good. It means becoming willing to generate the emotional signature of your future before anything changes externally. This takes practice, takes stillness, takes honesty, and most importantly, it takes discomfort tolerance. Because to match a new frequency, you must leave the comfort of your old one. That means feeling faith when the evidence says doubt, choosing expansion when fear is louder, leaning into calm when the old self screams, "Control." This isn't fake. It's deliberate. You're not faking happiness. You're generating the signature of the self who no longer needs to chase it. There's a difference, a massive one, the emotional resonance protocol. Let's now give you a process for matching frequency accurately, without fluff or self-delusion. Step 1. Choose the target self. Identify the version of you want to match today. Be specific. Example, the one who trusts money will show up. The one who speaks truth without apologizing. The one who leads calmly and magnetically. The one who feels safe being seen. Step 2. Extract their emotional code. Ask, what is the dominant emotional tone of this self? Is it serenity, confidence, openness, freedom? Choose one word. Name it. Step 3. Scan your current state. Feel into your body. Are you close to this emotion? Far from it? Somewhere in between? No judgment. Just notice. Step 4. Close the gap with embodiment. Shift your posture. Adjust your breath. Access a memory where that emotion lived. Bring the feeling back. Let it grow inside you, even if only slightly. You don't need to go from fear to ecstasy. You only need to lean in. If the version of you feels a 9 out of 10 confidence and you're at a 4, move to 5. Then 6. Matching is not perfection. It's movement toward. Step 5. Act from the signal. Take one action, even small, from that emotion. That could be sending a message, standing differently, saying yes or no, making a bold request, walking into a room with new presence. The action stabilizes the frequency. It confirms to your nervous system, this is who we are now. And with each repetition, the frequency becomes easier to hold. That's alignment. Why pretending backfires? Let's address the fake it till you make it trap. When people fake confidence, worthiness, or joy without emotional truth behind it, the system knows. Your subconscious doesn't respond to words. It responds to felt vibration. And if your felt state says, I'm lying, then no matter what your mind projects, your field is jamming the signal. This is why people burn out trying to be positive. Because they're trying to broadcast a signal that isn't rooted in their nervous system. So it short circuits, and they spiral. Instead of faking, start smaller. Access the closest authentic frequency available to you right now. If confidence is too far, reach for grounded. If power is unreachable, reach for clarity. If joy feels fake, reach for relief. Match what's honestly reachable and stretch from there. This builds emotional integrity. And from there, all power flows. Coherence is the new manifestation hack. The new paradigm isn't about repeating desires over and over. It's about reaching coherence. That means thought matches feeling. Feeling matches action. Action matches identity. Identity matches the version of you who's already living it. When all of these align, you're broadcasting a pure signal. And the field responds fast. This is why sometimes your life changes in days after a shift. And other times, nothing moves for months. It's not the size of your goal. It's the purity of your signal. High-frequency timelines are delicate. They only link to coherent systems. So if your system is misaligned, your reception cuts out. And this is why your emotional work becomes non-negotiable. You don't do inner work to fix yourself. You do it to clear the emotional weight that jams the signal of your next self. Building a frequency matching habit. Here's how to train this as a lifestyle, not a one-time event. Morning match. Each morning, ask, what version of me do I want to match today? Anchor it with posture, breath, and emotion. Take one action before 10 a.m. that confirms the match. Midday realignment. Set a timer. Check. Am I still emotionally aligned with the self I chose this morning? If not, pause, reset posture, change music, shift breath. Evening audit. Reflect. Which self led today? Did I match them? Or default to another broadcast? Celebrate every moment you held the match, even briefly. This isn't about perfection. It's about consistency of resonance. And as you refine this muscle, you'll notice conversations change. People respond to you differently. Decisions feel effortless. Serendipity increases. Resistance weakens. because now you're not just accessing your higher self. You're becoming compatible with them. And compatibility is the final threshold before timeline shift. Now you're ready to move, because you've practiced matching the emotion. You've begun acting from the signal. It's time to fully shift timelines with a precise, 3-step protocol that bridges the gap between you and the life you've been receiving glimpses of. Next, you will walk through that process step by step, not as an idea, but as an activation sequence that allows the new timeline to lock in. You're ready to shift. Here's your clear, simple method to retune your being and begin intercepting broadcasts from the you who already has it all. You've done the preparation. You've learned how to scan your emotional field and detect what kind of signal you're receiving. You've met the alternate selves who are already living the life you once thought of as distant. You've practiced matching their emotional frequency and learned why positive thinking isn't enough. Now the system is primed. The question is no longer, how do I change my life? The question becomes, how do I stabilize my alignment with the version of me who already has it? This chapter gives you the toolset, not a scattered set of hacks, not wishful thinking, a clear, 3-step retuning protocol that lets you shift timelines with intention, precision, and repeatability. Because once you understand that every moment is an invitation to shift frequencies, you no longer beg for results. You transmit differently, and the field adjusts. This protocol isn't spiritual fluff. It's frequency mechanics. Let's walk through it step by step. Step 1. Identify the source signal. Every shift starts with clarity. Before you change anything in your external world, you must know which version of you you're trying to receive. Not vaguely, not the better me, not the happier me. You need to lock in a target transmission. Ask, who is the version of me that already lives the thing I want? What do they feel like, think like, move like, respond like? What emotion do they live inside as their baseline reality? And then, most importantly, can I describe them in one emotionally vivid sentence? For example, they are quietly certain with no need to prove. They trust momentum without forcing speed. They hold power calmly, not with tension, but stillness. They radiate clarity and let people adjust around them. This is not storytelling. This is target acquisition. You are naming the energetic field you're about to tune into. The clearer the description, the cleaner the interception. Because without a defined source signal, your retuning becomes unstable. You might feel better, but it won't hold. It will fade by afternoon. Why? Because the emotional code wasn't anchored. So, before doing anything else, write it down. One sentence. Emotionally alive. Specific to how the self moves through life. Not they're successful, but they know that success follows their internal state, not their schedule, and so they breathe with ease, even when the inbox is full. That's a signal you can tune into. Once the source signal is identified, we shift into emotional resonance. Step 2. Generate the frequency internally. This is where 90% of people skip. They name the outcome they want, but they don't tune their body into the emotional state of the version who already has it. You've learned this already. The timeline cannot hold unless the frequency matches. And frequency isn't a thought. It's a nervous system state. So now you must generate the emotion that your chosen self lives in right here in this body before anything changes externally. The good news? You don't need to fake it. You don't need to feel it perfectly. You just need to become available to it. Here's how. Sit still. Breathe into your belly. Relax the face, jaw, and shoulders. Let the chest stay soft. Bring to mind the exact sentence you wrote about your chosen self. Whisper it internally like a mantra, not with force, but familiarity. As you do, begin to ask, where in my body do I feel even 5% of that emotion? What would it feel like to turn it up by 1 notch? What if this wasn't imagination, but signal reception? You'll start to notice a shift. Maybe it's subtle, a loosening in your spine. Maybe it's strong, a surge of calm or expansion in your chest. Maybe it's quiet, a tingling in your hands, a slowing of your thoughts. Whatever shows up, allow it. That's the frequency beginning to merge. Now maintain it for 90 seconds. That's the minimum time your nervous system needs to begin believing this state as real. Then move to 3 minutes. Then 5. You are not visualizing. You are broadcast matching. Your system is now syncing with a new identity signal, one that already exists in the grid. And that's when you lock in the protocol's final step. Step 3. Behave as the broadcast. Now that the frequency is in your system, even subtly, it must be confirmed through action. This is where most people lose the shift. They feel better for a moment, but they act from the same behavior loop. And the nervous system says, "Oh, we're still the old self. That other signal must have been a fluke." To prevent that collapse, you move. Not frantically, not dramatically, but deliberately. You ask, what would this version of me do right now? What would they say or not say in this meeting? What would they prioritize today? How would they walk across this room? What would they let go of instantly without explanation? Then do that, even if it feels slightly unnatural, even if it's inconvenient, even if no one else understands. Why? Because this is the moment the timeline forks. This is when your behavior transmits confirmation to the field. I am now receiving and obeying a different signal. I'm no longer looping the previous frequency. The external world doesn't have to respond immediately, but the field will recognize the change and begin reorganizing your environment to reflect the new input. And if you repeat this consistently, that's how you stabilize a new timeline. It's not magic. It's mechanics. And it looks like this in real life. You feel fear. You recall the emotionally defined self you want to match. You generate 10% of their emotional field in your body. You make one micro-decision from their perspective. The loop breaks. A new signal takes root. You repeat. The shift holds. Reality bends. The protocol in practice. Summarized. Let's consolidate everything into a single usable sequence. Step 1. Identify the source signal. Write a one-sentence description of the version of you whose reality you want to receive. Make it emotionally alive, clear, and behavior-specific. Step 2. Generate the frequency. Enter stillness. Breathe and relax the nervous system. Speak the sentence inwardly. Feel into the emotion of that self. Hold it for 3 to 5 minutes. Step 3. Behave as the broadcast. Choose one immediate micro-action that confirms the signal. Do it without delay. Let the action be the evidence. Repeat this process daily, not to become someone else, but to consistently intercept and stabilize the self that is already broadcasting the life you say you want. What you'll notice after implementation. Once this protocol becomes consistent, your life begins to reflect the change in unmistakable ways. People speak to you differently. Opportunities show up with less resistance. Internal conflict begins to soften. Patterns that once felt sticky lose their grip. Clarity arrives more quickly. Your body starts to feel like it belongs to someone freer, stronger, more peaceful. These are not random. They are echoes of a new identity signal being received by reality. This is also when synchronicity speeds up. Because now the timeline isn't a fantasy. It's active. And the more feedback you receive from the environment, the easier it becomes to trust the new signal. The loop reinforces itself. Frequency becomes habit. Habit becomes identity. Identity becomes inevitability. This is not hope. This is tuning. You are always retuning. Now you're doing it on purpose. Every choice you make in your day is a vote. Not just for preference, for which self-signal you are stabilizing. This is happening constantly. You were retuning before you knew it. Every shift in posture, breath, tone, or emotion, every repetition of a thought, was slowly nudging you closer to one version of yourself or another. Now you have a method. Now you can take control. You are no longer waiting for clarity. You are creating it through broadcast alignment. And once this becomes your standard, you stop chasing the future. You realize the self you thought was someday is just one clean signal away. Let's go even deeper. Now that you've received the retuning method, we're going to put it into action with a short yet potent guided interception exercise. One you can repeat again and again to feel the timeline shift in real time. It's fast, it's physical, and it works. You're about to experience what it feels like to feel yourself become the other you. Time to put it into action. You'll now follow a guided interception exercise that lets you instantly experience another version of you in real time. This is it. You've learned the framework. You've mapped the field. You've understood the mechanics of frequency. You've prepared your system. Now it's time to apply viscerally, fully, physically. This chapter is not theory. It's a 7-minute protocol that initiates real-time contact with a version of you living your desired frequency right now. Not metaphorically, literally through interception. You are about to experience what it feels like to temporarily shift your emotional, mental, and energetic signature into another timeline. One already broadcasting, one already alive. And when it happens, even for a moment, your nervous system begins to accept that self as real, which means it no longer treats that timeline as fantasy. It starts to allow it. And that's when reality starts to shape itself around the new input. Let's prepare. Before you begin, find a quiet space. No distractions. Sit or stand with a tall, neutral spine. Remove all tension from your face, shoulders, hands. Close your eyes if you can. Breathe low and slow into your belly. We begin now. Minute 1. System reset. Your breath is slow. Inhale for 4 counts. Hold for 4. Exhale for 6. Again. Inhale for hold, exhale 6. Now, drop your awareness into the center of your chest. Let everything above the neck go quiet. Feel your body becoming neutral. No agenda. No pushing. Just space. One more breath. Inhale. Hold, exhale. You're becoming receptive. Your body is now the receiver. Your field is now open. Let's find the signal. Minute 2. Locate the alternate self. Ask yourself this silently. Which version of me is trying to reach me right now? Don't guess. Just feel. Let an image arise. A posture, a sensation, a presence. This version of you isn't a fantasy. They exist. They are transmitting. Feel them begin to take shape. What is the emotional tone they live in? Is it calm, powerful, grounded, playful, expansive? Name it internally. Now, ask yourself, where in my body do I already feel even 1% of that? Let your awareness settle there. That's the signal starting to come through. Minute 3. Amplify the signal. Place your physical hand over the spot where you felt the signal. Maybe it's your chest, your belly, your throat. Wherever it is, place your hand there now. Inhale into that spot. With each breath, imagine that frequency, that emotional tone, getting louder, brighter, clearer. You are not pretending. You are receiving. That self is feeding you data. And your job is to become available. Keep breathing. Each inhale, receive more of their signal. Each exhale, release old interference. Your spine straightens. Your face softens. Your jaw loosens. You are sinking. Minute 4. Step into their energy field. Now silently ask, let me feel how you move. Imagine stepping into their skin. Same room, same body, but with their signal active. Let your posture adjust. How do they sit? How do they breathe? How do they exist? Don't think. Feel it. This is you in an alternate broadcast. You are experiencing their frequency signature. It's not fiction. It's interception. Stay with it. Let it take over. Minute 5. Let them speak. Now let this version of you speak one sentence. Just one. Let it rise naturally. You don't decide what to say. You receive it. Let it come through. And once it does, say it out loud or silently, but with full presence. Examples might sound like, we're done pretending to be small. Everything is already on the way. We move without overthinking now. This is who I've always been. There's nothing left to fix. Whatever comes, accept it. Don't argue with it. That's the signal speaking. That's your alternate self broadcasting truth into your field. Let it echo. Minute 6. Merge with the signal. Now deepen. Ask internally, what's the one habit or action this version of me lives by that I've been resisting? Let it rise. Could be bold truth-telling. You could be walking away from the wrong energy. Could be claiming time, power, space. Whatever you receive, say yes to it with your body. Nod, shift, stand, move, anchor. This is the physical merge. You are no longer channeling them. You are becoming them in this timeline right now. Your breath confirms it. Your spine confirms it. Your next action will confirm it. Minute 7. Lock the broadcast. Open your eyes. Look around the room as this new self. Let the familiar environment feel slightly different because you are now different. Ask internally, what's one thing I will do today that confirms I've received this signal? Let it be real. Let it be immediate. Let it have emotional weight. Now do one small physical gesture right now to lock it in. Maybe it's clenching your fist. Maybe it's standing up. Maybe it's whispering the self-sentence again. Whatever it is, make it real. And let that be your new point of origin. You are now broadcasting, not trying, not waiting, not hoping. You are tuned. Debrief. What just happened? This wasn't visualization. It wasn't wishful thinking. This was signal interception. You located a real version of yourself, matched their frequency in your body, merged with their presence, and let your nervous system feel what it's like to be them, not someday but right now. And even if it only held for a minute, that minute created a micro-timeline shift, because you are now calibrated differently, and the field responds to calibration. Repeat this practice daily, or anytime you feel your signal slipping. It's not about length, it's about clarity. And with each repetition, the interception lasts longer. The shift locks in faster. Reality catches up quicker. Eventually, you won't need to access this self. You'll be living as them. You've now experienced the transmission, and that experience was not symbolic. It was energetic, biological, real. And now the question becomes, how do you know it's working? How do you recognize when a timeline has actually shifted? It's not always dramatic. Sometimes it's quiet, but the signs are there. Let's now decode the feedback loop, the way reality mirrors back the signal you've just activated, so you know with certainty, the shift is real. The self is present. The change is done. Chapter 18. Feedback loop. How reality confirms you've shifted frequencies. Hook. After your exercise, what signs should you look for? Let's decode how life mirrors your new alignment and what synchronicities really are. After your exercise, what signs should you look for? Let's decode how life mirrors your new alignment and what synchronicities really are. You've felt the shift. You've completed the interception. You've stepped into the signal of your alternate self. You've changed your breath, posture, emotions, and possibly your decisions in real time. Now you enter a sacred window, the moment where everything seems the same, but something is undeniably different. This is the zone where the mind starts asking, was that real? Did anything actually happen? Am I just imagining all of this? That doubt is not a mistake. It's part of the system. It's the old frequency trying to survive by pulling you back into signal inertia. And if you listen to it long enough, the shift collapses. But if you understand what to look for, you gain proof. Not in the form of lightning bolts or fireworks, but in the subtle reconfiguration of the world around you. Because when you shift frequencies, reality has no choice but to shift in response. That response is what we now explore. It's called the feedback loop. And once you know how to read it, your faith will never rely on hope again. It will be built on evidence. The law of echo, reality follows frequency. Let's begin with this premise. Your external life is an echo, playback, a delayed mirror of your dominant broadcast. This echo is not punishment. It's not a test. It's simply a reflection. You shift inwardly and the universe replies. Not always immediately, not always dramatically, but always. The question is, are you tuned enough to notice the reply? Because the reply comes in the form of microsignals. These are subtle confirmations that your new identity has begun to alter the timeline you live on. And the more attention you give them, the faster they compound. We're going to show you exactly what to watch for. These are your new markers of alignment. 1. Synchronicity, Not magic, just math. Synchronicity is often misunderstood. People think it's a magical coincidence. It's not. It's a perfectly timed overlay of your internal frequency with external cues. A mathematical reflection, not a metaphysical gift. Here's how to detect it. Someone brings up exactly what you were thinking. You overhear a sentence that answers a question you didn't voice. You see repeating numbers or symbols in clusters. A book, link, video, or person appears exactly when you needed clarity. A delay or cancellation leads to something better, instantly. These are not accidents. They are data confirmations. Each one is a ping. Broadcast received. Adjustment in progress. Don't ignore them. Name them. Log them. Train your system to see them not as luck, but as proof. 2. Subtle emotional shifts. After you shift timelines, you may not feel euphoric. Instead, you may feel a strange peace, even when things are unfinished. A quiet confidence that doesn't need a reason. A soft detachment from the problems that once gripped you. An unexpected burst of clarity, humor, or grace. This is the new frequency beginning to override your default pattern. And it's delicate. Most people miss this because they're waiting for drama. They're expecting a breakthrough to feel explosive. But high-frequency identity shifts are subtle by design. They feel realer than excitement because they're grounded. Pay attention to these signs. You stop checking for outcomes. You feel calm in situations that used to cause panic. You say no without needing to justify it. You realize hours have passed without overthinking. You feel relieved to not chase what you thought you needed. These aren't mood swings. They're timeline stabilization indicators. 3. Unexpected resistance. Yes, resistance can be a confirmation. Why? Because when you shift into a new frequency, the elements of your old world that no longer match will start to push back. Not as punishment, but as signal sorting. Here's what that looks like. People begin projecting discomfort, confusion, or defensiveness. Circumstances try to pull you into old patterns. Old temptations resurface suddenly, not subtly but boldly. Your mind gets louder, trying to reassert control. Most people interpret this as things getting worse. But now you'll see it for what it is, the system testing for consistency. It's not asking, "Are you ready?" It's asking, "Are you tuned enough to hold?" Your job is not to fight the resistance. It's to stand still inside the new signal. When you don't flinch, it stops. And the new frequency takes over. 4. Small wins appear instantly. You'll start noticing quick, simple wins that reflect the new signal. Someone responds to a message faster than usual. You get a compliment on your energy. An idea flows without effort. A solution to a long-standing problem appears. An opportunity arrives that fits the version of you just stepped into. These aren't signs in the mystical sense. They're micro-validations. They tell you, yes, you're tuned. Keep going. And as they accumulate, your nervous system begins to trust the new identity. It stops looking for the past. It stops panicking. And it starts normalizing expansion. That's when you start living from the shift, not just aiming toward it. 5. Your environment reacts differently. Here's a subtle but powerful one. When your frequency changes, the people, places, and systems around you change their response. They can't help it. You may notice, people make eye contact with you more often. You're spoken to with more respect. Conflict diffuses quicker. Conversations deepen. Invitations change. Responses to your presence sharpen. You didn't do anything. You just broadcasted differently. And the environment is adjusting. This is not psychological. It's electromagnetic. Your field is carrying new data, and every person's system is reacting in kind. You'll start to see how your inner signal is the invisible script everyone's responding to. When that clicks, you stop chasing validation. You start managing your field. Because now you see, reality bends to frequency. The new model of proof. Inner world first. You were taught to use results as the proof of change. But results are delayed. By the time they show up, the frequency has already shifted days or weeks earlier. Now you'll invert that equation. You'll begin to treat internal feedback as your primary measurement. How clear do I feel? How clean is my energy? How fast do I recover from noise? How aligned do my actions feel? How magnetic are my conversations? When your inner world starts scoring higher than your outer, that's when external shifts arrive faster. Because your frequency is now the cause, not the effect. Build a feedback loop tracker. To make this process tangible, start tracking your feedback loops. Every day, log. Emotional clarity rating 1 to 10. How aligned did I feel with the self I'm tuning into? Synchronicities noticed. What external signals matched my internal broadcast? Unexpected wins or resistance? What came through as confirmation or sorting? Behavior shifts. What did I do differently today that aligned with the new frequency? Environmental echoes. What changed in how others or life responded to me? You're not doing this for journaling's sake. You're doing it to train your signal sensitivity. Over time, this builds confidence. Not from logic, from lived alignment. Final truth. Feedback isn't permission. It's confirmation. Let's end this chapter with a clear rule. You don't wait for feedback to believe the shift is real. You notice feedback to confirm what you already know internally. If you wait for signs before you stabilize, you're still in the old identity. But if you stabilize regardless, the signs appear as a natural consequence. That's maturity. That's trust. That's power. You've now crossed the line between casual belief and energetic command. You're tuned. You're receiving. And now you're ready to move into the next necessary layer. You've touched the light. You've begun the integration. But now, you must face what's still transmitting beneath your conscious awareness. The unresolved signals. The unhealed identities. The alternate selves still broadcasting pain, lack, or fear. Because unless you address them, they'll hijack your frequency and drag you back into the old timeline. Next, we go into the shadows and confront the signals you didn't know you were receiving. Now that you've touched the light, it's time to explore the dark. Some versions of you are broadcasting pain, and you're tuning in unconsciously. Let's fix that. You've touched the frequencies of your highest timelines. You've practiced tuning in. You've begun to see reality respond. The feedback loop is active. And now we turn towards something far more subtle, but no less powerful. Because while you're intercepting higher timelines consciously, there's a very real chance you're also receiving unwanted broadcasts from older versions of yourself you've tried to outgrow, but never fully faced. This is what we call the shadow signal. It's not evil. It's not negative energy sent by someone else. It's not punishment. It's your own unresolved frequency still running in the background. And until you bring it to light, it will keep influencing your behavior, emotions, relationships, and outcomes. So let's tell the truth. Every version of you who experienced shame, rejection, abandonment, disappointment, betrayal, guilt, or grief still exists in the multidimensional grid. And unless their signals are acknowledged and integrated, they continue to broadcast pain-based frequencies from your subconscious, influencing your alignment without your consent. This is why you can know exactly what you want, tune in to your higher self, take aligned action, and still feel like something invisible is pulling you backwards. Because it is. It's the shadow signal. It's the version of you that says, it's not safe to be seen. They always leave. You'll mess it up again. Don't get too excited. Stay small and they won't attack. You don't want to believe these anymore, but you're still tuned to their broadcast emotionally, unconsciously, physically. This chapter gives you a method to change that. Not by killing the shadow, not by rejecting it, but by doing what no one taught you to do. Intercept the shadow signal, hear its message, and consciously dissolve the frequency without becoming it. What the shadow signal actually is. Let's get clear. The shadow signal is a frequency loop created by a version of you that experienced emotional overload without resolution. That could be a breakup you never fully processed, a betrayal you moved on from but didn't integrate, a failure that still whispers, maybe you peaked, a childhood moment where you decided you weren't enough, a parent's voice that became your inner critic, a risk you took that collapsed, and scarred your ambition. Those events don't just live in your memory. They create alternate selves, versions of you frozen in trauma logic. And they continue to broadcast. The message is always the same: protect me. Don't let that happen again. But protection often equals contraction. So what looks like procrastination is actually energetic shielding. What feels like low motivation is often emotional lockdown. What you call self-sabotage is really shadow alignment. That's what we're about to shift. 3 ways to recognize you're tuned to a shadow broadcast. Emotional disproportion. If your current situation triggers way more emotion than it should, you're not reacting to the present, you're reacting to a past frequency. That's a shadow signal flaring up. Example: you get criticized in a meeting. You shut down emotionally. Your heart races. You can't speak. It's not about that meeting. It's about a shadow self who still believes that being criticized equals being abandoned. Inconsistent confidence. You're clear one day, panicked the next. You feel magnetic one moment, numb the next. This oscillation is usually a battle between your current self signal and a hidden broadcast from a self you haven't resolved. It creates internal frequency conflict, which scrambles your field. Chronically repeating loops. If the same type of relationship, financial situation, opportunity, or conflict keeps reappearing, that's not a coincidence. It's a resonance pattern. Something in your system is still matching the broadcast of an old self who expects, and therefore receives, the same outcome again and again. How to intercept a shadow self without rebecoming it. The biggest mistake people make when trying to heal old wounds is this: they fully step back into the pain without a tool to separate from it. You don't need to relive trauma. You need to observe the version of you who's still stuck inside it and choose differently. That's interception, not re-traumatization. Here's the method: the 4-step shadow signal interception process. Step 1. Name the loop. Identify a behavior, reaction, or fear that keeps resurfacing. Ask, what part of me still believes this pain is truth? When did I first feel this way? What decision did I make about myself back then? This names the shadow self. Don't dramatize it. Just recognize the signal. Step 2. Separate identity from frequency. Say out loud or silently, this is not me. This is a version of me that froze in time. They are broadcasting from survival, and I am receiving it. But I don't have to obey it anymore. This severs the unconscious loyalty to the broadcast. It lets you witness it without merging with it. Step 3. Offer updated data. The shadow self is stuck because it doesn't know you've changed. It doesn't know the tools you've built, the boundaries you've learned, the self-awareness you've earned. So give it the data. Speak to that self like a protective older sibling would. You're not alone anymore. You're safe. I see what happened, but we're not there now. You're not crazy, you were just young. You don't have to hide anymore. I've got you. They were wrong. You don't need to carry their shame. You're allowed to open again. It's safe to feel. This isn't therapy. It's frequency reparenting. You're not fixing the shadow self. You're updating its emotional software so it can stop broadcasting fear. Step 4. Replace the signal through behavior. Now comes the final step, the lock-in. Ask, what action would prove to this shadow self that I'm living in a different timeline now? It doesn't have to be big. Just opposite. If the shadow self avoids intimacy, send a message. If it avoids risk, apply, pitch, ask. If it hides, speak. The behavior is the final code that says, that's not my signal anymore. And with that, the shadow broadcast begins to fade. Not overnight, but steadily. You don't kill it. You outsignal it. Repetition, the final form of shadow healing. Shadow work isn't a single breakthrough. It's ongoing frequency hygiene. Because even when you shift, your system will occasionally drift. That's normal. The key is to catch the shadow broadcast early. Interrupt it with clarity. Offer updated data. Behave from the aligned self, not the wounded one. Do this consistently and the signal weakens. And one day, what once triggered shame, paralysis, or retreat will feel irrelevant. Not because you forgot, but because your system no longer matches that timeline. That's healing. Your shadows were never your enemy. Let's end with a reframing that matters. Your shadow signals were not sabotage. They were protective distortions. They weren't trying to hurt you. They were trying to help, based on outdated information. Now you have the tools to update that information, to bring those selves into the light, not to punish or avoid them, but to free them, and yourself. You've done that now. And what happens when you stop obeying fear broadcasts? You gain full control of which timeline you lock into. Now that you've cleared the noise, you're ready to explore one of the strangest, most misunderstood phenomena of timeline reality. When two or more versions of you begin bleeding through at once, and you feel emotionally split, confused, or pulled in opposing directions, we're about to break that phenomenon down and teach you how to choose, stabilize, and collapse all that chaos into one clear path forward. Ever feel conflicted or pulled in opposite directions? You might be intercepting two competing broadcasts. Here's how to choose the one that aligns. You've learned how to identify and dissolve the signals of past, unhealed selves. You've begun to experience clarity, lightness, alignment. You've stepped into new frequencies and intercepted versions of you who are already living what you desire. But then something strange happens. You wake up one morning feeling fully empowered, ready to act from a higher timeline. By midday, that certainty feels cloudy. Later that night, you feel uncertain, restless, even stuck. It's not sabotage. It's not failure. It's something else entirely. You are experiencing timeline bleed-through. This is when two or more versions of you, from different frequencies, begin to transmit at the same time. And your system can't tell which one to obey. The result? Emotional crossfire, conflicting urges, mental fog, physical anxiety, energetic pressure with no clear outlet. This is one of the most disorienting but common experiences as you begin actively shifting timelines. The good news? It's not a flaw. It's a sign of frequency expansion. It means you're close to a decision point, and that decision, once made, collapses the confusion. This chapter shows you how. What timeline bleed-through feels like. Before we decode how to handle it, let's name the symptoms. You are likely in bleed-through when you feel pulled in two directions about a major decision. Confident one minute, deeply doubtful the next. Like you're watching two versions of you try to live in the same day. Sudden rushes of memory, nostalgia, fear, or desire, without external triggers. Difficulty taking action, even though you know what you want. Emotional intensity with no story attached. Unexplainable fatigue after making what should be small choices. This isn't your body being broken. This is your reception system overloaded with multiple signals from different versions of yourself. Think of it like two radio stations playing in your ears at once. Until you consciously choose which one to tune into, the interference grows louder. So let's clarify something essential. You don't resolve timeline interference by thinking harder. You resolve it by choosing a dominant signal and tuning to it with your full system. But to do that, you must first understand which versions of you are competing for control. Why multiple selves start competing. As you've learned, every decision you make splits reality into timelines. And every timeline births a version of you who carries out the consequences of that choice. So every time you almost committed to a goal, almost left a job, almost told the truth, almost risked everything, almost walked away, almost stepped in, a version of you followed through, and that version exists, and some of them have momentum. As you begin tuning in to different frequencies, some of these alternate selves start to notice you, and you start to notice them. That's when it begins. The urge to stay where it's safe versus the pull to leap. The voice that says, be bold, versus the whisper that says, slow down. The part of you that's ready to build something versus the part still attached to being free. The self who trusts people versus the one who keeps everyone at arm's length. It's not just a mental battle. It's energetic. These versions are all broadcasting from your grid, and they all want dominance. That's bleed-through. You can't follow two timelines at once. Let's make this brutally clear. You cannot obey both signals and expect clarity. You can learn from both. You can feel into both. But you must choose one to embody in the now. Otherwise, you remain in a purgatory of mixed frequencies, and reality mirrors back the confusion. It shows up as missed opportunities, projects stalling, relationships entering limbo, financial stagnation, anxiety with no origin. It's not because you're blocked. It's because you're split. So your only path forward is this. Choose the timeline you're willing to live in fully. Not the one that feels safe. Not the one that feels familiar. The one that feels alive. Even if it's terrifying. That's the one your system will reward. The 3-step bleed-through collapse protocol. This process is how you collapse conflicting signals and lock into a timeline that matches your next level. Step 1. Identify the competing selves. Ask, what are the 2 or more versions of me trying to take the lead right now? What does each version want? What emotion drives each one? Name them clearly. Example, self A equals the one who wants to stay in control, avoid risk, stay liked, keep the status quo. Emotion equals caution, tension, suppression. Self B equals the one who wants to make a bold move, say the thing, change the game. Emotion equals aliveness, fear, momentum. Once you've named them, you're no longer stuck in their conflict unconsciously. You're now the observer. That gives you power. Step 2. Ask the nervous system which self it can hold. This step is rarely taught. You don't just ask, which self do I like more? You ask, which self is my system ready to hold energetically today? Feel into your body. Visualize living as each self for one full week. Track your breathing, tension, emotional reaction. One version will feel lighter even if scarier. That's usually your next timeline. The other will feel like a known pattern. It may feel safer but tighter. That's the old loop. Now that you've felt the difference, you ask the real question. Am I willing to make the unknown signal more familiar? Starting now? If the answer is yes, we move. Step 3. Anchor the chosen timeline with action. To collapse the bleed-through, you must take an immediate behavior aligned with the self you chose. It doesn't need to be dramatic. It just needs to be opposite of what the other self would have done. Examples. If the old self would have hesitated, you act now. If the old self would have said nothing, you speak. If the old self would have played small, you take up space. If the old self would have said next time, you do it today. This collapses the alternate broadcast because you've now reinforced one signal with physical proof. And your nervous system accepts. This is who we are now. Clarity returns. Emotion stabilizes. Momentum builds. And the bleed-through ends. A note on loyalty to the old self. When you collapse timelines, you may feel a strange emotion. Guilt. Why? Because the part of you didn't choose still wants to be heard. And choosing a new self can feel like abandoning the old one. Let that guilt pass. Because you're not betraying that version. You're freeing them. By no longer letting them drive, you allow them to rest. To be seen as a part of your story, but not your future. Honor them, but don't obey them. When timeline collapse triggers a response from others. Sometimes, as soon as you stabilize into a new signal, people around you react harshly. They might question your choices, guilt-trip you, pull away, say you've changed, resist your new boundaries. This is part of the bleed-through from external timelines. These people were aligned with the old you, and now that your frequency has shifted, they feel it. You don't need to explain. You don't need to convert them. Just remember, their discomfort is not a sign you're wrong. It's a sign your signal has changed, and their system is now out of sync. Let it be. You are no longer required to shrink in order to make your signal comfortable for others. You're tuning now, not apologizing. What happens after you collapse a timeline? Once bleed-through ends, you'll notice unshakable clarity. Decision-making speeds up. Emotional congruence returns. External friction fades. Your environment reorganizes rapidly. Old triggers stop registering. Creativity spikes. Relationships shift fast. Why? Because the grid is no longer receiving mixed input. It has one signal, and that's what it's responding to. This is where breakthroughs happen. Not because you tried harder, but because you chose harder. And your system obeyed. You now have the method. You've identified the internal conflict. You've chosen the timeline. You've taken the action. But what if, even after all that, your visualizations, intentions, and clarity still aren't turning into consistent outcomes? That means one thing: you're still using the old manifestation method, based on visualizing instead of matching frequency. Next, you learn the key technique that makes everything lock in faster: signal emulation, the evolution of visualization, and the foundation of permanent alignment. You've tried visualizing your dream life. Now you'll learn the upgraded version: signal emulation, a radical form of mental plus emotional mimicry that changes timelines. You've been told to visualize. You've been taught to close your eyes, imagine the ideal future, feel it, believe it, and eventually it becomes your reality. And that works for a while, until it doesn't. Because here's the hidden truth: visualization without signal alignment doesn't shift timelines. It just stimulates hope. You can sit for 15 minutes and picture your dream life, but if your nervous system is still broadcasting a frequency of fear, lack, or doubt, you haven't shifted. You've only fantasized. This is why so many people visualize but never actualize. Their vision board is full. Their affirmations are loud. But their field is still tuned to their past. That ends now. Because this chapter is not about imagining the future. It's about becoming the version of you who already lives it, and receiving the frequency they're transmitting. Not later. Not eventually. Now, this is signal emulation. It's not wishful thinking. It's not pretending. It's the conscious, controlled act of matching the emotional and energetic broadcast of your desired self so precisely that your system locks into their timeline. And once you do that, reality can't help but catch up. Why visualization fails without frequency. Let's break this down clearly. When you visualize your ideal life, but you don't feel worthy of it, you don't believe it's possible for someone like you, you still identify with a past self who failed, got rejected, or disappointed others. You think you're just trying to make it happen. You are sending out conflicting data. You're mentally saying yes, but emotionally broadcasting not yet. And in the grid, emotion overrules thought. Always. Because your field isn't tuned by ideas. It's tuned by frequency. And frequency is determined by what your system believes is already true, not what you wish was true. Visualization gives you the picture. Signal emulation gives you the actual shift. That's the difference. What is signal emulation? Signal emulation is the process of mimicking the exact energetic pattern of your desired self in thought, behavior, emotion, breath, and presence. So precisely that your nervous system begins treating that pattern as your default identity. It's not about pretending to be something you're not. It's about rehearsing what's already real on a different channel. Because as we've already established, the version of you living your ideal life already exists. They are not fictional. They are broadcasting now. And you don't need to become them, you just need to match them. This is signal emulation. Not imagining your success, but feeling how they breathe under pressure. Not picturing confidence, but holding your body as they would in the face of resistance. Not seeing a better life, but noticing how they speak, move, prioritize, listen, walk. It's identity rehearsal, not fantasy. And it creates what your system has been craving. Proof of alignment. The 5 core pillars of signal emulation. Let's make this concrete. If you want to emulate a signal, you need to train yourself across 5 specific layers. Each one adds dimensionality. Together, they create alignment. 1. Emotional atmosphere. Ask, what is the dominant emotional whether this self lives inside? Not what they feel occasionally, but what surrounds them constantly. Examples: grounded confidence, calm certainty, playful ease, electric purpose, relaxed authority. Your job is to practice producing this emotional atmosphere in your body without external proof. That's the start of signal emulation. You become the source. 2. Microbehavioral mimicry. Don't guess. Observe. Ask, how does this version of me move their hands when they talk? How do they walk into a room? What's their breathing rhythm when they read an email? How do they respond to discomfort? What do they not explain, justify, or overdo? Choose one trait and begin mimicking it today. It's not fake. It's alignment practice. You're installing the broadcast into your body. 3. Thought pattern interception. Signal emulation includes mental hygiene. You must intercept thoughts that are out of resonance with your new self. When you notice an internal phrase like, "I hope this works," they're probably thinking, "I'm not ready yet. Let's just play it safe." You don't argue. You interrupt and replace it with the mental signature of the new signal. This is already working. I move with clarity, not fear. I am matched to this moment. They'll adjust to my energy, not the other way around. These are not affirmations. They are frequency codes. You're no longer asking your thoughts to align. You're training them. 4. Environment interaction shift. How does this version of you engage with your space? Look around your room, your phone, your clothes, your desktop, your calendar. Would they tolerate this clutter? Would they waste energy on disorganized systems? Would they ignore inboxes full of stress? Signal emulation means your environment responds to your new self. That doesn't mean perfection. It means alignment. Small example, if your new self journals daily, buy a pen that feels sacred. If they keep their calendar clear, declutter yours now. If they dress with simplicity and intention, audit your closet. Don't wait. Shift now. 5. Voice and energetic expression. This is the least taught, most powerful signal. Your voice carries your timeline. Ask, does your voice match the frequency of your desired self? Do you speak with upward inflection, uncertainty, apologetic tones? Or do you hold your words with full ownership? Practice speaking like your future self today. Not performatively, but with full signal saturation. Speak slower. Drop filler words. Let silence breathe. Stop explaining. That's what signal holders do. The 3-minute emulation loop, daily practice. To make this actionable, here's your daily method. 3 minutes. No excuses. Step 1. Choose one identity trait. Example, moves with calm clarity under pressure. Step 2. Sit in stillness. Activate the trait emotionally. Breathe. Feel what calm clarity would be like in your body. Generate it. Let it build for 60 seconds. Step 3. Add one micro behavior. Stand. Walk across the room as that self. Pick up your phone and write a message they'd send. Speak one sentence they'd say. Step 4. Confirm one environmental shift. Clean your workspace. Move a calendar block. Toss a piece of clutter. Step 5. Speak one sentence aloud in their voice. Hold eye contact with the mirror if needed. Anchor it. You just emulated the signal, and your system received it. Done daily, this creates identity momentum. Why this works faster than visualization. Your nervous system cannot distinguish between what you visualize vividly and what you physically rehearse and emotionally embody, but it trusts the latter more, because behavior sends a stronger signal than imagination. That's why signal emulation overrides doubt. It doesn't ask you to believe, it shows your system what's real. You stop needing proof. You become it. How to know it's working? Watch for increased emotional stability, more decisive behavior, lower reactivity, clearer boundaries, magnetic conversations, people treating you as if you've always been this way, unexpected invitations that match your identity, resistance fading without effort. You'll stop second-guessing, because once the emulated signal stabilizes, it stops feeling like practice and starts feeling like who you've always been. And the world adapts accordingly. You've now unlocked the protocol that moves you beyond passive dreaming. You're no longer waiting to believe. You're no longer visualizing a fantasy. You're rehearsing a frequency. You're matching a broadcast. You're shifting timelines through embodied identity expression. This is one of your most powerful tools. And now you're ready for a foundational shift that changes everything. Your mornings. Because the first 90 minutes of your day are prime signal time. If you don't build your field, something else will. Next, we show you exactly how to use your mornings to engineer your entire energetic alignment, before the world even gets a chance to interfere. Let's throw out vague ideas like raising your vibration. We're now going to ground it in biology, emotion, and waveform science for real transformation. You've heard it everywhere. Raise your vibration. Get into alignment. Match the frequency of what you want. But no one ever tells you what that actually means, not in a way that's actionable, reliable, or real. It gets treated like some mystical mood board. As long as you're positive and optimistic, you're high vibe. Wrong. This chapter is the point in the journey where you discard the fluff and replace it with precision. Because this isn't about positivity. It's not about being in a good mood. It's about what your nervous system, biology, and field are emitting consistently, and what the grid is reading in response. That's vibrational alignment. And when you understand what your system is actually doing, you'll stop chasing good feelings and start generating stable energetic output that matches the life you're tuning into. This is about signal structure. This is about waveform math. This is about controlling your transmission point from the inside out. Let's begin. What vibrational alignment actually means. At the most basic level, your body and field are producing wave-based energy patterns based on the combination of your thoughts, emotions, behaviors, memories, posture, and breath. These patterns form a dominant frequency signature. That frequency is not your momentary feeling. It's your default signal, the one your system keeps returning to when you're not consciously pushing in any direction. And it's this default signal that the quantum field reads and mirrors back as your reality. That's why temporary effort doesn't work long-term. You can feel high for 20 minutes after meditation, but if your baseline frequency is scarcity, fear, guilt, or control, that's what keeps echoing back. Vibrational alignment, then, is about changing your baseline signal. Not temporarily, permanently, not through wishful thinking, but by altering your biological and emotional signature so that it becomes impossible to live the old timeline anymore. That's not magic. That's frequency physics. The 4 components of your vibration. To shift your alignment, you must understand what it's made of. Think of your current frequency as a recipe. It has 4 ingredients. 1. Emotional signal. Your dominant emotion, not just what you express, but what your system holds when you're not trying. If your background emotion is worry, guilt, resentment, or defeat, your signal is discordant. If your background emotion is presence, calm, urgency, confidence, or gratitude, your signal is coherent. This is the most powerful frequency input and often the least addressed. 2. Biological resonance. Your gut, heart, and brain create bioelectric fields, measurable ones. These fields fluctuate based on hydration, sleep, breath rate, nervous system tone, cortisol versus serotonin balance, HRV, heart rate variability. If your body is dysregulated, tight, inflamed, or flooded with stress chemicals, your field becomes chaotic. That's not low vibe in a poetic sense. It's literally distorted waveform output. You can't align with clarity when your nervous system is screaming. We'll explain how to stabilize this shortly. 3. Mental field congruence. Your thoughts alone don't shape reality, but they do modulate the emotional resonance you live inside. Mental loops like, "They're probably judging me. It's always so hard. I need to hustle or I'll lose it. Why is nothing working?" aren't just thoughts. They're frequency disruptors. Because the field doesn't respond to isolated affirmations, it responds to patterned mental emotional loops. Until your internal narratives reflect your future self signal, you're misaligned. 4. Behavioral output. Every choice you make, especially when no one's watching, locks in your timeline. The actions you take while no longer forcing outcomes. The tiny rituals that reflect trust instead of panic. The boundaries you enforce without explanation. These are frequency stabilizers. They tell the grid, "This is who I am," consistently, not just on the good days. Why just be positive is a broken model. If your emotional body is holding rage, grief, or fear, and someone tells you to just stay high vibe, you either suppress the emotion, which leaks out elsewhere, or you pretend to be fine, which creates field distortion. Neither helps. Alignment is not about avoidance. It's about harmonization. You don't need to remove all fear. You need to become bigger than it. You don't need to reject anger. You need to stabilize your signal while anger moves through. That's vibrational maturity. It's not being perfect. It's being coherent under pressure. That's when reality begins shifting. Because the field doesn't need you to be fake. It needs you to be clear. The science behind emotional coherence. Here's what happens when you bring your nervous system into alignment with your desired frequency. Your heart rhythm stabilizes. Your brain waves synchronize. Your gut biome changes its chemical output. Your breath automatically becomes more efficient. Your hormonal patterns shift away from stress. Your field becomes more electromagnetic, more symmetrical, more transmissive. These are not concepts. These are measurable effects. And they don't require enlightenment. They require intentional input. And you're going to learn how to build that input into your mornings, where your baseline gets built every single day. But first, let's shift your relationship to vibrational alignment completely. Alignment is not a feeling, it's a frequency agreement. If you've ever asked yourself, how do I know I'm in alignment? Why does alignment feel so inconsistent? Why does it feel like I'm slipping in and out? It's because you're treating alignment like a state you fall into, instead of a signal you lock in. Alignment isn't something that happens to you. It's a contract between your thoughts, body, behaviors, and emotions. When they all say the same thing, you're aligned. When they contradict, you're fragmented. Let's use an example. You say you want to feel abundant, but you're anxious about every dollar. Your shoulders are tight all day. Your breath is shallow. Your actions are based on fear of loss. You visualize wealth but speak scarcity. You are not aligned, no matter how badly you want to be. But if you begin trusting small increases, relax your body intentionally during decisions, speak generously even when results aren't instant, make one choice a day from calm desire instead of panic, breathe low and slow for 3 minutes in the morning, your signal stabilizes. And once it stabilizes, the feedback loop begins to mirror it. That's alignment. How to ground alignment in the physical body, 3 anchoring tools. We now bring it out of theory. Here are 3 tools to physically anchor alignment into your system. Tool 1, breath lock protocol, 2 minutes. Sit or stand with upright spine. Inhale 4 seconds through the nose. Hold 4 seconds. Exhale 6 seconds through the mouth. Repeat for 2 minutes. While breathing, repeat this silently. This is the frequency I return to. This balances vagal tone, resets your HRV, and sends a new signal of coherence. Tool 2, language audit. For 24 hours, track every time you justify, apologize for your presence, minimize your success. Say, I don't know when you do. Say, we'll see when you actually mean yes. These are low-frequency loops installed from old timelines. Interrupt them with conscious alternatives like, this is what works for me. I'll find out and circle back. I'm grounded in this decision. Yes or no without explanation. Your language modulates your vibrational output more than any affirmation. Tool 3, physical frequency pivot. When you feel stuck in a low-signal emotion, stand up, roll your shoulders back, open your chest, shake out your hands for 10 seconds. Say aloud, we are not stuck, we are stabilizing. You're teaching the body to shift state without needing a story. This builds signal agility, a crucial skill in timeline shifting. Stop chasing high vibe. Start broadcasting integrity. The goal is not to be high energy, excited, or euphoric all the time. That's unsustainable and unnecessary. The goal is to be congruent, to feel what you feel and still hold your frequency, to want what you want and act from a steady internal compass, to let emotion move without letting it dictate your identity. That's what the grid responds to. Not hype, not hustle, harmony. And now that you've removed the fluff, you're ready to move into the practical architecture of vibrational control. Your morning routine. Because what happens in your first 60 to 90 minutes determines which signal gets locked in for the rest of the day. Next, we show you how to design a frequency protocol for your mornings that builds alignment before the world interrupts it. Now that you're grounded in vibrational truth, You'll learn how to architect your entire frequency in the first hour of your day. No more accidental tuning. Every single morning, your system wakes up with a question. What frequency are we receiving today? And if you don't give it an answer, the world will, which means your inbox, your feed, your memories, your stressors, and other people's emotional signals will build your reality for you. This is why you can feel completely aligned at night, fall asleep with clarity, and then wake up feeling like you're back in the mud. It's not sabotage. It's signal drift. And it happens when you don't design your frequency input in the morning. Most people wake up and go straight into reception mode, absorbing headlines, notifications, pressure, and noise. What they don't realize is they're locking in their channel for the entire day in the first 60 to 90 minutes after waking. That's why this chapter is one of the most important in the entire series, because it shows you how to build your field intentionally before anything else touches it. Not as a morning routine, as a receiver architecture. So let's build it. The morning window. Why this time controls your timeline. When you first wake up, your brain is in a transitional frequency state between theta and alpha waves. This window is incredibly potent. It's when your subconscious is highly programmable, your emotional body is the most impressionable, and your nervous system is scanning the environment for cues about safety, identity, urgency, threat, worth. And those cues come from what you look at, what you listen to, how you breathe, what you think, what you rehearse emotionally, how you move, the first decision you make. If the first signal your system receives is reactive, emails, messages, alerts, or chaotic, scrolling, multitasking, negative self-talk, you're locking into someone else's timeline immediately. But when you take ownership of this window, you become the tuner, you become the source, and every moment after bends to the frequency you've established. Let's show you how. The 3-layer model of morning frequency design. To build a powerful receiver in the morning, you need 3 layers: field clearing, signal stabilizing, identity encoding. Each layer primes your system for the next. Let's break them down. Layer 1. Field clearing, 0 to 15 minutes after waking. When you wake up, you're still carrying the emotional residue of the previous day, or even dream states. Your first job is to purge static before letting anything else in. This is not the time for podcasts, texts, calls, or information. It's time to clean the slate. Choose one or more of these field clearing tools. Silence plus breath. Sit or lie still for 3 to 5 minutes. Breathe through your nose. Count your breath. Do nothing else. Let your system catch up. Water ritual. Drink a full glass of water. No phone. No sound. Just hydrate slowly. Let this be symbolic of replenishment. Cold skin reset. Splash your face with cold water or take a quick cold rinse. Shocks the nervous system into the present. Body scan. Close your eyes and move your awareness from head to toe. Note tension. Release it with each breath. The point here is not stimulation. It's clarity. You're removing the residue so that you can choose the next signal. Now we move to stabilization. Layer 2. Signal stabilizing, 15 to 35 minutes after waking. Now that you've cleared the static, you choose what you want to feel and broadcast. Remember from the last chapter, your emotional field becomes your frequency output. So this layer is about consciously installing the dominant emotional atmosphere of your chosen self. Here's how. Option 1. Emotional tone setting. Ask, what emotion does my future self carry as default? Close your eyes and generate it for 3 minutes. Breathe as if that emotion is already your baseline. Let it spread into your shoulders, chest, jaw, and belly. Option 2. Music-based alignment. Pick a single song that represents your desired frequency. Play it while standing, moving slowly, or dancing. Don't think, just entrain your nervous system to the tempo and energy. Option 3. Frequency mantra. Choose one line that represents your chosen reality. Examples. Everything is already responding to my alignment. I move as the one who already has it. Stability is my new normal. Say it out loud, slowly, 10 times while breathing and tapping your chest. The key is not reciting, it's transmitting. You're becoming the source of that frequency. This locks your field into a stable waveform. Now you're ready to encode your identity. Layer 3. Identity encoding, 35 to 60 minutes after waking. This is where your chosen self becomes more than an idea. This is where they become the signal. You don't journal about them. You don't visualize them abstractly. You act as them, even in small ways. Here's the 3-part protocol. 1. Micro-embodiment. Ask, how would they sit, breathe, walk? Do that. Immediately, your body becomes the carrier. 2. Future self-action prompt. Ask, what would this version of me do right now to stabilize their reality? Do something small but real. Send a message they'd send. Open a document they'd prioritize. Organize a part of your space. Edit your calendar. Choose your clothes with full intention. This isn't about output. It's about anchoring alignment with behavior. 3. Speak one sentence as them. Stand still. Speak a clear sentence out loud that reflects your chosen identity. Examples. I move from clarity, not pressure. My presence tunes the space. I'm already inside the timeline I asked for. Say it like you mean it. No performance, just truth. This completes the encoding. The no input rule before 10 a.m. If you want this protocol to hold, you must protect the frequency. That means no reactive input before 10 a.m. No social feeds, no email scrolls, no news, no comparison loops. Why? Because your signal is still stabilizing. External input introduces friction, and if you're not careful, it replaces your chosen signal with someone else's. The longer you can delay reactive input in the morning, the more dominant your broadcast becomes. Aim for a 60 to 90-minute protective zone. Eventually, you won't even want input, because your system will feel so stable, anything less than aligned will feel discordant. That's when you know your frequency has taken root. When you miss a morning, and what to do, you're human. Not every morning will go according to plan. Here's the key. Don't spiral. Don't start over. Just reset. Use the midday mini tune. Sit still for 90 seconds. Breathe in for 4, hold for 2, exhale for 6. Whisper your future self sentence out loud. Resume your task, but from that signal. It doesn't take perfection. It takes pattern dominance. Even one stabilized morning can shift your entire week, because the grid responds to signal consistency, not spiritual guilt. What you'll start to notice when this protocol locks in. After 7 to 10 days of consistent morning tuning, you'll notice clarity that doesn't fade by noon, less urgency, more momentum, interactions that match your chosen identity, less scrolling, more initiation, emotional balance even on difficult days, more intuitive decisions, an increasing sense of inevitability. You'll feel like reality is bending toward you, because it is. You've become predictable to the field, and the field loves stability. That's what tuning gives you. You've now learned to build your own frequency before the world builds it for you. You've created internal power that doesn't rely on outside events. And you've stopped chasing energy, because you are now emitting it. So what's next? Now that your mornings are transmitting your new signal, you're ready to hear back from the other versions of you who are already living in that reality. They've been broadcasting. Now you're tuned in enough to listen. And in the next chapter, you'll learn how to create a daily two-way conversation with your future self, where messages, downloads, and clear instructions begin flowing like never before. Ready to start hearing from your alternate selves directly? This daily practice will open a two-way signal, and the messages may shock you. Up to now, you've been learning how to tune into new frequencies. You've built your internal receiver. You've practiced emotional stabilization. You've begun embodying the signal of your chosen self in real time. And because of this, you've started to feel shifts, subtle or sudden, in how reality responds to you. But now, something new is available. You are not just tuning into a different version of you. You're ready to communicate with them. And yes, that is literal. There is a version of you that already exists in the timeline you are trying to access. They've made the choices. They've aligned the signal. They're living the outcome. And because they exist, they're transmitting constantly. What most people never realize is you can actually receive those transmissions. In words, in phrases, in sensations, in messages that are far more accurate and useful than the mental noise you're used to hearing. This chapter shows you how to open that channel with a simple daily process that gives you direct access to the intelligence of your future self. This isn't imagination. This is interception. And once you do it for the first time, you'll know with full certainty. You're not hoping. You're not creating from scratch. You're listening. Why your parallel self has the exact answers you need. Let's ground this. There is a version of you who already made the choice you're avoiding, took the risk you're overthinking, left the relationship that was draining, spoke the truth you've been holding back, designed the life that now feels impossible. They exist not in the future but in a different frequency right now. And that means they have insight, clarity, energy signatures, belief systems, decision patterns, emotional tools that you don't need to invent. You just need to access them. But to access them, you need to bypass your ego's interference. You need a channel that's quiet enough to receive signal and strong enough to let it come through without distortion. That's where the parallel self journal comes in. What the parallel self journal actually is not a diary. It's not for venting. It's not a vision board. It's a daily interception device used to extract intelligence from a version of you already living the reality you're moving toward. Think of it like opening a private communication line. You ask, they respond. And the more consistently you use this practice, the clearer the answers become. Why? Because the signal strengthens every time you prove that you trust it enough to act on it. The grid rewards integration, not just reception. The 5-minute daily method, how to start receiving. You don't need hours. You need consistency. 5 minutes per day. That's it. Here's the method. Step 1. Calibrate your frequency. Before writing anything, close your eyes. Ask silently, which version of me do I wish to receive from right now? Be specific. Choose a version of you who has achieved something clear, launched the business, left the wrong relationship, became financially sovereign, embodied health and peace, expressed without fear. Now breathe. Inhale for 4, hold for 2, exhale for 6. Repeat 3 times. Visualize their presence in front of you, not as a fantasy, but as a living signal field. Then say silently, I'm listening. Now pick up your pen. Step 2. Ask one clear question. Write it down. Examples. What am I not seeing clearly right now? What would you do if you were in my current situation? What belief did you drop to get where you are? What truth am I avoiding? What needs to end now so something greater can begin? How do I shift out of fear today? Don't overthink. Just ask. Step 3. Let them respond through you. Write down the response as if they are speaking through your pen. No editing. No filtering. No doubting. Just write as fast as the message arrives. It might be a sentence, paragraph, a few cryptic phrases, a single word repeated over and over. Trust it. You're not channeling fiction, you're intercepting a broadcast. The more you write without judgment, the clearer the signal gets. And some days, the message will be so accurate, so confronting, or so stabilizing, you'll have no doubt where it came from. Step 4. Close the loop. After receiving the message, thank the self you connected with. Say, message received. I will act on this today. Then, take one aligned action. That could mean saying the thing you were afraid to say, canceling the thing that drains your energy, starting the thing you've been procrastinating, moving differently, speaking differently, planning with more clarity. One move. That's what tells your system, this isn't entertainment. This is real. How to know it's not just your imagination. You might wonder, how do I know I'm not making this up? Here's how. The voice feels cleaner than your mental chatter. It speaks with certainty, not over-explanation. It doesn't rush or try to please. It doesn't sound like your past. Sometimes says things you didn't expect. But that land with truth. It holds you accountable with love but firmness. You'll know because it won't feel like a fantasy. It'll feel like remembering, like receiving something that was already yours, just waiting to be heard. What happens after 7 days of this practice? You'll start to notice emotional decisions becoming clearer, creative downloads arriving faster, synchronicities aligning around your questions, fear dissolving without forcing, you acting as your future self without effort. Your handwriting may even change, matching the tone of the self coming through. You'll realize you don't need another podcast episode to motivate you. You don't need more input. You need output from the version of you that already knows. That's the power of the parallel self-journal. Advanced practice, writing as them, not to them. Once you've practiced for at least 10 days, try this version. Instead of asking questions, become the version of you who answers. Write a journal entry from their perspective. Example: today was simple. I woke up knowing exactly what mattered. I didn't touch my phone. I drank water. I moved with intention. I didn't over-explain once. I said no. I started the project. And I felt zero need to defend myself. You're not pretending. You're broadcasting the signal from within your nervous system. Your brain begins to reorganize around that identity. That's no longer just journaling. That's timeline rehearsal. And reality takes notes. What to do when no answer comes. Some days you'll ask and hear nothing. That doesn't mean failure. It means one of two things. The signal is still stabilizing. You're close, but the emotional field isn't clear enough yet. Do the breath work. Wait, you already know the answer but don't want it. The silence is an invitation to admit what you're avoiding. In both cases, write anyway. Even if it's, I feel blank. I don't know what's coming. I feel the edge of something, but it's not clear yet. This keeps the channel open. And often, as you write, the signal returns. The act of writing is the tuning fork. You are now receiving from the grid. This practice isn't just emotional. It's architectural. You are tapping into the multidimensional identity grid and selecting the coordinates you wish to move toward. The responses you receive aren't random. They're not fantasy. They are location-based guidance. They're the GPS markers from a version of you saying, come this way. It's already working. You don't need to guess anymore. The more you trust that signal, the faster reality reconfigures. You've now established a two-way signal channel. You've asked. You've received. You've written. You've acted. And this daily practice will become your most stable point of clarity, even in chaos. But what happens when the day goes sideways? When your frequency starts to wobble? When the signal gets scrambled again mid-loop? You don't wait for tomorrow. You reset now. And in the next chapter, you'll learn how to interrupt a misaligned reality in 30 seconds or less and snap back into your chosen timeline. Now that you're conversing with alternate selves, it's time to hack the present. We'll show you a rapid retuning technique that snaps you out of bad frequencies on command. No matter how aligned you are in the morning, no matter how clearly you've tuned your field, no matter how vividly you've rehearsed the signal of your future self, there will still be days when the static creeps in, when that email throws you, when that tone in someone's voice drops your stomach, when a loop from the past drags you right back into an emotional broadcast you swore you were done with. This doesn't mean you failed. It doesn't mean the shift didn't work. It doesn't mean you're starting over. It means your current reality just got hijacked. Hijacked by a pattern. Hijacked by an old frequency. Hijacked by a version of you that's no longer in charge, but still echoing through your system. And the only mistake most people make when this happens is this. They wait too long to interrupt it. They wait until the day turns around. They wait until circumstances shift. They wait for a better feeling to arrive organically. That delay is a luxury you can no longer afford, because you now have the tools and the authority to change your signal mid-loop. You don't need 2 hours. You don't need a ritual. You don't need to call anyone. You need 30 seconds. You need intention. And you need to remember, your field is not a mood. It's a decision. Let's show you how to make that decision instantly, no matter how chaotic things feel. Why emotional momentum feels so hard to break. Before we get to the method, Let's understand what's happening when your signal gets scrambled. There's a reason it feels like things spiral so quickly. You get triggered and suddenly, your breath shortens, your thoughts speed up, your posture collapses, your inner critic starts narrating, your body chemistry starts dumping cortisol. You start future tripping about all the ways this bad sign could lead to worse outcomes. You're not imagining that. It's called signal momentum. One small misalignment can activate a chain of neurochemical reactions that deepen your attachment to a frequency you didn't choose. And unless you interrupt that sequence, your system defaults to it for the rest of the day. That's how entire timelines get locked in by one early misstep. But here's the shift. Your body doesn't care what triggered the signal, it cares what you do next. If you insert a new pattern, even for 30 seconds, you interrupt the momentum and reroute the frequency. This is pattern hijack. And you're about to master it. The 30-second signal interruption protocol. Use this protocol the moment you notice emotional drift. The sooner the better. The system responds to speed and certainty. Here's the exact flow. Step 1. Name the hijack. Say silently or out loud. This is not the dominant signal. This is an echo. Just naming the event as an echo takes away its power. You stop negotiating with it as truth. Step 2. Break the loop physically. Change your physical state immediately. Examples. Stand up and shake your arms. Walk to another room. Clap loudly 3 times. Splash cold water on your face. Do 10 fast inhales, 10 slower exhales. Step outside if possible. Tap your chest with both hands rhythmically. Spin around once, literally break your orientation. This breaks the neuromuscular pattern that was locking in the frequency. Step 3. Use the jump sentence. Say one sentence that reflects your chosen identity and timeline. Examples. I return to clarity now. That's not who I am anymore. This moment doesn't define my signal. I've already shifted. The world is catching up. Collapse the pattern. Reset the field. Say it like a command, not a wish, not a hope. Your field responds to energetic certainty. Step 4. Anchor in a new action, small plus aligned. This is crucial. To truly lock in the interruption, do one micro-action that your future self would do right now. Examples. Open the project you were avoiding. Send the message you were hesitating on. Move your body with intent. Delete something misaligned from your phone. Clean a small part of your environment. Turn off a distracting app. Breathe deeply for 60 seconds with eyes closed. This action doesn't need to be big. It needs to be different from the one the hijacked version of you would have done. That difference is what proves to your nervous system. We've shifted. Why this works, the science behind it. What you're doing here isn't random. You're hacking a basic neurological principle. Pattern interruption plus immediate reinforcement equals new signal lock-in. The human nervous system is built to repeat familiar emotional patterns until something interrupts the sequence. If that interruption is chaotic, the system panics. If that interruption is intentional, the system rewires. By changing breath, movement, self-talk, and microbehavior in one tight sequence, you shock the signal loop into submission. You create a fork in the pattern. And the body follows the stronger signal. That's why this only takes 30 seconds. Because your system makes decisions based on what you reinforce in real time. You're not trying to feel better. You're showing your field a different reality, and it will match it. When the spiral returns again, and it might, you might do this once and feel great, only to find yourself slipping again an hour later. This is normal. Why? Because your old signal still has muscle memory. It's like turning a big ship. You've shifted the wheel, but momentum may still carry it forward for a while. Don't panic. Interrupt again. Every time you run this 30-second sequence, you shorten the time it takes to reset. Increase your nervous system's capacity for signal agility. Lower your tolerance for misalignment. Teach your field to treat emotional drift as temporary, not defining. Eventually, the interruptions become automatic. Your system recognizes the hijack faster, and your return time becomes nearly instant. That's what emotional sovereignty feels like. The signal anchor phrase, create your own. To make this practice even more powerful, create your own signal anchor phrase. This is a personal line of code, a short sentence that collapses the spiral and reboots the field on command. To create it, answer these 3 prompts. What version of you are you shifting into? What signal are you done entertaining? What outcome is already yours, just not yet fully received? Example result. I am done living from urgency. The version of me who trusts fully is online now. We act from calm inevitability. Shorten it. Urgency is not me. Calm inevitability is online. Say this anytime a loop begins. Say it in the car. Say it in the bathroom. Say it before a meeting. Say it in your head when you feel off. You're not soothing yourself. You're reprogramming the transmission. What happens when you master this? After consistent use of this technique, a few key things will start to shift. You'll fear bad moments less. You'll stop attaching meaning to emotional spirals. You'll become more emotionally fluid. You'll trust your power to redirect your day at will. You'll stop outsourcing alignment to conditions. You'll begin to view reality as reprogrammable, not reactive. Most importantly, you'll no longer feel like your progress is fragile. You'll stop thinking, I hope I stay aligned today, and instead think, if I drift, I return fast. That's who I am now. That's the hallmark of someone who's not trying to manifest. They're receiving in real time and correcting their tuner when static hits. You now have one of the most powerful energetic tools available to a multidimensional receiver. Mid-loop interception. You've learned to catch yourself in the moment. You've learned to reset without guilt. You've learned to shift frequency through movement, voice, and microbehavior. And because of that, your field is stabilizing. But there's still one layer that must be addressed. Even with all these shifts, even after learning to change your signal in real time, you may still be broadcasting an outdated identity, simply because your energetic blueprint hasn't been updated fully. In the next chapter, we'll break the cycle of broadcasting from a version of you that no longer exists. Because if you don't override the identity that people and life still respond to, you'll unconsciously pull in responses meant for your old self. It's time to cut that signal. You've learned to shift externally, now we go internal. It's time to override your broadcast identity and update the very frequency signature people perceive. Up to this point, you've refined your emotional signal. You've learned to retune your frequency in real time. You've practiced stepping into the field of your future self and downloading its intelligence. But now something deeper must be addressed, and it's not emotional. It's not behavioral. It's identity-based. Because even if you've shifted your rituals, even if you've rewritten your reactions, even if you've stabilized your mornings, reset your energy, and started living with more alignment, your field may still be broadcasting the frequency of the old version of you, and that changes everything. Why? Because the quantum field doesn't respond to who you think you are. It responds to the identity you unconsciously embody at scale. You could be doing all the right energetic practices, but if your core signal still says, I am the one who doesn't belong. I am the one who's always figuring it out. I am the one who works harder than everyone else. I am the one who keeps proving myself. Then your actions will be filtered through that lens. And that old identity, even if it's subtle, transmits 24/7. It leaks through your body language. It informs your tone, colors your boundaries. It dictates how people treat you and how reality mirrors you. That's why this chapter matters so much. Because without an identity override, you're tuning the radio, but leaving the call sign stuck on the wrong station. Let's fix that now. How identity broadcasting actually works. You are not just thinking. You're not just feeling. You are broadcasting a frequency-based identity construct, constantly. That identity is made up of your unspoken self-concepts, the emotional roles you've normalized, the narrative you repeat silently, the energy people pick up when you walk in the room, the expectations you hold about what makes sense for you. And here's what's wild. You don't even have to say it. Others feel it. You walk into a room and, without a word, the field around you tells people, this is someone who's used to being overlooked. This is someone who's confident but not quite convinced. This is someone who's stuck in proving mode. This is someone whose value is still tied to effort. They respond accordingly, not because they're judging you, but because they're picking up the transmission you're sending out. You're always teaching people and reality how to treat you, and most of the time it's based on a version of you that no longer fits. That's what we're about to change. The identity lag effect. There's often a delay between who you've become internally and who your field still broadcasts. This is called identity lag. You've shifted inside, but your environment, relationships, posture, and patterns still reflect the old you. Why? Because your subconscious is still running its last known program. Until you override it, you'll keep getting reality loops that match the ghost of your old frequency. You'll wonder, why do people still treat me like I'm uncertain? Why do I still attract clients/partners/scenarios that don't match who I am now? Why do I keep being cast in a role I thought I outgrew? It's not because your shift failed. It's because your identity broadcast hasn't caught up. Let's align that now. Step 1. Identify the broadcast role you're still playing. Before you can override a signal, you need to isolate it. Ask yourself, what role is my system still broadcasting? Even though I'm not living it anymore? Common identity broadcasts: the helper who doesn't ask for help, the hard worker who can't rest, the achiever who's always on edge, the outsider trying to prove belonging, the intellectual who can't trust emotion, the strong one who can't show need, the healer who fixes but doesn't receive. You'll feel a body-level response when you hit yours. Tight chest, twinge in the gut, shame flicker in the throat. That's your indicator. Now ask, whose story is that? Often, the identity you're broadcasting was inherited from family, culture, religion, trauma, or even survival. It worked once, kept you safe. It gave you structure. But now it's an energetic prison. Time to leave it behind. Step 2. Write the identity revocation statement. You're going to create a short, powerful sentence that revokes permission for this identity to run your system. This is not an affirmation. This is a command. Use this format. I revoke the role of insert old self-concept from my energy field. That is no longer who I am. That is not the signal I transmit. Examples. I revoke the role of overfunctioning caretaker. That is no longer who I am. I revoke the identity of the outsider trying to earn space. I'm not that anymore. I revoke the frequency of proving. I've already arrived. Write it. Speak it. Feel it in your chest as you say it. This is energetic eviction. Now you're ready to install the new broadcast. Step 3. Choose the new identity signal. Now choose the version of you whose frequency the field should recognize and reflect. Ask, what do people feel when they interact with the real me now? Possible identity broadcasts. The one who moves with quiet certainty. The one who is the answer, not the seeker. The one who speaks without explaining. The one who holds boundaries without defense. The one whose energy stabilizes the room. The one who doesn't perform to belong. The one whose results speak for themselves. Write the sentence like this. I now broadcast the frequency of insert identity. This is the signal I send. This is the version of me who runs the system. Say it slowly. Let it sync with your breath. Repeat it until the old role feels silly, irrelevant, distant, because that's exactly what it is. Step 4. Make one real-world move from that identity today. Now it's time to lock it in. The field doesn't calibrate from theory. It calibrates from observable behavior. Ask, what would this new broadcast version of me do that the old version never allowed? Then do it. Immediately. Even if it's saying no without a reason. Walking slower, breathing deeper. Sending the unapologetic message. Wearing the thing you always avoid. Pricing your offer at its real value. Not over-delivering. Saying less and trusting more. Every small action is a signal amplifier. It tells your field, this is who we are now. And everything around you begins to mirror that signal back. Not just people, opportunities, timing, reception, and flow. Bonus tool, identity interruption phrase. When you feel yourself slipping back into the old broadcast, use this phrase. That role has been deactivated. That's not who I am. Reset to signal. Insert new identity. Say it in your head. Say it under your breath. Say it while walking, before speaking, after meetings. You're retraining your field to default to the new you. And the more consistently you reinforce the override, the faster people and patterns start treating you accordingly. You're not becoming someone new. You're broadcasting who you've already been. This isn't about reinventing yourself. This isn't about faking confidence. This isn't about acting. It's about removing the outdated filter that kept projecting an old version of you onto the grid, long after you outgrew it. You're not the one who has to prove anymore. You're not the one who needs validation. You're not the one who explains everything. You're not the one who waits to be chosen. You are the signal, and that signal has changed. Now let the field update accordingly. You've now overridden the most persistent form of static in your life. Outdated identity transmission. You've revoked the role that no longer serves. You've installed the self that matches your current field, and you've backed it with action so the override holds. But before you take another aligned step in the external world, there's one critical filter you must now install internally. Discernment about what kind of action actually matters. Because action without signal alignment becomes friction. And that's what you'll explore next with ruthless clarity. Before you make another move, ask this. Is the action from your old frequency or your new one? Let's explore why action without tuning equals friction. You've heard it 1,000 times. Just take action. Move forward. Do the thing. And for most of your life, that advice sounded logical. Action equals progress, right? But by now, you know better. You've seen the evidence. Sometimes you act, and nothing shifts. You move and still feel stuck. You execute perfectly, and the outcome still reflects the same old loop. Why? Because action means nothing if the signal behind it hasn't changed. You can't outwork your frequency. You can't override energy with effort. And you can't manifest new timelines with behavior that's coded by the old identity. This is where most people sabotage their evolution. They start shifting energetically. They begin feeling different, but they get anxious. They don't trust the tuning process fully. So they reach for the familiar solution, force. They try to rush the feedback loop by doing anything to prove that change is happening. But the grid doesn't respond to force. It doesn't read pressure. It doesn't interpret desperation as momentum. It responds to signal clarity. Let's break this down, because once you understand this principle, you'll stop wasting energy and start producing results that actually match your upgraded frequency. The two types of action, echo versus emission. Every action you take, from sending a message to launching a product, comes from one of two places. Echo action, a movement triggered by fear, lack, unworthiness, or urgency. Emission action, a movement born from clarity, alignment, sovereignty, and presence. Both may look the same from the outside. Two people might send the same email, launch the same business, post the same offer, end the same relationship, but the field reads the signal behind the action. Echo action sounds like, I need this to work. I hope they approve. I can't waste time. This better prove I've changed. If I don't act now, I'll miss the window. Comes from contraction, tension, impatience, self-abandonment, and no matter how technically correct the move is, it will magnetize confusion, static, and often zero response. Because the grid doesn't obey action. It obeys frequency. Now contrast that with emission action. Emission action sounds like, this is my natural next step. This action already matches my reality. Whether this gets a response or not, I'm already tuned. This move is simply a reflection, not a request. Comes from coherence, carries stillness, feels obvious, and when it's taken, reality opens. Not because the action is magical, but because it's matched. Let that sink in. Why you might still be addicted to misaligned action. Here's the difficult truth. If you were raised in environments that rewarded performance, urgency, or people-pleasing, you probably developed an addiction to movement. Doing anything gave you a sense of control. It made you feel safe. It helped you avoid stillness, uncertainty, and the terror of not enough. But now that you're in a different game, that compulsion is becoming your biggest block. Misaligned action is the most sophisticated form of self-sabotage in disguise. You think you're making progress, but you're secretly proving the belief, I have to force things to happen. And so, the grid responds by showing you more resistance, more delays, more mirrors that say, you're not aligned yet. The cure? Don't act until your signal is stable. Because when it is, you don't even have to decide. The next step emerges like breath. That's how you know it's time to move. How to tell if an action is aligned. Before taking action, ask this sequence of diagnostic questions. Am I acting to change my frequency? Or because my frequency already changed? If you're hoping the action will fix how you feel, you're acting too soon. Does this feel like something I should do? Or something that already fits the version of me I'm living as? Aligned action feels congruent, not compensatory. Would I still take this step if no one noticed? Emission action isn't driven by validation. It's rooted in personal coherence. Is there an internal push or an internal pull? Push is pressure. Pull is alignment. Does this action feel like a conclusion or a question? If it's a conclusion, it's likely clear. If it's a question, you're still undecided, and that's okay. When you answer these questions honestly, you'll feel it instantly. A drop in your gut, a shift in your chest, a knowing. Trust that, because aligned action doesn't beg for permission. It moves in silence, and the field bends around it, not the other way around. When it's actually wise to wait. This might shock you, but the most quantum thing you can do sometimes is nothing. Not forever, not in avoidance, but in respect for signal stabilization. Waiting doesn't mean passivity. It means letting the new frequency fully lock in before using energy. Most of the chaos you've experienced in the past came from premature motion. You felt a shift. You rushed to act on it, and your field wasn't ready. So the move backfired, or didn't land, or drew in people who weren't calibrated. You blamed yourself, but it wasn't failure. It was impatience with your own alignment. From now on, give your frequency space. Let it solidify, then act. And when you do, reality will feel like it's working with you, not against you. The stillness before action calibration technique. Use this simple process before making a big move. Step 1. Pause for 90 seconds. Close your eyes. Place one hand on your chest. One hand on your belly. Breathe. In for 4. Hold for 2. Out for 6. Step 2. Speak your timeline. Say, I am currently tuned to the version of me who has already embodied, insert desired reality. Let your system feel what that means. Step 3. Ask the core alignment question. Does this action reinforce that frequency or betray it? Wait for the answer. Not from your mind, from your body. If it tightens, wait. If it expands, move. This builds energetic discipline. The kind of discipline that keeps you in integrity with your highest self. Aligned action feels like inevitability, not gamble. When the signal is stable, you don't wonder if something will work. You know it will. Or you know it doesn't need to because you're already aligned, and that alignment will lead to something better either way. That's the paradox. You act from sufficiency, not scarcity. And even when the outcome isn't what you expected, it teaches or redirects without collapse. That's how you know you're free. Let go of effort equals worth conditioning. This is one of the last residues to clear. You've been taught that the more you do, the more value you deserve. That rest equals laziness. That ease equals danger. But frequency doesn't work that way. The highest version of you isn't overwhelmed. They're effective, intentional, clear. They act less but with more power per movement. Your goal is not more output. It's more alignment per action. And once you shift into that paradigm, you'll start receiving what used to take years in a fraction of the time. Because now the grid knows. This signal is stable. Let's match it. Fast. You've now reclaimed your relationship with action. You've dropped the noise. You've stopped acting from desperation. You've paused long enough to listen. And now, every step you take will mean more and require less. Your moves will carry clarity. Your field will feel precise. And the feedback from life will mirror your alignment with uncanny speed. You're not taking action to force results anymore. You're taking action because results are already echoing in the field. That's the shift. And now that you've mastered this, you're ready for what comes next. You've been refining your signal. But inside that signal, something else is still operating. Voices, resistance, unseen characters in your internal world that whisper, slow down, don't go there, not yet, be careful. They're not demons. They're not enemies. They're gatekeepers. And they've been guarding your old identity. Now it's time to meet them and release their grip. Now that you're tuning in more clearly, you'll begin to hear resistance voices. These are gatekeepers of the old frequency, and you're about to dismantle them. You've stabilized your signal. You've learned to take only aligned action. You've overridden your outdated identity. And because of this, your frequency is sharper, more coherent, more deliberate than ever. But now, a new layer of subtle interference emerges. Not external, not circumstantial, not emotional, internal. You start hearing whispers. Not voices in the air, but energies in your own mind. Thoughts you didn't consciously invite. Narratives that seem disconnected from your upgraded self. And they say things like, this is too much too fast. Are you sure this is safe? What will people think of the new you? You've changed too much. Someone will be hurt. This feels selfish. Stay humble. Don't shine too brightly. Don't get your hopes up. Remember last time? These aren't random thoughts. They aren't noise. They are gatekeepers. And their job is clear. To preserve the frequency you've historically been most loyal to. Let's be clear, these internal voices are not malicious. They're protective. They are aspects of you that were created to keep the system safe, under the terms of your old reality. They were formed during instability. They were activated during trauma, rejection, or isolation. And they learned one thing: the unknown is dangerous. Change is threat. Safety is familiarity. So as you start accessing more expansive timelines, as you begin tuning into your high-frequency alternate selves, as you walk with more certainty and less apology, these voices panic. They believe they're losing control of the one job they were designed for, keeping you small enough to survive. It's time to meet them directly, not to fight, but to free. Because until these inner gatekeepers are released from their duty, you will always feel a subtle undertow, pulling you back just when things start flowing. Let's begin. Step 1. Identify your primary gatekeeper. This is the dominant voice you hear when things start going well. It's the one that speaks just before you shrink in a meeting, ghost a big opportunity, default to people-pleasing, sabotage progress, get strangely tired when it's time to move forward, delay sending the message or launching the thing. This gatekeeper may sound like, slow down, don't get ahead of yourself. This is too good to be true. If you shine too much, they'll judge you. If you expand, someone will leave. You don't really know what you're doing. This isn't sustainable. Now pause and ask, whose voice does this sound like? Often it's not yours. It may echo a parent, a teacher, a friend, an old partner, a religious or cultural figure. That's your first clue. This gatekeeper didn't originate from your highest self. It was inherited. Your system adopted it because it worked once, but now it's outdated and still running. Let's bring it to the surface. Step 2. Dialogue with the gatekeeper. Don't silence it. Most people try to suppress or override the voice. Bad move. Suppression increases resistance. Resistance creates distortion. Distortion clouds your tuning. So instead, do this. Open a new page in your journal and write, I hear the part of me that says, insert limiting phrase. Now respond from your current self. I understand why you're saying that. What are you trying to protect me from? Then let the gatekeeper answer. Write its response as if it's a character with its own view. You may hear, I'm trying to stop you from being humiliated again. I remember what happened last time you trusted too much. I want to keep you from being abandoned again. I don't want you to feel like a fraud. Now you're having a real conversation. Not just with an inner critic, but with a fragment of your past self who took on the job of protector long before you had the tools you have now. This is deep signal work. This is liberation. Step 3. Reassign the gatekeeper. Gatekeepers don't disappear. They either upgrade or sabotage. You can't kill this voice, but you can reassign it. Say this out loud or write it down. I no longer need you to protect me from growth. I thank you for what you did. But your role is changing now. Then, give it a new function. Something supportive. Something non-controlling. Examples. Your new role is to remind me of my power when I forget. Your new role is to monitor my rest, not my risk. Your new role is to help me choose joy over perfection. Your new role is to be the archivist of my growth, not the guardrail of my future. Gatekeepers don't want destruction. They want purpose. And when they're repurposed, they often become your greatest allies. Step 4. Track the voice after the reassignment. Over the next few days, you'll notice the voice reappear. That doesn't mean it didn't work. It means the old neural groove is still running, but now you're conscious of it. When it speaks, say silently, "Thank you," but your role has changed. You're not arguing. You're reminding. And with each reminder, you diminish the static in your field. Your receiver sharpens. And what used to sound like fear now sounds like a faint echo, too weak to move you. That's freedom. You may have multiple gatekeepers. Learn their roles. Most people have 3 to 5 internal gatekeepers. They're like a committee. Each one was formed during a specific phase of life. You may discover a 5-year-old part of you who fears rejection, a teenage protector who guards against shame, a 20-something fixer who believes over-efforting is the path to safety, a recent self who equates expansion with instability. Meet them all. Give them names if it helps. Visualize them as figures, energies, or symbols. Then walk through the same process. Ask what they fear. Thank them. Reassign them. This clears your inner space, and the static begins to fade. What happens once the gatekeepers step down? When your internal field is no longer policed by old protectors, you'll notice a cascade of effects. Thoughts lose their emotional charge. You hear doubt, but it doesn't stick. Opportunities stop feeling dangerous. You no longer hesitate when a new timeline presents itself. You gain access to deeper signal clarity, because less energy is spent negotiating internally. You stop rehearsing worst-case scenarios. Your future projections get cleaner, sharper, less emotionally filtered. Most importantly, you stop assuming that fear means don't. You recognize fear for what it is, a past-based broadcast from a voice that's no longer in charge. And with that, your receiver expands. Gatekeeper energy in the body where it hides. These voices don't just speak. They live in your body. When you encounter a gatekeeper in real time, you may feel a tightening in your solar plexus, a squeeze in your throat, pull in your chest, a shutdown in your hips, a flutter in your stomach, a fog behind the eyes. These are somatic signatures of signal interference. So when they show up, pause, breathe, place your hand on that area. Say, "You're safe now." That voice is no longer the director. It can rest. That's how you bring coherence to the full system. You've dismantled the final layer of internal resistance. From this point on, you are no longer running your system on autopilot. You're no longer confused about where hesitation comes from. You no longer mistake internal conflict for divine timing. You no longer collapse just because a whisper of doubt arises. You meet the voice. You name it. You repurpose it. And then you return to your chosen frequency. This is real sovereignty. This is what it means to be a stable receiver, even in the middle of chaos. And because of this work, you're now prepared for something even more powerful. To collapse the distance between your current self and your highest timeline, by merging them completely. And next, you'll do exactly that, not in theory but in felt reality. You're ready to go beyond interception. This potent exercise helps you collapse timelines by fully merging into the version of you already living your desire. You've intercepted the signal. You've overridden your old identity. You've cleared the emotional static. You've identified the gatekeepers and restructured their roles. And now you're standing on the edge of something irreversible. A frequency merge. A timeline collapse. This is not a metaphor. This is not mindset work. This is energetic precision in motion. Because up until now, you've been learning to receive, interpret, and align with the signal of your alternate, more expanded self. You've tuned in, listened, studied, adjusted, embodied. But still, something may feel just slightly out of reach. You can see it. You can feel it. You've tasted glimpses. But it hasn't fully clicked into permanence. Why? Because you're still holding onto the idea that your higher timeline is over there. Somewhere in the distance. Somewhere in the future. Somewhere in the quantum that you can only access through effort, practice, or eventual arrival. That illusion ends now. Because the moment you collapse the idea of separation, the moment you stop thinking of your highest self as something to become, and instead realize it's something you can merge with instantly, that's the moment you lock in the shift permanently. And you do it not through force, but through a visceral, somatic, and neurological interception of your own broadcasted identity. This is the timeline collapse exercise. And when you perform it with full presence, you'll feel the field move. Not later, not slowly. Now, let's begin. The premise of timeline collapse. To collapse timelines means this. You remove the perceived space between who I am now and who I want to be. You strip the illusion that change is linear. You break the agreement that growth requires time. And you intercept, in real time, the full frequency of the version of you who already lives the reality you desire. That version already exists. Not as fantasy, as frequency. They've already navigated your current dilemmas. They've already integrated the lessons you're still learning. They've already stabilized the energy you're trying to match. And they are broadcasting, right now, waiting for you to stop rehearsing your old signal and begin receiving theirs fully. The 5-minute timeline collapse exercise. Perform this with full attention. This is not a mental exercise. This is not journaling. This is not passive reflection. This is an energetic command. Do this when you have privacy and presence. Step 1. Stand or sit in neutral stillness. Close your eyes. Feet grounded. Shoulders relaxed. Breath slow, no need to control it. Let your body settle into stillness. Drop all intention to improve. This is not a fix. This is a merge. Say silently, I am available to receive my already actualized self. Feel that availability. Step 2. Call the alternate you forward. Visualize or simply sense the version of you who has already embodied the signal you seek. Not their clothes, not their house, not their achievements. Sense their field, their steadiness, their breath, their command, their neutrality, their simplicity, their clarity, their energetic gravity. Let that presence stand in front of you. See them like a mirror, parallel you. Then say, I am no longer becoming you. I am you. Collapse the space. Collapse the time. Merge now. Feel that signal step into you, or you step into them. Feel the field move. It may feel like a rush of energy, a wave of heat, a lightness, a sudden calm, a full body resonance, a mental silence. Pause here. Let the merge complete. Don't narrate. Just be. Step 3. Lock in through physical motion. Now open your eyes. Stand if you weren't already, and take one deliberate action right now as your merged self. That could be changing your posture, walking with a different rhythm, speaking aloud with a new tone, looking at your reflection and nodding once, closing an app or browser tab that doesn't match your signal, picking up a task you were avoiding, now with full energy. This seals the merge, because thought alone is unstable. Action locks frequency. And now that your field is transmitting this merged identity, let's reinforce it with truth. Use the collapse command throughout the day. Whenever you feel a gap creep back in, whenever you feel like your future self is later, whenever you begin to chase, reach, or perform, say this silently. Collapse. Collapse the version who waits. Collapse the space between me and the signal. Merge. Now. Say it until your breath returns to power. Say it until your voice deepens. Say it until you feel neutrality return. Because your highest self isn't emotional. They're available. They're sovereign. They're already done. You're not becoming them. You're removing the version who thought you weren't already. The triggers that reverse the merge, be aware. Some events may cause your nervous system to revert. Not because the merge failed, but because your field has momentum. Be mindful of seeking validation after taking aligned action. Over-explaining your shift to others. Defaulting to people-pleasing when challenged. Confusing productivity with self-worth. Looking outside for proof too soon. Speaking from old language patterns. When this happens, pause. Don't shame yourself. Just say, reset, merge again, and repeat the field lock. Takes less than 30 seconds once you've practiced. Eventually, the need to merge fades, because the merged version becomes your baseline. That's the goal. Signs you've successfully collapsed the timeline. Here's how you'll know it worked, without needing confirmation from the outside. You'll notice, stillness becomes your default, not effort. You stop needing to fix yourself daily. Other people sense the shift, but can't explain it. You no longer reach for energetic crutches, like rituals or affirmations. You start making decisions faster with less emotional residue. Time bends. Tasks feel easier, results come quicker. You feel like you've arrived, but without fanfare. You stop chasing outcomes and start responding to inner clarity. This isn't performance. This is calibration. And it becomes self-sustaining. Important reminder. This merge is not a one-time event. While the initial collapse is powerful, your system may require remerges in the early stages. Why? Because the ego is adaptive. It might try to rebuild the illusion of distance. It might whisper, "You're faking it. You only feel this way because of that exercise. Let's see if it lasts." That's not failure. That's feedback. Every time you remerge, the illusion gets weaker. Eventually, there's no ego voice left. Just clarity, movement, reception. You don't access the alternate you. You are the alternate you. Your reality begins to match the merge. After collapse, reality responds differently. Not instantly, not always dramatically, but unmistakably. You'll notice, the right people show up. The wrong people drift out. Invitations start appearing. Timing becomes fluid. Small comments from others reflect your shift. You lose interest in past worries. You feel calmly inevitable. That's not magic. That's frequency symmetry. Because you've removed the gap between who I am and who I will be. And the universe no longer has to bridge that gap for you. It just aligns. You've now reached a milestone that few ever stabilize. The active merge. You're no longer simulating alignment. You're no longer trying to catch the right signal. You're no longer practicing belief. You are transmitting certainty. And when that becomes your baseline, all effort drops. All waiting ends. All separation dissolves. You've collapsed the timeline. But now there's one more phenomenon you must learn to navigate. Because even after collapse, even after full signal alignment, even after all the noise is gone, there's something that can still hold on. The phantom self. A residue. A hologram. A neurological trace of the you that no longer exists, still trying to pull you back. Next, we'll show you how to spot it and release it for good. After a big shift, the mind often tries to drag you back. You'll now learn how the brain stores phantom selves and how to release them for good. You've just merged, not in theory but in felt integrated reality. The you who was waiting has collapsed into the now. You walked with the signal. You spoke from the signal. You became the signal. But then, something strange happens. Out of nowhere, old thoughts resurface. Not the full belief, just traces. A familiar insecurity. A reaction that feels like a déjà vu. A subtle doubt even after a breakthrough day. It doesn't match who you are anymore. It doesn't make sense in context. And yet, it shows up. This is not sabotage. This is not regression. This is the phantom self. And if you don't know how to identify it, your mind will trick you into believing it's still real, that it still matters, that you haven't actually shifted. So let's decode this now, because once you understand the phantom self and its mechanics, it will lose its power completely. What is the phantom self? The phantom self is the neurological echo of your old frequency. It's a version of you that your brain remembers how to be, even after you've energetically outgrown it. It operates like muscle memory, only instead of physical movement it replays identity loops. Why? Because your brain is efficient. It doesn't know if a pattern is empowering or limiting. It just knows what's been rehearsed the most. So even after a massive frequency shift, even after full alignment, even after collapsing timelines, your nervous system may still carry the residue of who you used to be. And it shows up not to trap you, but to ask a simple question. Are we still doing this version or not? This isn't about trauma. It's not emotional wounding. It's habit. The habit of being a version of you that no longer fits. Let's show you how to spot it and then release it with precision. Common signs of phantom self-activation. You'll know the phantom self is active when you react automatically in ways that feel off from who you are now. You feel emotionally misaligned but can't explain why. You start speaking from old patterns of justification or defense. You second-guess choices that felt clear hours earlier. You re-engage with people, environments, or behaviors that no longer match your signal and feel drained. You experience what feels like energetic lag or echo. This is not failure. It's not a reversal. It's just your system defaulting to its most rehearsed identity broadcast. And now that you've become aware of it, you can update it manually. Let's start that now. Step 1. Separate presence from pattern. The phantom self thrives in fusion. It whispers, "This is you," when it's actually just a recording. So the moment you sense it, say internally, "This is not me. This is a residue. I'm watching it, not becoming it." That statement splits you from the broadcast, because you're not trying to suppress it. You're just refusing to identify with it. This keeps your true frequency stable while the pattern dissolves. Step 2. Identify the source code. Ask, when did this version of me become dominant? You'll likely get a flash of memory, a time, a setting, a season. For example, this is how I learned to cope during my first failure. This is the voice I developed when I wasn't being chosen. This is the pattern I built after that collapse. This is the tone I used to avoid being rejected. Now say, that was a functional self. Protected me. But the version of me who lives here doesn't need that anymore. This creates temporal dissonance, a psychological technique that disconnects the present from the past. Now the brain can archive the pattern rather than looping it. Step 3. Trigger interruption. The phantom self activates fastest in certain environments. Conversations where you used to shrink. Rooms where your energy was suppressed. Social dynamics built around the old version of you. Moments of pause where your nervous system doesn't yet trust stillness. To interrupt this, install a trigger phrase that stops the loop. Examples. That program is offline. This isn't me anymore. Old shell, no signal. I've already upgraded. Ghost code. Disregard. Say this the moment you feel yourself defaulting. If you're in public, say it mentally. If you're alone, say it out loud and move your body slightly. Even shifting your posture breaks the neurochemical momentum. Your system will recalibrate quickly. Step 4. Replace with a live signal. Now that you've interrupted the echo, plug the real signal back in. Ask, what does my current frequency right now actually feel like? You may feel groundedness, openness, silence, slow certainty, lightness, direction. Breathe into it. Let it fill your awareness. Then ask, what thought or action now reflects this frequency? Take that action. Even something as small as changing your tone of voice, your breathing rhythm, or your sentence structure resets the pattern. The body will catch on. The phantom self won't. And just like that, the old broadcast fades. Phantom self decay timeline. Here's the truth most coaches won't say. Even after quantum shifts, old patterns may echo for days or weeks. But they get weaker each time you don't respond. The decay timeline shortens dramatically the more aware you are. You'll notice, first, the echo shows up once a day, then every few days, then only when you're stressed, then not at all. You won't even need a ritual to stop it. It just won't arise. Not because you fought it, but because you stopped feeding it. Bonus technique: the phantom flush protocol. This is a full-body reset when you feel the phantom self has grabbed too much space. Step 1. Stand up. Shake your hands loose. Step 2. Say the following phrase aloud. Slowly. Flush all residue. Clear the echoes. Disengage all signal identities not matching my current state. Return me to my merged self. Step 3. Inhale deeply. On the exhale, imagine a gray static cloud leaving your field. Physically sweep your arms outward like you're clearing space. Step 4. Sit or stand still for 30 seconds. Let the true frequency rise, not forced, just present. This is not imagination. Your biofield reacts to command. It syncs with clarity. And your nervous system begins treating this command as the new baseline. You've now reached post-phantom consciousness. This means you're aware of your old identities without identifying with them. You catch outdated broadcasts before they activate. You no longer believe every emotion that shows up. You can distinguish thought from signal. You're running on deliberate reception, not residual pattern. And most importantly, you've stopped making yourself wrong for feeling human things. Because now you know, not all discomfort is a signal to fix. Not every echo is a failure. Not every emotion is instruction. It's just data. And now you interpret it with power. Your next frequency layer is almost here. You've moved through the collapse. You've shed the phantom residue. And your field is clearer than ever before. You no longer need to maintain alignment manually. You're beginning to live from it automatically. But now something wild starts to happen. Your outer world begins reflecting this inner shift at hyperspeed. It mirrors you, in signs, in symbols, in how people respond, in how time moves, in how reality bends. And that reflection contains feedback. Not passive, not vague, literal clues about which version of you you're currently tuned into, reflected back through the people around you. And next, you'll learn how to read those reflections with precision. Let's now track the undeniable signs that you've jumped timelines, things that seem impossible until you've experienced them. You'll never ignore them again. You've done the inner work. You've intercepted the signal. You've collapsed the timeline. You've cleared the phantom self. And now, something strange is happening. You can't quite explain it, but it's real. Your outer world is off in the best way. Small details are changing. People are reacting differently. Synchronicities are spiking. Timing feels sharper, tighter, more aligned. And there's one explanation. You've shifted timelines. This isn't a concept anymore. This isn't a belief you're trying to force into meaning. This is experiential. But because your mind is still conditioned to interpret change through logic, it may try to dismiss what you're experiencing as coincidence, randomness, or projection. That stops here. Because in this chapter, we're going to decode the real-world markers that confirm you've moved out of one frequency broadcast and locked into another. Once you learn to read these signs, you'll stop second-guessing your progress. You'll stop asking, "Is this working?" and start knowing, "It's already done." Let's start with the most common signal shifts, the subtle, undeniable fingerprints of a new timeline becoming your dominant reality. 1. People begin treating you differently without you changing a thing. You walk into the same room, same tone, same presence, but the responses are different. Someone compliments something they've never noticed before. You're perceived as more magnetic, clear, or calm. People defer to you without explanation. Boundaries you used to fight for are now respected without pushback. Conversations you used to dread become neutral or empowering. You didn't change your words. You changed your broadcast. And the field around you is responding accordingly. This is timeline shift confirmation. You don't have to adjust who you are. They're now seeing a version of you that wasn't previously available in their perceptual field. 2. Your environment starts looking Look around the spaces you occupy daily. Home, office, street, cafe. After a timeline shift, they will feel different. Not radically, but energetically. You may notice objects feel misaligned even if you used to love them. Colors seem warmer or colder. You forget how something was arranged, even though you see it every day. Something as small as the way sunlight enters a room feels foreign. Technology glitches or suddenly works better. This isn't imagination. It's a subtle shift in dimensional overlay. You've stepped into a parallel thread where 99% of the field is similar. But your perception has been recalibrated. It's like the same house in a dream, but you know it's not quite the same one. That's not aesthetic confusion. That's signal remapping. 3. Your sleep, memory, or hunger patterns change abruptly. Timelines carry unique energetic signatures, and your body feels them first. After a jump, it's common to experience lighter sleep with vivid symbolic dreams, an unusual surge or drop in hunger, a temporary numbness in memory recall, difficulty recalling the emotional charge of past events, a sudden need to clean, purge, or rearrange things in your space. These aren't random. They're the biological markers of your nervous system reorganizing its alignment to match the current broadcast. Your body is intelligent. It knows when the software has changed and begins adapting the hardware in real time. 4. Synchronicities spike in frequency and precision. You start seeing patterns fast. A phrase you said aloud is echoed back by a stranger. A number sequence appears multiple times in an hour. A thought you had is mirrored in a podcast or text message. Events seem perfectly timed, like reality is choreographed. You feel a surge of peace in the middle of something mundane, without reason. This is not spiritual fluff. This is field resonance. The signal you're now transmitting is in phase with a broader layer of intelligence, and synchronicity is its language. Your job is not to interpret every sign. Your job is to receive confirmation that the shift is in progress and stabilize there. When you stop needing the signs, they accelerate. 5. The old emotional triggers feel muted or irrelevant. Someone says the exact sentence that used to activate you, and instead of spiraling, you feel nothing. Or you revisit an old environment or dynamic, and the emotional weight just isn't there. This is timeline verification. The trigger still exists, but your system is no longer tuned to receive it, because you are no longer matching the broadcast where that trigger was needed. And when that happens, the loop has closed. I've moved. 6. Time distortion becomes obvious. You may experience hours that feel like minutes, conversations that feel like déjà vu, losing time during creative flow or focused action, the illusion that something already happened before it did, a full day's progress before noon. These are not attention issues. They are temporal compression effects that occur when your signal speed increases. Remember, timelines aren't linear tracks. They're layered frequency bands. When you shift up, your relationship with time recalibrates. You're no longer walking through time, you're commanding it. 7. You feel calm for no reason. This might be the most important sign of all. Suddenly, in the middle of activity or silence or traffic or nothing at all, you feel an unexplainable calm. Not sleepy, not numb, just still, grounded, aware, unbothered. That's not relaxation. That's reception. Your signal has stabilized. You're no longer reacting, you're receiving. And in that state, you don't need confirmation. Because your system knows. We're home. Caution. Don't go looking for signs to prove the shift. Let's be clear. The moment you start hunting for signs, you've reintroduced doubt. You've unconsciously returned to a lower frequency broadcast. The paradox is this. The signs come when you're not seeking. The shifts appear when you're simply being. The validation lands when you've stopped needing it. So let the proof find you. Your job is to tune, not test. To embody, not convince. To emit, not chase. And when you do that, the feedback loop begins to glow. Reinforcement practice. Daily timeline check-in. Once a day, ask these 3 questions. What timeline does my body believe I'm in today? Check for posture, breath, pace. What timeline does my environment reflect? Observe your space not to judge, but to read. What one shift in thought, movement, or language would stabilize the upgraded signal more clearly? Then make the shift immediately. This micro-practice maintains awareness without attachment. It becomes second nature. And eventually, you no longer check your timeline. You simply live the one you choose. Your new baseline, timeline awareness as identity. By now, you're not waiting to become someone else. You're not hoping for clues. You're not needing external validation. You are living from a place of conscious timeline authorship. That means you notice subtle upgrades as feedback, not fantasy. You stop defaulting to the past when the present quiets. You read people's reactions as mirrors of your current signal, nothing more. You no longer panic when reality seems to stretch or contract. You understand it's responding to signal shifts. You trust the new version of you because you've lived in it long enough to know it's real. This is not visualization. This is identity reinstallation. And now that you've learned to recognize the signs of a shift, your sensitivity to subtle timelines becomes your greatest asset. But with that new clarity comes a deeper form of perception. You'll begin to realize that what others say to you, how they react, respond, or reject, is a mirror of which version of you they're currently perceiving. Not of truth, not of your worth, but of the broadcast you're transmitting in real time. Next, we'll show you how to decode this with precision so you can use every human interaction as signal feedback. And in doing so, you become immune to misperception and master of frequency reflection. You're no longer the actor, you're the observer of all roles. This powerful shift gives you total access to choose which self to tune into at will. You've shifted timelines. You've seen the signs. You've tracked the evidence. You've felt the difference. But now something bigger unfolds. You begin to realize you're not just the receiver. You're not just the transmitter. You're not even the signal. You are the observer, the master awareness that tunes into, interacts with, and ultimately selects which identity broadcast to inhabit moment to moment. And once you make this shift, everything accelerates. Why? Because now you're not stuck reacting to whatever version of you shows up in a situation. You're not trying to fix your energy. You're not correcting thoughts, chasing confidence, or overriding fear. You simply observe, then choose. This is what makes the master tuner different from someone still stuck in identity. They don't personalize the frequency they're receiving. They recognize, this signal is available, but not required. This thought is passing, not defining. This emotion is data, not destiny. And from that space, they move, with clarity, with speed, with stillness. You're now ready to step into that. The core shift, from actor to observer. Most people live life as the actor in their timeline. They believe their thoughts are true. Their emotions are them. Their roles are who they are. Their reactions define their reality. They identify with every experience as if it's happening to them, rather than being selected by their tuning. But now, your relationship to reality changes. You are no longer the actor. You are the one watching the actor perform. Not detached, not dissociative, but conscious. You are the still presence behind all identity patterns, choosing which one to access, embody, or silence. This isn't spiritual philosophy, it's signal sovereignty. And it begins now. How to access the observer state in real time. Here's the simplest access point. When something happens, before reacting, say silently, "Let me watch this version of me." You'll feel an instant shift in awareness. You move from first-person immersion to third-person clarity. You don't stop engaging with life. You just widen your field. You notice how your voice wants to respond, how your body wants to react, how your emotions begin to surge. But you don't merge with them. You watch them. And in that space, you gain access to choice. You're not stopping yourself. You're tuning. And if the frequency isn't what you want, you shift it. Without force. Without fight. Just selection. That's what it means to be the master receiver. The 3 levels of identity awareness. To stabilize this shift, you need to understand the identity stack most people operate inside. Level 1, fusion. You are merged with your thoughts, emotions, reactions. If you feel afraid, you are afraid. If someone disapproves of you, you are less valuable. You believe everything your mind produces. Level 2, awareness. You recognize your thoughts as separate from you. You can question emotion. You begin to make new choices, but it still takes effort to snap out of it. Level 3, observer state. You reside as the still point behind all roles. You can wear identities like clothing and remove them just as easily. You select responses, frequencies, and behaviors based on alignment, not habit. This is where mastery begins. Because once you live at level 3, you don't try to control your mind, you select your frequency. You don't try to fix your reactions, you shift out of the broadcast that contains them. You don't try to predict the future, you tune into the version of you that's already living it. And that power is internal, silent, immediate. The observer exercise. Which self is activated? Anytime you feel off, pause and ask, which version of me just got activated? Don't judge, just name. You might say, the version that fears abandonment, the version that needs validation, the version that collapses when things move fast, the version that equates productivity with value. Then ask, is this the version I choose to keep broadcasting? If no, shift. Not by fixing the version, by selecting another. How? Change your posture. Slow your voice. Speak from neutrality. Recall the feeling of the alternate self already living your chosen signal. Let that version speak now. This bypasses psychological repair. It reactivates your chosen broadcast, and you move forward from signal, not survival. The power of observation without intervention. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do isn't to fix the version of you that's arising, it's to observe it without getting pulled in. Because observation without reaction creates dissolution. Here's how. Let the identity speak. Let the thoughts race. Let the feeling surge. And watch it without merging. Say silently, this is a signal passing through me, not a self I need to become. That's it. In most cases, that alone dissolves the pattern. Why? Because identity loops need your engagement to stay active. When you stop feeding them with attention, they fall apart. The observer doesn't push. The observer doesn't resist. The observer watches, and through watching, frees. You can now choose from an identity library. You've done enough work to access your internal identity grid, the full range of alternate selves available to you at any given moment. They are all broadcasting. And now, from the observer seat, you can choose the self who handles chaos with grace, the self who speaks with clarity and ease, the self who acts before doubting, the self who creates from overflow, not pressure, the self who no longer performs for approval, the self who feels whole before results arrive. This isn't about faking confidence. It's about tuning into the self who already doesn't need to fake it. And the observer is the one who knows how to make that call in real time. The observer and emotional neutrality. You've probably noticed, the more reactive you are, the harder it is to shift timelines. And the more emotionally charged your reality feels, the less you trust your signal. The observer state solves that. Because when you live from observer, emotions become invitations, not instructions. You no longer follow every emotional spike. Suppress what you feel. Assume negative emotion means wrong direction. Instead, you say, emotion is movement. I observe it. I don't become it. And from there, you recalibrate. Instantly. Social dynamics through the observer lens. Here's a high-level shift most miss. Once you stabilize the observer, social dynamics stop being personal. You no longer read people's reactions as proof of your worth, judgment of your path, permission to expand or contract. Instead, you read them as data. Their energy just dropped. Maybe I used the wrong self for this timeline. Their response was sharp. That might mean I'm activating their gatekeeper. They're responding with curiosity. My frequency is pulling them forward. You're not manipulating. You're reading the feedback map from neutral awareness. And that gives you emotional agility. You respond, not react. That's presence. That's power. Daily observer activation ritual. To lock this state in daily, use this 3-minute practice. Step 1, sit still. Close your eyes. Step 2, say aloud or mentally, I release all roles. I release all names. I release all narratives. I return to the witness. I return to the tuner. I return to the stillness that selects. Step 3, wait 30 seconds in silence. Let identity fade. Let thoughts move past. Let stillness become loud. This is your baseline reset. Do it daily. Before action. Before response. Before decision. You'll move through your day as a frequency selector, not a personality reactor. And that changes everything. You are now the observer, the stable point behind the self, the silent chooser behind the frequency, the witness of thoughts, the architect of identity, the master of broadcast. And because of this, you've unlocked something very few ever experience. Freedom from emotional false signals. But now, you need to take that observer clarity and put it into motion, not just in peace, but especially in pressure. Because when the world goes chaotic, when life surprises you, when uncertainty hits, will you collapse? Or will you channel the highest frequency available, in the exact moment it's needed? Next, you'll learn to do just that. In chaos, you either collapse or download clarity. You'll now learn to intercept high-frequency guidance when you need it most. In chaos, you either collapse or download clarity. You'll now learn to intercept high-frequency guidance when you need it most. You've stabilized the observer state. You've become aware of your broadcast. You've accessed choice in real time. But now reality hits harder. The curveball comes. The uncertainty spikes. The plan falls through. Someone triggers a version of you you thought you'd already deleted. And in that moment, your system wants to revert. Not because you failed, but because crisis compresses time. And when time compresses, you either collapse into the past, or you channel your future self into the present. This is not poetic. It's mechanical. Because your future self, the version of you who already mastered this moment, is broadcasting. Even now. The question is, can you intercept that signal before your nervous system spirals? That's what this chapter is about. The core truth. Crisis doesn't block clarity. It compresses it. Here's what most people get wrong. They think emotional overwhelm is a bad signal. They think breakdown means misalignment. They think chaos cancels intuition. Wrong. Chaos doesn't cancel signal. It amplifies whatever signal is dominant. And if your dominant signal is fear, it'll grow louder. But if your dominant signal is clarity from your future self, crisis becomes a tunnel of transmission. And the data that comes through is not theoretical. It's specific. It's actionable. It's stabilizing. You just need the protocol to receive it. That's what you'll learn now. The 3 reasons most people can't hear future guidance in hard moments. Let's clear the static first. Here's why people miss their future self signal when they need it most. 1. They panic before they pause. Before breath. Before presence. Before observation, they're already acting from survival. And that survival state jams reception. 2. They ask the wrong questions. Instead of tuning in, they interrogate. Why is this happening? What did I do wrong? How do I fix this fast? These questions keep you in past-based thinking, not future-coded transmission. 3. They assume alignment means no challenge. So when life goes sideways, they think the signal is broken instead of realizing, this is exactly where the next level is trying to come through. That ends now. You're going to learn to hear the frequency even when the noise is loud. Especially when the noise is loud. Future self-channeling protocol, used during crisis or confusion. This protocol is simple but precise. Don't rush. Don't modify. Follow it exactly. Step 1. Physically interrupt the collapse pattern. Crisis starts in the body. So before you even try to think clearly, you must disrupt the energetic spiral. Do this. Stand up. If seated, shake out your hands. Exhale forcefully, 3 times. Roll your shoulders back. Drop your jaw. Unclench your fists. Now place your hand on your chest and say aloud, stabilize. I am present. I am the receiver. Open the channel now. This re-engages the master-receiver state. Your signal is now ready to tune. Step 2. Ask one question and only one. Forget how. Forget why. Forget timelines, consequences, outcomes. Ask this: what does the version of me who has already handled this know right now? Then go silent. Wait 10 to 15 seconds. Don't force answers. Let the data arrive. It may come as a word, a tone, a phrase, a shift in posture, a full body click, an instruction, a question in return. Whatever comes, that's the intercept. Don't second guess it. Just lock it. Step 3. Embody first, then act. Before doing anything externally, take 10 seconds to match your body to the self who just sent you that data. Stand like them. Speak like them. Move your breath like them. Let your eyes shift to how they see. This isn't performance. The signal matching. Once the embodiment locks in, you'll feel a calm rise. Not fake calm, but intelligent stillness. From here, act. Send the message. Make the call. Ask the question. Move the piece. It won't feel frantic. It'll feel clean. That's how you know it's them, not your past self in panic. Why this works? The field collapses the moment you match the signal. People think timelines take time, but your future isn't far, it's adjacent. It's broadcasting one layer over. And the moment you match the behavior of the you who's handled it, the frequency collapses, and the resolution begins. You don't act to create change. You act to confirm the shift has already occurred. And the field adjusts instantly. You'll notice the problem simplifies, the person softens, the tension drops, the clarity expands. The solution reveals itself without negotiation. Because you're no longer transmitting problem. You're transmitting resolved. The crisis myth that keeps you misaligned. Let's crush this right now. If this is happening, I must be off path. No, not only is that untrue, it's frequency sabotage. Because your future self doesn't avoid challenge. They just don't collapse during it. They receive it differently. They interpret it as signal. They download through it. So the next time the storm hits, don't say, why now? This always happens to me. I thought I was past this. Say, this moment is a frequency test. Show me the signal that matches who I truly am. You'll feel it rise. Every single time. Rapid future self recall technique. 60 seconds or less. Use this when you're triggered, unsure, or spinning mentally. 1. Stand. Feet grounded. 2. Close your eyes. Breathe once, deep and low. 3. Speak the identity you choose aloud. I am the version of me who navigates with command, who never chases clarity, who receives in chaos, who already knows, who never loses signal. Pause. Let your body shift into that tone. Then open your eyes and move as them. Don't try to fake anything. Just allow. That's not performance. That's timeline access. And if repeated consistently, this becomes your real-time guidance system. Post-crisis integration. Locking in the new signal. After the moment passes, the email is sent, the meeting ends, the conversation's done. Don't rush back to baseline. This is where most people lose their shift. Instead, sit still for 2 minutes. Reflect. How did I channel clarity here? Name the move your future self made. Write it down if needed. Why? Because when you document the shift, your system treats it as a new program. And next time crisis comes, you won't panic. You'll remember the pattern. And it won't even feel like guidance anymore. It'll feel like you've now unlocked one of the most advanced tuning abilities available. Channeling your highest frequency not just in meditation or peace, but in pressure. You've stabilized as the master receiver. You've downloaded in real time. You've acted not from fear, but from future intelligence. This is what makes your signal undeniable. And now that you've mastered tuning in any state, it's time to decode the one emotion that still tricks almost everyone and keeps them looping inside low-frequency versions of themselves without even realizing it. Fear. But not fear as you think of it. Because what you're about to discover is that fear is often your greatest desire inverted. Next, we're going to teach you how to flip that signal. That thing you fear? It's often the same signal as your greatest desire inverted. Let's show you how to decode fear and flip it into your next frequency. You've channeled clarity through chaos. You've stabilized the signal under pressure. You're no longer reacting, you're selecting. And now, we take on one of the most misunderstood transmissions in human consciousness. Fear. But not fear as flaw. Not fear as weakness. Not fear as failure to align. Fear as inverted desire. Yes, the same emotional energy that surges through your body when you think, "What if it all goes wrong?" is often the exact mirror image of the energy that says, "This is what I want most, and I'm scared I might actually touch it." Fear isn't the opposite of desire. It's desire flipped through distortion. It's the signal you crave, overlaid with danger logic. And once you learn to recognize that inversion, you'll stop running from it. You'll stop spiritualizing it. You'll stop trying to dissolve it. You'll flip it. And in doing so, you'll access some of the most potent timeline shifts you've ever experienced. Because the signal of fear is often the closest proximity to breakthrough. Let's break it open. The anatomy of inverted desire. Let's start with what fear really is. It's not just a survival response. It's an energetic contraction around an imagined consequence. That contraction is usually anchored to a scenario you associate with exposure, rejection, failure, abandonment, powerlessness, humiliation, loss. But right underneath that imagined consequence is a longing. If only I could do this freely. If only this would work. If only I were enough for this to unfold. That's desire buried. Not deleted, just flipped. So here's the signal truth. Every fear is trying to show you a version of yourself you secretly believe is too good to become. And your job now is to stop fighting the fear and start extracting the desire underneath. The 5 most common desire inversions and how to decode them. 1. Fear of rejection equals desire for connection. You're not scared of being left. You're deeply longing to feel fully received, to be seen. The fear just points to where that longing feels most unprotected. 2. Fear of failure equals desire for expansion. You don't fear failure. You crave growth. The fear is just wrapped around what happens if you try and don't win. But the growth itself is what you actually want, not just the result. 3. Fear of being seen equals desire for impact. You don't fear attention. You fear misinterpretation. But beneath that is a longing to move people, to express fully, to be felt without filter. 4. Fear of change equals desire for evolution. You don't hate change. You want it, just without chaos. The fear comes when you feel out of control. But the version of you that lives beyond that change, that's who's calling you forward. 5. Fear of losing it all equals desire for freedom. You don't fear loss. You fear unanchoring from the things you used to base identity on. But the real pull is toward freedom, to move, to choose, to start again powerfully. Now that you've named it, we can flip it. How to perform a live signal inversion. Next time you feel fear, pause. Don't try to stop it. Don't analyze it. Don't ask, why am I feeling this? Do this. Step 1. Speak the fear plainly. I'm afraid I'll mess this up. I'm scared they'll think I'm not enough. I'm afraid if I do this, it'll all collapse. No fluff. Just name it. Step 2. Ask the core inversion question. If this fear is the flip side of desire, what do I actually want that feels too vulnerable to own right now? Let the answer surface. It will. Fast. I want this to work more than I'm willing to admit. I want to be loved without conditions. I want to succeed and feel safe doing it. That's the real signal. The fear was just a protective scrambling of that truth. Step 3. Anchor in the desire, not as a hope, but as a signal. Say, this is not fear. This is misdirected energy. I now tune to the true signal. The self who already holds what I desire without resistance. Then breathe and feel it. This isn't pretend. It's interception. You're receiving the original transmission before it got flipped. Why fear intensifies right before a timeline shift. This is critical. Most people misinterpret rising fear as a warning, so they retreat. But in frequency logic, fear often spikes right before a shift because you're approaching a threshold. And your nervous system screams, "This is unfamiliar." That means unsafe. But what's actually happening is, "This is unfamiliar." That means it's new. And we haven't fully installed this signal yet. So let's fire up every old broadcast at once just in case we need to run. That's not danger. That's dissonance. And the moment you recognize that signal, you stabilize faster. You flip the fear into its origin, longing. And then you act from that signal, not from the scrambled version. High-pressure flip technique, 30 seconds or less. This is your emergency inversion when fear spikes fast. Step 1. Close your fists. Let your body tense up. Say, "This is the misfire." This is fear trying to protect a future that hasn't happened. Step 2. Open your hands. Breathe. Say, "Now let me hear the real signal. What do I actually want?" Beneath this, let the true desire speak. Step 3. Walk, speak, or move as the self who already has it. Not someday. Now. You've flipped the frequency. The field will feel it. And so will you. Fear is proof of proximity. Let's close with a reframe that changes everything. Fear doesn't mean you're misaligned. It means you're close. Fear is often the final threshold your body fires off, before a new version of you steps in. It says, "This is too big. You've never done this. You're not ready." And the new self says back, "Exactly. That's why it matters. Let me in. You've already tuned to me, now act from me." Every time you feel fear now, don't collapse. Ask, what is this trying to protect me from? What if this is desire in disguise? What signal am I now ready to receive? Even if it feels too good, you'll know. The desire will rise. And when it does, you've already shifted. You're no longer looping the fear. You're riding it as signal fuel into the next timeline. You've learned how to flip, how to decode, how to match the true origin signal before your system scrambles it. Fear has lost its grip. And now, we show you how to use this awareness not just to flip individual moments, but to stack multiple signals across dimensions, so your shift becomes not linear, but exponential. Next, we introduce a concept so rarely taught in manifestation or reality creation, yet it holds the key to rapid, radical transformation. Frequency stacking. You're about to learn how to layer signals from multiple alternate selves into one aligned transmission, and why this is the single most powerful way to command accelerated outcomes. We'll now show you how to stack small signals from multiple selves into a dominant vibration, like building an energetic skyscraper of change. You've flipped fear. You've reclaimed the original desire beneath distortion. You've intercepted future self-intelligence in real time. And now, you're ready for an advanced tuning protocol that only becomes available once you've stabilized at your current level of awareness. It's called frequency stacking. And this changes everything. Because until now, you've been tuning into one version of you at a time, selecting one broadcast, one timeline, one identity. Powerful, precise, necessary. But what if you could stack multiple broadcast strands from different dimensions of your own potential into a single field? Not by imagining multiple realities, by integrating pieces of them simultaneously into your now body. This is what creates exponential acceleration. You stop growing linearly. You stop changing one habit at a time. You stop waiting for a full identity shift to install before you feel results. You start merging signal fragments into a super broadcast, and that convergence collapses timelines faster than any other tool you've learned so far. Let's show you how. What is frequency stacking? Frequency stacking is the process of consciously selecting signal fragments, thoughts, feelings, postures, tones, habits, tones of voice, beliefs, from multiple parallel selves, and layering them into one dominant vibrational broadcast inside your present self. It's not pretending to be someone else. It's choosing multiple versions of you that already exist, taking their strongest attributes, and stacking them into a singular operating system. You are not inventing. You are receiving. And when done correctly, this creates quantum-layered identity. Think of it like combining frequencies from different radio stations to create a new genre of music that only you can broadcast. That's what your field becomes. And reality can't ignore it. Why frequency stacking works so fast. Most people try to become a new version of themselves all at once. This causes resistance, because they attempt to override their entire identity with something too unfamiliar. The system panics. The change doesn't stick. They snap back to the old self. Frequency stacking solves this by introducing change in fragments, small, stable packets of new data that your nervous system can handle. For example, you don't have to fully become the you who speaks on stages. You can borrow their breath rhythm and posture now. You don't have to feel 100% ready to launch that business. You can install the decisiveness of the version of you who already did. You don't have to live like a multimillionaire. You can integrate the calm confidence of the self who stopped chasing. This builds resonance faster than full identity jumps. And the system stabilizes each layer naturally until you're living from the stack without trying. The 3 signal types you can stack. There are 3 kinds of signal fragments that are stackable. 1. Behavioral frequencies. Small observable actions like how they walk, how they type, how they breathe before speaking, how they pause before responding, how they handle interruptions. 2. Emotional tones. These are felt states you can drop into immediately. Calm certainty, quiet magnetism, light command, playful confidence, grounded joy. 3. Thought frequencies. These are beliefs, mantras, or internal tones you can intercept. Nothing urgent. Everything lands. I've already decided. I don't negotiate. I'm not proving. I'm tuning. They feel me before I speak. I move first, then receive. Each type reinforces the others. And the more you stack across these layers, the more dense and stable your new timeline becomes. The stacking protocol. Build your signal architecture. Here's how to stack consciously. Step 1. Identify 3 parallel selves. Think of 3 versions of you, each dominant in a different domain. One who speaks clearly and is respected. One who creates effortlessly and finishes what they start. One who feels safe being seen without apology. Name them. Don't worry about their full stories. Just identify their primary tone. Step 2. Choose 1 frequency fragment from each. Pick 1 fragment, behavioral, emotional, or thought, from each version. Example, Self A, their deep, slow breathing before answering a question. Self B, their playful tone when working. Self C, their belief that no opportunity can be missed. Now combine. You're not becoming all 3. You're stacking their frequencies into a new signature. Step 3. Embody the stack. 5-minute install. Stand up. Close your eyes. Say, receiving signal from integrated selves. Merging tone, posture, thought, and breath. Install new broadcast. Stabilize in field. Breathe as them. Feel as them. Think as them. Then walk across the room with the stack activated. This anchors it. Do not skip the walk. The physicalization tells your body. This signal is real. We move from it now. Frequency stack amplifiers to increase broadcast strength. Once your stack is live, you can amplify its potency with these tactics. 1. Speak from the stack, not about it. Instead of, I'm trying to feel more confident, say what the stack self would say. This is moving. It's aligned. Let's go. 2. Make micro-decisions aligned with the stack. Choose what to eat, write, wear, or share based on their logic, not your old habits. 3. Use frequency anchors. Select an object, scent, or song that matches the stack tone. Use it to re-enter the stack when you slip. 4. Stack in layers throughout the day. Don't try to hold it all at once. Reinstall briefly before key moments. Calls, meetings, creating, reflecting. Each layer reinforces the structure. And eventually, the stack signal becomes your default. The signal stack replaces identity work. Here's the punchline. You no longer need to work on yourself. You no longer need to journal about what you lack. You no longer need to dissect your patterns endlessly. Why? Because you're not trying to fix your identity. You're stacking a new broadcast that overrides the old one through pure reception. That's cleaner, faster, and far more accurate, because your current limitations aren't who you are. They're just the result of single-signal tuning, when what you needed was a stack. And now you have it. Daily signal stack refresh ritual. Run this every morning to set your broadcast. Step 1. Breathe deeply. Stand. Say aloud. Today I operate from the stack. Confidence from self A. Flow from self B. Stillness from self C. Step 2. Activate one physical trait from each: tone, breath, gesture. Step 3. Say your anchor phrase. This is the broadcast. We move from it now. Then step forward literally and begin. The step matters. Movement locks the merge. Signs your stack is fully installed. You'll know the stack is holding when people respond to you in new ways without you trying. You don't feel like you're playing a role. It just feels natural. Your energy holds even in unfamiliar situations. You begin making decisions faster and questioning them less. You feel like you're channeling a version of you that's been waiting and now has arrived. That's when your stacked frequency becomes your identity anchor. And you no longer have to maintain it. You simply live from it. You've now become a multidimensional broadcaster. You no longer tune into one version of you. You converge timelines inside your present self. And that convergence emits a signal reality cannot ignore. You're building a vibrational structure taller than the past, louder than doubt, and clearer than any logic can explain. But with power like this comes sensitivity. Because every aspect of your environment, your home, your devices, your people, is now echoing back the frequency you're broadcasting. Next, you'll learn how to read those echoes with clarity, so your surroundings become feedback, not confusion. Your room, your friends, your emails, they're all reflections of your current channel. Let's train you to read your environment like a feedback map. You've stacked your signal. You're no longer one version of you. You are the convergence of multiple intentional broadcasts. And now something subtle is happening. You walk into a room and it doesn't feel neutral. You open your inbox, and the tone of the messages strikes you differently. You check your calendar and notice energy shifts around certain tasks. That's not mood. That's resonance feedback. Because the environment around you, every object, every message, every interaction, is now echoing back the signal you're transmitting. This is not metaphor. This is literal. Your physical and digital surroundings operate as a real-time mirror of your frequency bandwidth. And once you learn to read this map, you no longer wait for confirmation from within. You simply glance at your surroundings and receive a precise reflection of which self you're broadcasting, which timeline you're inhabiting, what signal is most dominant in your field right now. In this chapter, you'll train your awareness to decode your space as signal, not decoration. And once you do, your environment becomes an ally. A feedback loop that either reinforces your chosen broadcast or alerts you to tune again. Let's open the map. The fundamental truth. You're not living in a neutral field. There is no neutral environment. Every space is either reinforcing your current broadcast, distorting it, or reflecting a mismatch waiting to be corrected. That applies to your home, your office, your phone screen, your social media feed, your kitchen, your closet, even your tabs and files. Each of these carries a signal tone, and you feel it. That's why some rooms calm you. Some pages make you tense. Some conversations feel sharp, and others feel like static. It's not about good or bad vibes. It's about alignment to the signal you're choosing to broadcast right now. Once you see this, your entire world becomes an interactive tuning grid. How to read physical space as frequency. Start with the space you're in right now. Ask, does this space match the tone of the version of me I'm choosing to broadcast? Don't overthink. Scan and feel. You're looking for resonance or dissonance. Resonance feels like calm without trying, slight elevation in posture, natural desire to act or express. Breathing slows. Visual clarity, you know where things are without mental effort. Dissonance feels like subtle pressure in chest or head, involuntary irritation or distraction, tension in jaw or shoulders, avoidance of certain areas, mental friction when looking at clutter or unprocessed items. This is not emotional guesswork. It's signal alignment analysis. Your space is showing you which version of you can live there comfortably. If your current chosen broadcast doesn't match the space, the field will tell you. And now you'll know what to do. Signal mapping walkthrough, use this daily. This is a simple diagnostic scan you can perform in any environment to calibrate it to your frequency. Step 1. Stand still, breathe, and say, show me what matches. Show me what distorts. Let your body scan, not your eyes. Let your nervous system respond. Step 2. Walk to 3 areas in your space, where you sit the most, where you avoid, a drawer, a corner, a pile, where you feel most relaxed. At each one, ask, what version of me lives here? What thought or tone is anchored in this space? You'll be shocked at how clear the answers are. You'll remember what you were thinking when that pile formed, what that empty notebook represented when you bought it, what conversation you replayed every time you sat in that chair. That's signal residue. And now it's time to choose. Keep it or tune it. Digital environment equals frequency multiplier. Now apply the same scan to your digital space. Open your phone. Ask, is this layout reflecting the broadcast I'm choosing now? Check home screen, notifications, first 5 recent texts, most used apps, saved photos, open browser tabs. Each one carries a resonance tone, and it's either amplifying your signal or subtly jamming it. Here's how to read the feedback. If opening it gives you a small surge of clarity or motion, it's aligned. If you feel tightening, shrinking, or avoidance, it's mismatched. If you feel nothing, it's noise, and noise is just low-grade distortion. You don't need to declutter for productivity. You need to tune your digital space to match your chosen self. You're the broadcaster. Make the interface reflect the signal, using environment to lock in your frequency. Once you read the environment as signal, you can use it to stabilize your timeline. Here's how. 1. Choose one anchor item per room. This is an object that matches your desired tone. Examples: a chair that promotes confident posture, a candle that cues stillness, a pen you only use when operating from your highest timeline, a book you keep visible as identity reminder. Assign each one to a version of you. Say, this is the chair of the self who speaks clearly. This pen belongs to the self who creates without delay. This mug receives the morning frequency I'm broadcasting. Yes, it's that precise. And your nervous system will learn to respond automatically. 2. Program entry rituals into your spaces. Before entering a workspace, bedroom, or creative area, pause. Say, we match this space. This space holds our signal. Step in aligned. That single 5-second act tells the field, this identity is now dominant. Do this 3 times a day, and your entire system begins to map space to self permanently. Other people as frequency echoes. This is advanced and vital. Once your signal stabilizes, people in your life stop behaving randomly. Their responses become diagnostic reflections of your broadcast. Here's how to read them. If someone is dismissive, avoidant, or unsure, ask, what version of me did they just respond to? Often it's a residual broadcast you thought you cleared. If someone treats you with clarity and respect without you changing behavior, note, this is reinforcement of the signal I just installed. If multiple people respond with confusion, your signal is likely fragmented. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It means it hasn't stabilized. You don't blame them. You don't chase their validation. You just observe. They're showing me which frequency I was emitting. Then retune. Not to please them. To choose your version again. Environments speak loudest when you don't feel aligned. There will be moments, even after all this work, when you feel blurry, heavy, disconnected, out of sync. And in those moments, your mind may say, I'm stuck. I've lost progress. I've fallen. But don't look in. Look around. Your environment holds the code. The clutter you ignored. The light you haven't adjusted. The sounds playing in the background. The email you avoided. The meal you rushed. These are not lifestyle choices. They're frequency feedback points. Change one, and the broadcast begins to retune. That's how fast alignment returns. Not through emotional force, but through signal hygiene. The echo becomes you. Eventually, as your frequency becomes consistent and intentional, your entire environment will shift. Conversations elevate. Opportunities arise faster. Physical space begins reorganizing itself without much effort. People treat you like the version of you you've only recently embodied. You stop feeling off because the world around you is now vibrating in sync. You've stopped being shaped by space. You're shaping space through signal. And now you can look at any part of your world and say, this is who I'm being. Not with ego, with certainty, because you're no longer waiting for life to reflect you. You've tuned your field so clearly, life has no choice but to respond. You've now mastered the ability to read your space as signal, to tune your room like you tune your identity, to use your phone as an antenna, not a distraction. And in doing so, you've taken command of the feedback loop that governs 90% of people's unconscious frequency sabotage. Next, we go deeper. We zoom in on the relationships you allow into your field, and why one misaligned presence can derail your entire stack, dissolve your clarity, and fragment your signal. You'll now learn how to protect your field from signal contamination, and how to identify the moment someone else's frequency starts infecting your own. Even one low-frequency person can crash your signal. We're now going to explore how others' broadcasts infect your field, and how to shield yourself. Your frequency is no longer accidental. Your environment reflects your inner broadcast. Your identity stack is clear, stable, and active. But now, something more subtle, more insidious, begins to emerge. Other people. Not just in theory, but in your energy, your conversations, your body, your momentum. Because once you've elevated your signal, the biggest threat is not distraction. It's signal contamination. The presence of another broadcast, uninvited, unconscious, incompatible, that begins to override or distort your own. And the truth is, it doesn't take much. One low-frequency person in regular proximity to your field can fracture your stack. Not because they're bad, but because they're broadcasting a reality that conflicts with the one you've tuned into. And your system, by nature, begins to match them. This isn't weakness. It's waveform behavior. And once you see how it works, you'll stop moralizing it and start protecting your signal with fierce precision. You're not going to cut everyone out. You're going to become immune. Let's begin. The law of field matching. You already know that everything emits frequency. People are no different. Every human you interact with, even for a minute, is broadcasting a signal. That signal is made up of their emotional tone, their beliefs about life, their identity narrative, their self-concept, their dominant thoughts, their nervous system baseline. Now here's what matters. Your nervous system is constantly scanning other fields for alignment or threat. If it perceives another person's signal as more dominant, more emotionally intense, or more familiar, your system will begin to match it. Not because you agree, not because you admire them, because signal seeks coherence. And unless you're stabilized in your stack, you'll default to the loudest signal in the room. This is how people catch energy. This is how moods spread. This is how chaos walks into calm spaces and wrecks them. Not through words, through field. And now you're going to see it for what it is. The three most common forms of signal contamination. 1. Frequency dominance. This happens when someone's field overpowers yours through emotional volatility, constant negativity, hyperconfidence with zero alignment, passive-aggressive shame tactics, advice that's really a transmission of fear. If you leave the interaction feeling smaller, foggier, or doubting yourself, you've been temporarily overridden. 2. Frequency pulling. This is more subtle. It happens when someone tries to pull you into their broadcast to validate it. Examples: A friend who always brings up worst-case scenarios just to talk it out. A coworker who gossips to build false connection. A partner who says you've changed every time you grow. Anyone who mirrors your expansion with their contraction, expecting you to collapse back. You begin to feel responsible for holding their signal steady instead of your own. That's not connection. That's frequency pulling. 3. Frequency guilt. This is when someone makes your signal feel wrong because it exposes their misalignment. You're too positive. You're too focused. You're not fun anymore. You're trying too hard. You're not the same. That's not feedback. That's guilt transmission from someone who's no longer resonating. And your job now is to protect your field, not lower it for their comfort. How to detect contamination within minutes. Here's the test. After interacting with someone, ask, do I feel more like the version of me I'm becoming, or more like the version I've outgrown? If your answer is more like the old me, their field pulled yours out of alignment. Then scan. Did your posture shift? Did your breath change? Did you start explaining yourself? Did you mentally rehearse or defend your choices? Did you leave with less clarity than you entered with? If yes, contamination occurred. And now we fix it. The signal shielding technique. You don't need to block people. You need to buffer your signal. Here's how. Step 1. Pre-encounter tuning. Before entering the space or call, say aloud, I hold my stack. I emit, I don't absorb. I stabilize my field. No match, no merge. This primes your system not to default to theirs. Step 2. Mid-interaction scan. At any moment, silently ask, am I transmitting or absorbing? If you're absorbing, pause, inhale and realign posture. Touch an anchor object or phrase to reset. Step 3. Post-interaction reset. After leaving, immediately reactivate your stack. Say, I reclaim my broadcast. Clear contamination. Restore tone, breath, posture, thought. Then move, even if it's a few steps, to physically end the transfer loop. That's how you remain sovereign. What to do when you can't avoid low-frequency people. You may live with them, work with them, even love them. So here's the reframe. You don't need to fix or educate anyone. You only need to become non-reactive to their signal. Which means, no correcting, no explaining, no trying to get them to see what you see, no defending your identity shift. You remain in your tone. And when their frequency attempts to penetrate yours, you observe it but you don't broadcast it. You become the dominant frequency not through volume but through steadiness. This is energetic leadership, silent command, invisible alignment, and it's more powerful than any argument. Release the idea that you owe everyone access to your field. Let's say it cleanly. Not everyone gets access to your frequency. Not because you're better, because you're broadcasting intentionally, and your field is not public domain. So when someone starts jamming it with their doubt, chaos, or judgment, you don't have to fight back. You just say internally, my field is not available for distortion. Then move on. That's it. No guilt. No over-explaining. No shame in pulling back. You don't need permission to protect your frequency. You already earned that right by tuning it. The paradox, when you stabilize, you become a tuner for others. Here's the twist. When you no longer collapse into others' signals, they often begin matching yours. Why? Because coherence is magnetic, and your clarity becomes a silent invitation. Suddenly, people become calmer around you. Conversations shift to higher levels. The dramatic friend stops looping. The critical colleague softens. Your presence begins correcting their distortion without effort. You didn't fix them. You just held your tone so steadily, they tuned by default. That's real influence. That's frequency leadership. That's signal integrity in motion. You now understand signal contamination. You've tracked the signs. You've built the shield. You've protected your broadcast without needing force. And more than that, you've become the clear channel in chaotic spaces. Now, we take that to the next level. You're about to learn one of the most paradoxical and potent strategies in your transformation arsenal. One that most people fear, mock, or misunderstand. Delusional alignment. Next, we show you how acting like your highest self, even before you feel ready, isn't faking, it's fast-tracking. You'll now learn the paradox of being delusional. How pretending to be your highest self is often the fastest way to receive that signal for real. Your signal is clean. Your environment reflects your identity. You're immune to contamination. And now, it's time to activate a strategy that may sound irrational to the world, but is completely logical to the field. Delusional alignment. Not as wishful thinking. Not as escapism. Not as fake it until you make it. But as frequency mimicry of such intensity and precision that the field stops questioning and starts conforming. Because in the mechanics of multidimensional identity, the only thing that defines reality is signal consistency. And when your chosen frequency is held long enough, even without external evidence, the world adapts. So what the world calls delusion, we now redefine as early signal reception. Let's break the taboo. Let's make it tactical. Let's show you why acting as if isn't foolish. It's quantum efficiency. Delusional alignment defined. Delusional alignment is the intentional act of behaving, speaking, thinking, and feeling as if your desired version of self is already installed without waiting for proof. The external world might call this irrational. But the field responds not to proof, it responds to broadcast density. So when you behave like your higher self before your reality catches up, you're not lying. You're just pre-tuning. And because time isn't linear, that signal begins to collapse into your timeline faster than any plan, strategy, or logic can deliver. You're not making things up. You're intercepting them early. And that's the most direct path to embodiment. Why most people resist delusional alignment. People avoid this not because it's ineffective, but because it challenges their addiction to proof. They say things like, I don't want to be fake. That's not me yet. People will think I'm pretending. What if I'm wrong? But these are not statements of truth. They're symptoms of old signal loyalty. The part of you still waiting for permission. Still loyal to past evidence. Still terrified that authenticity requires limitation. Here's the reality. You're not pretending to be someone else. You're broadcasting from a real version of you that your past hasn't caught up to yet. And your job is not to seek external validation. It's to stabilize that signal until the field mirrors it without resistance. The 3 forms of delusional alignment. 1. Behavioral alignment. You behave as your highest self would, even if the environment hasn't changed. Examples: speaking clearly on camera even with 10 followers. Moving through your day like a CEO, even without the business. Dressing like the version of you who already landed the opportunity. Making decisions as if success is already assumed. 2. Linguistic alignment. You speak in a tone that matches the result, not the weight. Examples: this is working. I'm already in motion. The signal is installed. I move like it's done because it is. You drop phrases like trying, hoping, and we'll see, because they broadcast doubt, not possibility. 3. Emotional alignment. You feel the internal tone of your chosen self, even without the outer world reflecting it yet. Examples: calm, even if numbers don't look like success. Confidence, even if there's no confirmation. Lightness, even in uncertainty. Full body knowing, even without applause. That's not denial. It's dimensional preference. You're picking which version of reality gets your energy. And once that preference becomes consistent, the field reorganizes around it. But isn't that delusional? Let's redefine the word. Let's take the accusation head-on. The word delusional implies disconnection from reality. But whose reality are we talking about? Your past? Your family's worldview? Society's delayed metrics? The old frequency you left behind? None of those define your truth. So here's the reframe. Delusion equals commitment to a timeline before it's been externally validated. And that's what every high-frequency version of you is doing. They're not waiting. They're transmitting. And now, so are you. How to install delusional alignment without feeling fake. This is key. You're not acting. You're receiving. Here's how to lock it in. Step 1. Name the reality you're receiving. Say, I receive the signal of the self who already lives this. Their posture, their tone, their clarity. I install it now. Feel it. Don't fantasize. Just feel the shift. Step 2. Speak from the new field immediately. Within 60 seconds, say something, aloud or written, from the new signal. Examples. That's aligned. The field is responding now. I've already stabilized the tone. This locks the broadcast, because speaking is transmission, and transmission collapses uncertainty. Step 3. Take a micro-action that confirms it. Don't wait for a perfect move. Just do one thing the old you wouldn't do. Send the message. Start the thing. End the delay. Name the decision. Choose the direction. That anchors the delusion as a decision, and the field treats it accordingly. The paradox. Delusional becomes obvious, fast. Here's what always happens. You align delusionally, and within days or weeks, people respond to you differently. Opportunities show up that match the tone. Your environment begins shifting effortlessly. Resistance fades. Old doubts sound absurd. What once felt out of reach feels boringly obvious. Why? Because your timeline caught up. Not because you forced it. Because you broadcasted it long enough for the field to match. And when that happens, no one calls it delusional anymore. They call it success. They call it natural. They call you confident, aligned, or lucky. But you'll know what really happened. You didn't wait. You tuned. Delusional alignment versus escapism. Let's clarify. This is not bypassing. This is not fantasy. Delusional alignment doesn't ignore reality. It selects it. It says, I'm aware of what's here, and I'm choosing to emit a signal from a different dimension of self. If you're using alignment to avoid necessary action or ignore consequences, you're not aligned. You're hiding. But if you're using it to broadcast a new frequency before evidence arrives, you're building the field. And that's mastery. Use this phrase to snap into alignment anytime. When doubt, delay, or uncertainty creeps in, say, let them think it's delusional. I know it's just early signal. That phrase recenters your truth. It reminds your system, you're not seeking proof. You're not convincing anyone. You're not acting, you're receiving. And the moment you say it, the broadcast returns. When others don't get it, hold the tone anyway. This will happen. Friends, family, followers, clients, they might question your sudden clarity. They might say, that's not how it works. You've changed. You need to be more realistic. Who do you think you are? Let them talk. You're not aligning for applause. You're aligning for timelines. And when they see what you receive, many of them will switch frequencies too. Not because you convinced them, because you held your tone long enough to become undeniable. You've now unlocked one of the highest leverage strategies in identity engineering. You've shattered the lie that proof is needed before action. You've stepped fully into pre-evidence transmission. You've made delusion your fast track to clarity. And now we take that precision and build rituals around it. Micro-practices, frequency locks, daily moments that hold your new self in place. Because transformation doesn't need more theory. It needs anchors. Next, you'll learn how to turn ordinary moments into frequency stabilizers. Rituals that repattern your reality without force. Tiny acts done consistently are frequency stabilizers. You'll now build rituals that lock you into your chosen broadcast permanently. You've just committed to delusional alignment. You've stopped waiting for proof. You've begun broadcasting the future as if it's already lived. But now a new question arises. How do I hold this tone without slipping back? Because even the clearest signal can decay without reinforcement. Even the most potent frequency can fade without repetition. Even the most powerful version of you needs anchors. And that's where we go next. This is the art of ritual. Not for mysticism, not for aesthetics, but as the most efficient, stable, and repeatable method for holding a chosen broadcast, without overthinking, overworking, or overanalyzing. Because once you have your frequency, you don't just activate it, you install it. And you do that through small, intentional, repeatable rituals, microacts that become signal locks. When done correctly, these rituals make your new identity inevitable. Let's build your system. Why ritual beats motivation every time. Motivation is unpredictable. It fluctuates with mood, sleep, hormones, headlines. Ritual is stable. Ritual doesn't ask how you feel. It just runs. Silently, powerfully, like code under your consciousness. And once installed, it becomes non-negotiable identity behavior. Not because you're forcing it, but because your system no longer identifies with skipping it. This is not discipline. This is signal fidelity. You're holding the broadcast in your biology. And the field recognizes that. The structure of a frequency ritual. A frequency ritual has 4 simple components. 1. Signal cue. A sound, object, gesture, or time that tells your system, begin the broadcast. 2. Broadcast behavior. A specific microaction that embodies the version of you you're anchoring. 3. Tone lock. A short phrase, posture, or breath that locks in the feeling state. 4. Frequency finish. A final intentional close so the system stores the ritual as complete. This structure can be done in 90 seconds or stretched into 15 minutes. It's not about length. It's about precision. Let's now build your custom rituals. For morning, movement, and momentum. Morning ritual. Frequency installation before the world arrives. Your first 10 minutes determine your signal for hours, so we make it automatic. Here's a sample build. Signal cue. You light a candle, or press play on a specific song, or put on a specific item of clothing that belongs to your higher self. Broadcast behavior. You sit or stand in posture that reflects your chosen self. You speak one aligned thought aloud. Everything moves through me with clarity. Tone lock. You close your eyes and breathe for 20 seconds. Feel the signal enter your cells. No need to visualize. Just tune. Frequency finish. You say, I move from this frequency now. Then you walk 3 steps forward. This takes 2 minutes. But if done daily, it replaces hours of journaling, doubt, and distraction. It becomes your default broadcast. Movement ritual. Embody the signal while in motion. This ritual is not for stillness. It's for integrating signal into physicality, while walking, lifting, stretching, or simply existing in space. Here's how it works. Signal cue. A specific playlist or sound that means transmit while moving. Broadcast behavior. You walk with the posture of your chosen self. You hold a phrase in your mind with each step. I am already walking inside the outcome. Tone lock. During movement, choose one object or person in your field and project your signal at it. This activates embodiment not as theory, but as lived field presence. Frequency finish. End the movement by pausing, placing your hand on your chest or jaw, and saying, this is the new tone, stored in body. Broadcast continues. This makes your nervous system part of the transmission. No need to get back into alignment later, you're already there. Momentum ritual. Reset in 60 seconds after interruptions. This one is essential, because no matter how aligned you are, interruptions come. Texts, doubts, meetings, static. So we install a signal reset ritual, quick, quiet, powerful. Signal cue. A hand on the back of your neck or heart. A whispered word. X. Return. Broadcast behavior. You stop movement. You say to yourself, old broadcast attempted to resume. New signal remains dominant. Tone lock. You take one deep breath and exhale as the self who is already certain. Frequency finish. You write one sentence that the new you would say. I continue. No collapse. No delay. This isn't a break. It's a reassertion of identity. You are the field. And now you remember. Ritual anchors, turning ordinary objects into signal carriers. Everything around you can be used as a trigger. Pick 3 everyday items. Assign each a frequency. Examples. Your mug equals creative self. Your watch equals decisive self. Your phone wallpaper equals calibrated self. When you touch or use them, you say silently, "Broadcast active." Your brain doesn't need to be convinced. It simply complies. And soon, these objects become your field switches. Not reminders, access points. Don't try to feel the ritual. Just do it. Here's what trips people up. They expect fireworks. They expect every ritual to feel amazing. But you're not chasing feeling. You're building frequency infrastructure. And just like electricity, you don't need to feel the current every time. You just need the wires installed. So if one ritual feels flat, do it anyway. It's still building signal density. It's still encoding your identity. It's still anchoring the broadcast. And in time, you'll stop needing the ritual. Because you'll become it. Using ritual to override collapse patterns. Here's where this becomes non-negotiable. In collapse moments, when you get the rejection email, the launch doesn't perform. The old self creeps back. A conversation throws you off. Nothing seems to be working. Don't think. Don't analyze. Don't go figure it out. Just ritual. Run your reset. Touch your object. Say your phrase. Take your breath. Then act from the version of you that didn't collapse. You're not suppressing. You're broadcasting through resistance. And the field will shift faster than any reflection process ever could. Ritual plus identity equals irreversibility. When you ritualize a frequency, it becomes unconscious, automatic, self-protecting, environment-proof, contagious. It no longer requires thought. You begin to act from your highest alignment without reminders, without journaling, without inspiration. Because the signal is coded into your rhythm. This is the goal. Not to get into alignment again and again, but to live in such high-fidelity repetition that alignment becomes unbreakable. Build your 3 ritual system now. Let's make it real. Ritual 1, morning install. Q. Underscore. Behavior. Tone lock. Finish. Ritual 2, movement anchor. Q. Underscore. Behavior. Tone lock. Finish. Ritual 3, momentum reset. Q. Underscore. Behavior. Tone lock. Finish. Write these. Practice these. Repeat them for 7 days straight. Then observe. Do you need fewer motivational crutches? Do you spend less time in realignment mode? Do your decisions become more automatic? Do people around you start responding differently, even if you haven't told them anything? That's signal integration. That's the magic of ritual. You've now made the shift from conscious tuner to unconscious transmitter. And soon, you'll stop identifying as the person intercepting a better self. You'll start fully embodying that self. In every breath, every move, every tone. That's what we do next. You're about to cross the final threshold, becoming the broadcast. Not sometimes. Not when it's easy. Not when it's private. Fully. Visibly. Irreversibly. Next, we bring your intercepted alternate self into embodied identity. You're not visiting the frequency anymore. You're becoming it. You've intercepted the signal, now it's time to live it. We'll walk through the process of full identity embodiment, a complete timeline shift. The signal has been received. The rituals are locking. Your environment now mirrors you. The old self is flickering. And now you stop tuning in, because you're about to become the tuner. You're not practicing anymore. You're not prepping. You're not testing the frequency. You're becoming the living embodiment of the version of you you've been intercepting, in full clarity, without conditions, without delay. Not as a mood, not as a visualization, but as your default mode of operation. Because everything you've built in the past 39 chapters, every thought, tone, scan, ritual shift, has been preparing you for this moment. Identity lock-in. When the self you used to imagine becomes the self you wake up as. When there's no more gap between desire and behavior. No more rehearsal. No more toggling timelines. Only embodiment. And it doesn't happen through effort. It happens through alignment deep enough to overwrite your reflexes. Let's complete the shift. What embodiment actually means. Embodiment is not performance. It's not acting like. It's operating as. The key difference. Performance checks for response. Embodiment needs no reaction. Performance scans for approval. Embodiment emits without expectation. Performance wears the identity. Embodiment is the identity. When you embody your alternate self, you stop asking, "Am I doing it right? Am I aligned right now?" And you begin naturally responding to life from the new frequency without needing to remember how. This is not spiritual theory. It's biological signal installation. And it's what makes manifestation irreversible. The 3 layers of full embodiment. Let's break it down into layers you can actually track. Layer 1, behavioral consistency. You consistently make decisions your highest self would make, even under stress, fatigue, or uncertainty. You notice, you no longer spiral when things go off plan. You default to clarity, not confusion. You speak like the version of you that knows. Layer 2, emotional stability. Your nervous system no longer panics when the old reality flickers back. You don't chase. You don't grasp. You don't resist. You remain in tone and the world adapts. Layer 3, social reorientation. You don't shrink or shapeshift in front of others. Even in groups, even with history, you stay in your frequency. This is the sign you've embodied. You no longer feel like you're playing a role. You feel like you're finally not pretending anymore. When you realize the old you is no longer accessible. This moment is eerie and beautiful. It hits quietly, maybe after a conversation, maybe after saying no to something you used to say yes to, and you realize, I can't access the version of me who tolerated that. I can't fake that tone anymore. I'm not trying to be this self. I am this self. That's not ego. That's identity convergence. It's the collapse of contrast between past you and chosen you. Not because you forced it, but because you held the signal long enough for the shift to become permanent. And once it's locked, there is no going back. Only deeper expression from here. How to know when you're embodying versus practicing. Here are the signs. You no longer need to script conversations in your head. You feel odd trying to explain your choices because they now feel self-evident. You're uninterested in defending your growth. You're unattracted to people who don't match your tone, not in a judgmental way, just a silent disinterest. You find it harder to engage in low-frequency storytelling. It just doesn't feel real anymore. This is embodiment. You've stopped curating the signal. You've become it. Why others may not recognize you, and why that's a good sign. Embodiment disrupts relational patterns. When you shift deeply, people who were calibrated to your old self may feel confused, pull away, try to bring you back, say things like, "You've changed." Yes, obviously. Avoid you without knowing why. That's not rejection. That's broadcast interference. Your field is no longer syncing with theirs. And it doesn't mean they're wrong or toxic. It just means you're no longer matching the story they assigned you, which is the most liberating signal confirmation of all. You've stopped belonging to the identity others were comfortable with. And now you're living in self-assigned alignment. You're no longer becoming. You're remembering. Let's erase one more illusion. You're not becoming anything. You're not leveling up. You're not transforming. You're simply receiving the clearest version of yourself and letting it run without interference. The version of you who moves cleanly, speaks powerfully, thinks clearly, chooses effortlessly, creates without apology. That self was never future you. That self was always broadcasting. You've just finally stopped muting it. And now you live it. Embodiment isn't loud. It's unmistakable. You don't need to declare this shift. You don't need to post about it. You don't need to explain it to those who can't feel it. Because embodiment emits. It walks into a room and tunes the environment. It ends conversations with clarity and peace. It makes decisions that don't need justification. It radiates presence without performance. You'll notice people lean in, emails shift tone, opportunities appear faster. Even strangers mirror your confidence back to you. That's not magic. That's embodiment as field coherence. And it's now your default. 3 embodiment locks to practice now. These locks stabilize the final integration. Use them daily. Lock 1. Walk like it's already normal. You don't rush. You don't sneak. You walk like this reality has always been yours. This changes posture, and posture changes self-perception instantly. Lock 2. Speak without checking for reaction. You speak from signal, not for validation. You drop vocal inflection that sounds like apology. You remove "I'm just" and "I feel like" from your vocabulary. Let your words land as if your truth needs no permission. Lock 3. Decide without mental delay. You don't scan for consensus. You decide from alignment, not caution. Even small things, what to eat, what to respond to, when to move, are now governed by internal knowing. That's identity stability. And it creates ripple effects your past self couldn't predict. The old timeline will test you. Don't respond. There will be echoes. Old messages. Old habits. Old feelings. Old tests that seem perfectly timed to knock you off center. They're not traps. They're just residual signal trying to confirm whether you're still available. You're not. And the moment you don't respond, energetically, emotionally, physically, the loop collapses. You don't have to pass the test. You just have to stop identifying with the version of you who keeps taking them. And in that silence, the new signal locks even deeper. You're now broadcasting from inside the timeline. This is the shift no one talks about. You're no longer trying to align with something. You're broadcasting from inside the reality you used to try to reach. You speak from it, act from it, think from it, feel from it. And because of that, the field now treats you as native, not as a visitor. Which means resistance drops, opportunities rise, time accelerates, doubt fades. You stop needing reminders to stay in it. Because you never left. You're not tuned in. You are the frequency, and it's only going to build from here. You've embodied the broadcast. You've made the alternate self your permanent baseline. You're now a living transmission of a timeline that others will call miraculous. But you know the truth. You didn't manifest it. You just received what was already yours. Now we enter the liminal moment, where everything is shifting but not yet settled. The space between versions. The space between signals. The moment before complete timeline dominance. Next, we walk through what happens inside this distortion window and how to cross the final threshold with grace. You may feel lost in transition. That's normal. This chapter explains the weird zone between realities and how to cross the threshold. You've embodied the signal. You're not tuning anymore, you're transmitting. You've moved past performance and into default identity. And now comes the strange silence. The echo chamber. The distortion window, where everything feels off. Not wrong. Not broken. Just in between. You're not who you were, but life hasn't fully caught up yet. You're not running old loops, but the new timeline hasn't landed completely. You're not unclear, but the clarity hasn't fully formed into results. This is the moment most people abandon the shift. They say, "Why hasn't it shown up yet? Am I doing something wrong? I feel weird." Not bad, just disoriented. Things feel kind of floaty. Exactly. Because you're in the distortion window, the transitional field between frequencies, where your external reality is recalibrating to your internal broadcast. And this is not a mistake. It's a sign of movement. Let's break it down. What is the distortion window? The distortion window is the energetic space between the full release of the old frequency and the full reception of the new timeline. It's like updating your operating system. The files are downloading. The old code is purging. The desktop looks the same, but things are rearranging behind the scenes. During this window, you may feel emotionally neutral, not high, not low, detached from things you used to care about, unsure how to talk about your identity, restless but not afraid, Like you're watching your life without urgency. These are not symptoms of confusion. They're markers of field reorganization. You're no longer synced with the past, and the future hasn't fully appeared on your screen yet. This space is sacred, but only if you know how to walk it. Why the distortion window happens. Let's make it practical. Here's what's happening when you're in this phase. 1. You've stopped generating energy from old patterns. You're not running survival programs anymore, so the nervous system is recalibrating. 2. You're no longer energetically matched to certain people, habits, and ideas, but the new alignments haven't fully replaced them yet. 3. The field is reorganizing in the background. Just like light takes time to travel from a distant star to Earth, your internal broadcast takes time to collapse into material experience. So there's a lag. Not because of delay, but because of dimensional buffering. You're syncing with a stream you've never lived in before. The distortion is proof of transition. The 5 most common feelings during the distortion window. 1. Emotional numbness. Not depression, not sadness, just a kind of neutral, floaty baseline. This is your system adjusting its chemical cocktail now that adrenaline-based alignment is no longer running the show. 2. Mild identity discomfort. You've stopped identifying with the old self, but aren't fully integrated into the new one yet. You might avoid talking about who you are or what you're doing. That's okay. 3. Hyper-awareness of time. You might become obsessed with how long it's taking, but that's the mind trying to grasp something that's happening outside of linearity. 4. Subtle urge to self-sabotage. Your system may try to do something reckless just to feel something. This is an attempt to spike emotion and disrupt the peaceful void. Don't indulge it. Let peace be unfamiliar and safe. 5. Visions with no action urge. You may get clear images or downloads of what's next, but feel no need to act on them yet. That's perfect. You're stabilizing signal, not launching anything. What not to do in the distortion window. This phase is delicate. Avoid overanalyzing your feelings, forcing premature action just to feel productive, reaching out to old connections for validation, changing your mind back to an older goal just because it felt more stable, doubting your shift just because the field hasn't confirmed it yet. The distortion window is not the time to demand evidence. It's the time to hold tone in silence, even when there's nothing to prove, especially when there's nothing to fix. How to navigate the distortion window with grace. Here's how to move cleanly through it. 1. Normalize the quiet. Say aloud, this is the recalibration. I don't need emotional noise. I don't need old stimulation. I don't need proof. I'm safe in stillness. Repeat it daily, especially when the mind starts poking around for distractions. 2. Reduce input. You don't need a flood of content during this time. Let your system reset its energetic appetite. Fewer voices, less scrolling, minimal external frequency. 3. Strengthen micro-movement, not macro-pushing. Do small, meaningful things daily. Water, stretch, clean, create for no reason. Anchor reality through body-based presence. Avoid making major life decisions here. 4. Write from the timeline, not about it. Don't journal about how weird things feel. Instead, write from the perspective of the self who's already passed through this window. Example, I remember that week where things felt off, and then everything landed. The clarity, the offers, the certainty. I see now how perfect that pause was. That writing pulls the field forward. 5. Expect synchronicities, but don't chase them. You may get random signs, messages, or glitches. Let them land. Don't overinterpret. Don't share them to prove you're aligned. They're not messages to decode. They're mirrors confirming stability. What happens when the window closes? One day soon, you'll wake up and realize you're no longer thinking about shifting. The tone has landed. Your body feels at home in this identity. The decisions you were unsure about have been made. New opportunities appear without announcement. The silence ends, not with noise, but with stability. The weird zone fades, and in its place is clarity without rush. That's when the new timeline becomes native. Not because you forced it, because you held signal through distortion without flinching. Use this phrase to stay centered during the window. When in doubt, whisper this. It feels strange because I've never been here before, and that's exactly why I'll stay. This removes the need to solve the feeling. You're not lost. You're not wrong. You're simply standing at the threshold between dimensions, and this is what the doorway feels like. Welcome it. It means you're closer than ever. Reminder, most people bail right here. This is the point in frequency shifting where 90% of people abandon the work. Not because they failed, but because they couldn't sit still in the transition. They reached for action to relieve the discomfort. They looked for signs they were on track. They grabbed the first opportunity that looked familiar, and they re-entered the old loop. You won't do that. You know the truth now. The void between frequencies is not the absence of alignment. It's the evidence that your signal has changed so deeply. Your external reality needs a moment to catch up. Let it. You now understand the distortion window. You no longer fear the quiet. You no longer seek stimulation to feel aligned. You no longer confuse absence of motion with loss of progress. And most importantly, you no longer seek to escape this space. You honor it, because this pause is not a delay. It's dimensional sequencing. And as soon as the loop closes, results explode, which is exactly what's about to happen. You've waited. You've stabilized. You've transmitted without evidence. Next, we explore what happens when your broadcast locks in fully and the timeline catches up in a rush. This is called loop closure, and it changes everything. Once you stabilize in a new signal, the universe rushes to catch up. Here's how to recognize the frequency loop closing and hold steady. You've stabilized through distortion. You've stopped scanning for proof. You've held tone when there was no reflection. And now something starts to shift. It begins quietly. A message arrives that feels unusually aligned. An old obstacle dissolves without explanation. You receive praise or opportunity from someone you forgot was even watching. Things feel easier, not because you've worked harder, but because you're no longer blocking the field. You've entered the moment known as loop closure, the point at which your stabilized frequency becomes the dominant tone, and reality begins reflecting it with speed and certainty. This is the moment most people call breakthrough, but it's not random. It's not luck. It's not cosmic reward. It's a mechanical consequence of uninterrupted broadcast. Let's break it down. What is loop closure? Every identity emits a consistent signal. That signal tells the field what to bring you, mirror back to you, remove from your path, align you with. When you shift that identity and sustain the new signal long enough, the old loop begins to dissolve. But there's a delay between internal shift and external catch-up. Once the field detects that you're not collapsing, not toggling, and not signaling doubt, it finally says, okay, that version of reality is no longer needed. Let's close the loop. And suddenly, conversations that drained you stop happening. Clients that ghosted reappear. The right person shows up at the right moment. The thing that shouldn't happen, happens effortlessly. Because nothing is fighting your new frequency anymore. The loop has closed, and the timeline snaps into place. Why results often arrive all at once? You've likely heard someone say, it all happened so fast. Nothing, then everything. That's not magic. That's loop buildup. Here's what really happened. You changed your tone. You cleaned your inputs. You stayed out of urgency. You aligned daily. You made decisions from your new self. And while the field was syncing, results were cued. They weren't missing. They were just unreceived, waiting for signal confirmation. Then one day the confirmation locks, and everything that was waiting rushes in. That's loop closure. And it always feels faster than expected, because you're no longer watching the clock. You're too tuned in to notice time at all. Signs your frequency loop is closing. Watch for these. You feel unusually calm, even when things are happening quickly. Your nervous system doesn't flinch when something good arrives. Synchronicities feel normal, not exciting. People treat you like you've always been this version of you. Your habits feel effortless. You have less to prove. You talk about the future as if it's already here. Unexpected clarity drops in out of nowhere. Money, opportunity, connection, support. It starts flowing in seemingly unrelated areas. That last one matters. Loop closure is rarely logical, because you're not receiving results from your past effort. You're receiving them from your present signal. And the field doesn't pay attention to time, only tone. Loop closure isn't emotional. It's energetic. This moment isn't about ecstasy. It's about neutral power. Not, oh my God, it's happening. But more like, of course it is. This is who I've been the whole time. That's how you know you've stopped chasing your future and started broadcasting from inside it. Loop closure feels like returning, not ascending, because you realize you were never chasing something far away. You were just slowly stripping away interference until you could live from what was already true. How to handle the rush without collapsing. This is crucial. When results rush in, the mind may try to over-celebrate and then self-sabotage. Question if you're ready. Overbook, overpromise, or overprove. Get anxious about keeping it going. Assign meaning where none is needed. Pause. This is your test of stability under visibility. Here's how to respond. This is the natural reflection of the frequency I've stabilized. I do not chase. I do not flinch. I do not prove. I hold tone. You're not here to cash in your alignment. You're here to let the field reflect you exactly as you are, without trying to optimize it, without rushing to leverage it, without fearing it will vanish. It's not a high. It's home. The identity that receives must be the one that stays. You don't shift to get. You shift to become. And the results that appear are reflections, not rewards. Which means, you don't get to keep the results unless you keep the signal. So when something amazing happens, don't post about it for attention. Don't scramble to explain it. Don't attribute it to a tactic or trick. Just recognize it. Confirm it. Say, this matches the version of me I've anchored. And this is only the beginning. Because it is. Don't get addicted to the rush. Get grounded in the rhythm. Loop closure can feel euphoric. Things unlock. Energy returns. People respond. But your work now is not to chase that spike. It's to settle into loop rhythm. To know. Loops will always close. I don't chase. I just broadcast, and the field conforms. You're not a performer. You're a field calibrator. And every result is just more evidence that your calibration is working. No spike needed. Just confirmation. What to do immediately after loop closure. Here's your protocol. 1. Confirm the match. Say, this reflection confirms the broadcast. I receive it fully. This tells your system not to question, sabotage, or deflect. 2. Lock the signal. Rerun your embodiment ritual. Not because you're scared of losing it, but because you're strengthening the code. 3. Don't change your strategy. Keep doing what stabilized you. Don't shift your approach just because results are here. That's what got you off track in the past. 4. Return to neutral fast. Don't chase more highs. Don't throw a celebration if it derails your rhythm. Just note it and keep broadcasting. This is not the peak, it's the stabilization. Let's be clear. Loop closure isn't the summit. It's the moment your inner reality becomes undeniably matched by your outer world. And that's the new ground floor. You're no longer reaching. You're no longer waiting. You've become the version of yourself who trusts their tone, moves cleanly, accepts alignment without explanation, recognizes synchronicity as normal, not special, receives without guilt, creates from clarity, not chaos. That's not a milestone. That's frequency baseline. And everything from here builds on that tone. Effortlessly, you now understand loop closure. You've seen how internal alignment becomes external evidence. You've stopped treating results like magic. You've started stabilizing your baseline from identity, not hope. And you're now ready for the final pieces of mastery, making your reality tuning sustainable, keeping it sharp without burnout, building rhythm, not pressure, broadcasting without fatigue. because this isn't about peaking. It's about lasting. Next, we teach you how to hold your tuned frequency consistently, joyfully, and without collapse, even when life gets loud. You don't need more alignment. You just need maintenance. This isn't about endless effort. Now we teach you how to create a sustainable, joyful rhythm that keeps your frequency sharp, without overthinking it. You've experienced loop closure. The field is reflecting your signal. You're no longer tuning in, you're broadcasting out. And now the real work begins. Not more shifting. Not deeper analysis. Not constant realignment. The work now is maintenance. Because too many people mistake a breakthrough for the end of the work. They spike. They glow. They feel unstoppable. And then they burn out. Not because the system is wrong, but because they were never taught how to sustain the frequency. That's what this chapter gives you. Not hacks, not hype, but a rhythmic, realistic, repeatable tuning routine that you can run daily, weekly, and monthly, without pressure, without overwhelm, and without slipping into energetic debt. Because peak states are exciting, but stable states create lifelong transformation. Let's build your tuning ecosystem. Why you burn out after frequency work. Let's name the trap. You get clarity. You upgrade your signal. You see confirmation. You try to stay high vibe constantly. You overcorrect every mood dip. You obsess over staying in alignment. You resist rest. You avoid silence. And within days, your nervous system crashes. Not because frequency work is draining, but because you confused effort with rhythm. This is not about being high energy all the time. This is about staying in signal without fighting for it. So we simplify. We design a system where tuning is automatic, not a project. The three-part structure of a non-burnout frequency routine. Here's the high-level system. Microtuning. Small daily actions that keep you in your chosen frequency without requiring deep thought. Mini calibration. Weekly check-ins that scan for misalignment before it builds up. Macro reset. Monthly or energetic cycle-based space for release, restoration, and signal amplification. Let's build each one now. Part 1. Microtuning. Daily signal hygiene. These are your non-negotiable frequency behaviors. Not because you should do them, but because you know who you are when you do. The goal isn't perfection. It's momentum. Pick 3 of the following max. Do them daily. 2-minute tone lock ritual. Reviewed in Sage 39. 1 phrase said out loud in mirror each morning. 30-second breath anchor before phone use. Writing 1 sentence as future self before bed. Walking 5 minutes while broadcasting inner signal. Deleting 1 thing that doesn't match your timeline, object, email, app. Drinking water while imagining it carrying frequency through your system. Touching a signal object, ring, token, image and saying, I'm on. Keep these light. Keep them joyful. Keep them fluid. The power is not in how long they take. It's in how normal they become. That's signal hygiene. Part 2. Mini calibration. Weekly signal review. Once a week, you pause and check the field. Not obsessively. Not critically. Just to confirm you're still broadcasting from the correct version of you. Run this short check-in script. What did I say yes to this week that felt clean? What drained me unnecessarily? What thought or behavior felt like an echo of the old me? Where did I lead with tone instead of reaction? What one adjustment will tighten the signal this week? This takes 5 minutes, but it keeps you from drifting for weeks before noticing. Because signal slip is subtle. Weekly awareness stops slippage from becoming collapse. Part 3. Macro reset. Monthly signal regeneration. Once a month or at the end of a major cycle, you create space for deeper tuning. This isn't about doing more. It's about letting go. Use this time for saying goodbye to 1 identity trait or belief you no longer carry. Declaring a single new tone for the next 30 days. Rewriting your embodiment script. Revisiting your rituals and removing what feels performative. Creating nothing. Consuming nothing. Sitting in stillness and letting the body tell you what's next. This is where signal amplifies. Because just like a guitar string, you don't just keep tightening. You loosen and retune. That's what the macro reset gives you. How to know your routine is working. You don't feel hyped, you feel grounded. You stop seeking external validation for your internal tone. You're no longer tempted to fix every fluctuation. You feel more rested even while doing more. You're less emotionally reactive because you don't treat every mood like a signal failure. People report your presence feels calmer, stronger, cleaner. You don't have to keep reminding yourself who you are, because your routine has installed the identity. Now it's just maintenance. The myth of consistent high vibes. Let's destroy this once and for all. You don't need to be happy every day. You don't need to be clear every day. You don't need to love life every day. That's not frequency work. That's spiritual perfectionism. What you need is identity consistency, not emotional consistency. Your signal doesn't collapse just because you're tired, sad, or quiet. It collapses when you start believing you're off track just because you're human. Your routine isn't about forcing joy. It's about stabilizing signal through neutrality. Because it's not how you feel. It's what tone you refuse to surrender, no matter how you feel. That's the win. Stop trying to stay high, stay accurate instead. Let's drop the performance loop. You're not here to be on all the time. You're here to transmit accurately, which includes rest, silence, stillness, and sacred neutral. Because when the signal is clean, you don't need spikes. You don't need fireworks. You don't need validation. You need rhythm, not roller coasters. That's what your tuning system builds. And with it, you no longer wobble when the world gets noisy. Because the world is no longer where you take your cue. You're not broadcasting from outside in anymore. You're tuned from the inside out. And the field has no choice but to follow. You've now built your tuning rhythm. You've stopped relying on willpower. You've stabilized without burnout. You've made your signal self-sustaining. Next, we eliminate the final myth holding people in frustration. The idea that you're blocked. You're not. You're just slightly. Will shatter the myth of blocks. What you call resistance is just interference. Let's teach you to decode it and retune in minutes. By now, you've created rhythm. Your tuning routine is running. You're no longer relying on emotional spikes. You're grounded in your frequency. But still, moments arrive. Suddenly, the clarity is gone. The tone feels scrambled. You're saying the right things, doing the right rituals, but something isn't connecting. And the mind does what it's always done. I'm blocked. That phrase, simple, dramatic, believable, is the #1 lie that stalls transformation. Not because there aren't moments of interference, but because the idea of being blocked implies you're stuck behind something immovable, mysterious, and out of reach. Let's be direct. You're not blocked. You're mistuned. There is no wall between you and your reality. There is only signal distortion. And that means you can shift it fast. This chapter shows you how. Why blocked is a false identity. The moment you say, I'm blocked, you begin operating from a distorted premise. You identify with powerlessness, delay, invisibility, confusion, hopelessness. But what you're really experiencing is none of those. What's happening is signal mismatch. Your field is broadcasting one thing, but your awareness is aligned with something else. And in that misalignment, the field becomes unreadable. You're not behind a wall. You're just trying to play a frequency through the wrong channel. That's not blockage. That's tuning error. And it can be fixed often in seconds. The 3 types of mistuning. Let's name the main culprits. When you feel blocked, it's almost always one of these. 1. Emotional static. You're running an emotional signal that's incompatible with the version of you you're trying to channel. Examples: trying to receive clarity while carrying resentment, trying to express abundance while vibrating fear, trying to step into visibility while harboring shame. Static distorts the tone. It's like trying to tune a radio while driving through a tunnel. Solution: pause, feel, clear. Don't force the new tone on top of the static. Say, I'm not blocked. I'm transmitting 2 signals at once. I now choose signal clarity. Then breathe, feel, let one dominate. 2. Identity fragmentation. You're behaving like your future self, but believing like your past self. This causes energetic incoherence. Example: you're saying bold affirmations, but unconsciously assuming people won't take you seriously. That dissonance blocks transmission. Solution: reintegrate the identity. Say aloud, behavior and belief now match. I release the identity of being unheard. I choose congruence. Then act and think like the self who has already been received. 3. Environmental reverb. You've calibrated internally, but your environment still echoes the old signal, and you haven't neutralized it. This includes a cluttered space that holds old energy, conversations that reinforce limitation, digital or visual reminders of a past version of you. These signals confuse your field. You're tuning in two directions and neither lands fully. Solution: clear or reprogram the environment. Ask, what in this space is still transmitting my old self? Then remove, replace, or reassign its meaning. The fastest mistune fix: frequency scan plus snap. Here's your go-to reset protocol. Anytime you feel off. Step 1. Frequency scan. Ask, what frequency am I accidentally tuned to right now? Then answer with a feeling or thought. Example: right now I'm tuned to doubt. I'm tuned to delay. I'm tuned to proving. No shame. Just observe. Step 2. Snap back to center. Stand or sit still. Breathe. Place a hand on your chest or back of neck. Say, this frequency is not mine. It's familiar, but it's no longer dominant. I now return to the tone of certainty. I remember who I am, and I resume broadcast. Then resume action, even if it's just one small choice as the self who knows. That's all it takes. No journaling marathon. No hours of healing. Just signal override. Don't overthink it. Overwrite it. The worst thing you can do when mistuned is spiral into meaning. You say things like, why is this happening again? I thought I cleared this. Maybe I'm not ready yet. What's the deeper lesson here? You don't need deeper. You need direct. Not, where is this coming from? But, what tone am I choosing now? Because mistuning isn't emotional failure. It's signal drift. And you're the tuner, not the symptom. How to catch mistuning before it gains momentum. Build sensitivity. Ask yourself throughout the day, is this thought matching the version of me I'm broadcasting? Is this action being made from clarity or compensation? Does this message/post/conversation reinforce or weaken my tone? If not, stop. Breathe. Choose again. This keeps your field clean. Not because you're afraid of getting off track, but because you respect your signal too much to pollute it. Use this phrase to replace "I'm blocked" forever. Every time your mind starts to say it, interrupt with, I'm not blocked. I'm just tuning. This activates a different neural pathway. It tells your system, you're in control. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing broken. You don't need to wait. You don't need to heal. You just need to adjust. Say it out loud with conviction. Make it your new truth. How long does it take to retune? Here's the truth. Can happen in 1 second, or 10 minutes, or one aligned action. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you stop waiting for clarity to arrive, and you start choosing it now, because the illusion of blockage thrives on delay, and the solution always lives in choice. You don't wait for the fog to clear. You become the broadcast so bright, the fog can't survive it. Remember this, blocked is a story, not a state. The moment you claim you're blocked, your system listens. Turns down receptivity. It delays action. It holds energy. Why? Because it believes you're under construction, and it doesn't want to interrupt the repairs. But you're not broken. You're just distracted. So instead of saying, I'm stuck, say, I've been listening to an outdated station. I now retune to the self who already knows, and I let that tone run everything. Then don't wait to feel it. Live it. You've now destroyed the myth of blockage. You understand the only thing ever happening is tuning or mistuning. You no longer label natural shifts as failure. You no longer collapse because of temporary static. You no longer interpret moments of resistance as identity flaws. You see clearly now. You are the tuner. You are the tone. And when you misplace the dial, you place it right back. Next, we go one step further. Because you're no longer just maintaining your frequency. You're about to become a living transmitter so stable, so clear, so embodied, that other people begin tuning their lives just by being around you. You're not just the receiver now. You're becoming the signal itself. You've intercepted and embodied, now you're broadcasting. Learn how to influence others just by existing in your new signal. You've done the tuning. You've stabilized your baseline. You've overridden the misalignment. You've walked through the distortion, closed the loop, and built the routine. And now, something else begins to happen. You walk into a room and people look up. You speak with fewer words, but your tone carries more weight. Friends text you saying, "You've changed, but in a good way." People start asking what you've been doing, without you having said a word. What's happening? Signal saturation. You're no longer tuning just for yourself. You've become a living transmitter, and now your frequency is beginning to override others' local fields. Without effort, without intention, without performance. Your signal is no longer a private experience. It's now a dominant tone that others sync to. Not because you're trying to change them, but because you've become undeniably tuned. Let's break this down. What is signal saturation? Signal saturation happens when your energetic field is so consistent, so emotionally aligned, and so internally locked that it begins to override local interference. Put simply, your frequency becomes the loudest one in the room, not by volume but by stability. And when that happens, people begin calibrating to your baseline without realizing it. Environments shift in tone when you arrive. Old dynamics start collapsing if they no longer match. Others either rise to meet your new standard or drift out naturally. This isn't manipulation. This isn't dominance. This isn't charisma. This is coherence. When your internal broadcast becomes so saturated, it becomes ambient, and others feel it. Why signal saturation is not a performance. This isn't about having a loud personality. This isn't about being high energy. This isn't about being motivational. In fact, most of the time, signal saturation looks like silence, calm, centeredness, spaciousness, a contact, stillness in response to chaos. Because your signal doesn't need to announce itself. It just needs to be consistent. And consistency is louder than effort. How others react when your signal saturates a space. Here's what starts to happen. Conversations naturally shift to deeper topics. People begin mirroring your language, tone, and posture. Drama and complaint energy fall flat, they literally don't stick. Strangers compliment you without knowing why. New people arrive who are already tuned to the version of you you've embodied. The behavior of others subtly shifts, not because you've changed them, but because your signal has recalibrated their point of contact. And here's the key. You're not trying to change anyone. You're not offering advice. You're not explaining your alignment. You're not evangelizing your growth. You're just living in signal so deeply that distortion can't hold around you. It either recalibrates or it retreats. What you radiate is what others regulate to. Let's be clear. People are always tuning, consciously or unconsciously, up or down. They tune to whatever signal is most coherent. And in most spaces, that signal is fear, or urgency, or distraction, or need. But when you walk in saturated in certainty, saturated in identity, saturated in the version of you who already lives the timeline, people feel it even if they can't name it. They begin syncing to it. And without a word, they start asking internally, is this my new baseline too? That's leadership without control. That's impact without performance. That's what happens when your signal saturates. How to deepen saturation without burnout. Let's be careful here. This is not about holding it together for others. You're not responsible for carrying everyone's field. You don't need to stay on. You don't need to feel the pressure to always radiate. Because saturation isn't about perfection. It's about holding your tone even when others aren't. Without defending it. Without shrinking it. Without preaching it. So here's your mantra. I stabilize for myself. If others align, that's their intelligence, not my mission. This keeps your energy clean. No savior complex. No burnout. Just natural broadcast. How to know when you're broadcasting without trying. You'll notice. People pause before speaking to you, they respect the field. You rarely have to repeat yourself, your tone carries. Invitations come from unexpected sources. Others report feeling calmer or clearer around you. You feel no emotional spike when someone resists you, because their energy no longer pulls yours. You're no longer scanning the room, you are the room. Situations that used to drain you now collapse quickly. You rarely feel the need to explain your boundaries. Your presence does more than your words ever could. This is saturation in action. You're not just tuned in. You are the tuning fork, the three anchors that maintain saturation in daily life. Let's keep it tangible. Here's how to lock your signal and keep it saturating your field. 1. Language consistency. Your vocabulary either sharpens your broadcast or scrambles it. Speak like the version of you who already lives the reality. That means no softening your truth. No trying to be humble through self-deprecation. No repeating scarcity stories for connection. No explaining alignment to people who aren't asking. When your words match your tone, the field listens, and it amplifies what you say. 2. Nervous system stillness. Your ability to stay physically still during chaos reinforces signal dominance. This doesn't mean being stoic. It means not flinching. The body is the transmitter. When you stay regulated while others are triggered, they will eventually sync to your breath, whether they know it or not. This is why embodiment isn't optional. It's structural. 3. Selective exposure. You don't need to constantly insert yourself into low-tone environments to test your alignment. That's energetic ego. You choose where to radiate and you choose who has access. Because saturation doesn't mean martyrdom. It means choosing environments that can actually receive your tone. That's not selfish. That's strategic. What to do when others start mirroring your signal. Here's where you must stay grounded. When people begin asking for your insight, matching your routines, quoting your language, adopting your worldview, seeking your validation, don't pedestal yourself. Don't rescue. Don't perform. Don't get drunk on being looked up to. Instead, say silently, they're not becoming me. They're awakening their own frequency. I'm just the mirror. This keeps your signal clean and their power intact. Saturation doesn't mean you stop growing. Just because your signal now affects others doesn't mean you've arrived. This isn't a finish line. It's a broadcast point. You're still evolving, still sharpening, still refining. But you're no longer shifting just to survive. You're now choosing from preference, not panic. And that choice radiates. This is how movements begin. Not with hashtags, not with slogans, not with calls to action, but with fields of frequency so strong that others can feel their truth in your presence. And they say to themselves, I don't want to be them, I want to be me. But at that level of clarity, you don't inspire imitation. You unlock originality, not by what you say, but by how you've tuned. That's not influence. That's transmission. And it starts with being the version of you who doesn't explain anymore. Just exists with signal that speaks louder than noise. You've now stepped into your next identity. Transmitter. Not by force. Not by effort. But because your tone is so consistent, so embodied, so stable, it reshapes the environment around you. And as you continue saturating the field, you'll begin to notice something deeper. People's reactions, conversations, compliments, even criticisms. They're all mirrors, all showing you which version of you is currently transmitting. And in those reflections, you'll gain a superpower, the ability to read your own frequency based on what the world sends back. Next, we decode those reflections so you never miss a signal again. Every reaction, compliment, insult, it's all a mirror. Learn how to reverse engineer people's responses into feedback about your own frequency. You've become a transmitter. You've stabilized the signal. You're walking through the world saturated in tone, and others are feeling it. Now, something unexpected begins. People react, sometimes with admiration, sometimes with irritation, sometimes with curiosity. sometimes with distance. And your mind might ask, why did they say that? Why are they pulling away? Why do they seem so drawn to me right now? Why did that conversation feel so off? You could brush it off as randomness. Or you could see it for what it really is, feedback. Because people don't just react to your personality. They respond to your frequency. And their reactions are mirrors not of who they are, but of which version of you you're currently tuned into. This is the quantum mirror effect. And when you learn to read it, you'll never again wonder if you're in alignment. The world will tell you. Let's break it down. What is the quantum mirror? Every interaction you have is an energetic ping. The other person is not seeing you. They're receiving your broadcast. And depending on what you're tuned to, that broadcast will carry certainty or confusion, power or hesitation, permission or apology, abundance or lack, openness or guardedness, identity or performance. And they'll respond not always logically but energetically. This is not about mind reading. It's not about people pleasing. It's not about social approval. It's about understanding. Every person I encounter is a diagnostic tool, reflecting my current signal without distortion. That's the mirror. And when you learn to read it, you don't need to second-guess where you stand. You just look and decode the 5 most common mirror reactions and what they mean. Let's translate the field. 1. Admiration without context. People say, "You're glowing lately. You're on fire. I don't know what it is, but you feel different." This is confirmation of signal congruence. You're not just saying you've shifted, you're radiating it. Interpretation. I'm fully transmitting the new self, and others are receiving it clearly. Keep broadcasting. Don't downplay. 2. Irritation or distance from familiar people. People say, "You've changed. You think you're better than us now?" Or they go silent, passive-aggressive, distant. This is disruption response. Your new frequency is clashing with the version of you they're used to syncing with. Interpretation. My identity has outgrown the loop they're still running. My field is destabilizing theirs, and they're either resisting or recalibrating. Do not shrink. Do not explain. Let the field do the work. 3. Unexpected opportunities or offers. Someone reaches out and says, "I thought of you for this project. I don't know why, but I feel like you're the right person for this. Are you available for something new?" This is magnetized resonance. Your signal is pulling in frequency-matched reality. Interpretation. I've locked into a new timeline, and the field is confirming through opportunity. Don't doubt it. Receive it. 4. Confused or offbeat conversations. You feel misunderstood, misrepresented, like the conversation is missing you completely. This is broadcast misalignment. You've likely shifted internally, but your expression hasn't caught up yet. Interpretation. I'm in a new identity internally, but still using language or posture from the old one. Refine your expression. Calibrate the voice. Don't revert. 5. Emotional pull or projection. Someone projects emotions onto you, assumes things you didn't say, feels intense connection or intense repulsion without cause. This is field projection. They're responding not to your personality, but to the energetic signature you're radiating, either resonating with it or feeling unready to match it. Interpretation. My signal is strong, and it's activating parts of them they haven't looked at yet. Don't take it personally. Stay grounded. How to read the mirror without ego or fear. Here's the truth. The mirror isn't a judgment. It's just a reflection. So when someone reacts, ask, what version of me is being seen right now? Is this response aligned with the self I believe I'm being? If not, where am I still broadcasting a remnant of the old tone? This keeps you curious, not defensive. Because the goal isn't to change how they see you. The goal is to check whether how they see you matches your current frequency. If yes, good. If no, tune again. That's mastery. Mirror misreads. Don't confuse feedback with proof. Sometimes the mirror will not give you the confirmation you want. You'll feel clear, and someone will still misunderstand. You'll feel tuned, and someone will ignore you. You'll feel certain, and they'll reflect something murky. Don't panic. The mirror reflects current tone, not ultimate truth. So if something odd reflects, ask, what small emotional static or belief might still be distorting my signal? Adjust, but don't spiral. You're not off course. You're just refining. The mirror is also a map. You're not just seeing who you are now. You're also getting clues about who you're becoming. When someone responds with, "You're exactly who we need right now," you remind me of someone who's gone big. You feel like someone already doing what I want to do. That's the field saying, your tone is reaching into a future that's already true. Keep going. Mirror responses equals frequency breadcrumbs. Follow them. Use this phrase to anchor in feedback. When someone reflects something back, good, bad, confusing, powerful, say silently, "Thank you for the mirror. I choose now which part of this is resonance, and which part is distortion." You don't absorb everything. You don't resist everything. You read, you choose, you adjust. That's feedback mastery. Your presence now teaches without speaking. The mirror effect goes both ways. You're reading others' reactions, and others are reading your field, often without knowing it. That means the way you sit, the way you breathe, the way you respond to chaos, the way you say no without shrinking, the way you receive praise without deflecting, the way you carry a timeline that hasn't fully landed yet. All of it teaches, without instruction, without explanation. You are the curriculum. You are the frequency reference point. You're showing people what's possible. Not by telling them, but by broadcasting it so clearly that they feel the edge of their next version just by standing near yours. That's the quantum mirror in action. You now understand the truth. Every interaction is a diagnostic. Every response is feedback. Every compliment, insult, silence, or surprise is all a signal. Not about your worth. Not about your effort. Not about your morality. Just about your current tone. And now, when people react, you don't flinch. You don't perform. You don't shrink. You read it. You retune if needed. You stabilize. And you move forward. Next, we unlock your final energetic mastery move. The ability to move between realities like changing the channel on a radio. Not randomly, not once in a while, but on command. You're ready for channel jumping. At this stage, you're ready to command shifts like switching radio stations. You'll learn the final form, intentional timeline movement. You've tuned. You've stabilized. You've saturated. You've read the mirrors and confirmed your signal is active in the field. Now comes the final evolution of interception. Channel jumping. The conscious, deliberate movement between realities. Not as a reaction. Not as a desperate fix. Not through affirmations, wishful thinking, or blind effort. But through command. This is the art of choosing timelines like frequencies. It's how you stop wondering when your desire will arrive, and instead tune to where it already exists, because your desired outcome doesn't need to be created. It's already playing, just on a different channel. This chapter shows you how to change that channel with accuracy, repetition, and full identity transfer. Let's begin. What is channel jumping? Every timeline, every version of your life, is a signal already in motion. Some versions are filled with lack. Some are drenched in power. Some are dormant. Some are magnetic. Some hold everything you've ever wanted. And every time you align your thoughts, actions, nervous system, and belief system to a particular frequency, you lock in to that timeline's broadcast. That's channel tuning. But channel jumping is different. It's the deliberate shift from one full identity frequency to another. Not gradually, but intentionally and fully. You stop asking, "How do I get there?" and start saying, "I now move to the version of me where this is already true." Then everything, energy, embodiment, reality, follows. That's not a metaphor. That's mechanics. How is this different from manifestation? Manifestation says, "I want to create this." Channel jumping says, "I now choose to intercept the version of reality where this already exists." Manifestation tries to pull the future forward. Channel jumping tunes you into it now. One says, Bring it to me. The other says, place me in the version of me who already has it. Big difference. One waits. The other commands. You're ready to command. The physics behind channel jumping made simple. Every emotion, thought pattern, decision style, habit, and posture carries a specific vibrational code. When you combine them into a consistent identity, you create a broadcast signature. That signature interacts with the quantum field, and it selects a version of reality to sync with. This isn't about pulling things in. This is about tuning into what's already out there and shifting your field to become compatible with that version. So when you jump channels, you don't change the outer world first. You change your broadcast pattern completely, and the world catches up. That's how you move between realities. How to know when you're ready to jump. Most people try to jump from desperation. That's not power, that's signal noise. You're ready to jump when your current timeline feels complete, no longer emotionally sticky. You no longer need proof to believe the new one. You're not looking for rescue, just resonance. You can already feel the emotional tone of the destination. You don't need permission or external validation. You're excited to leave behind the frequency you've outgrown, even before anything improves. This is key. You don't jump to escape. You jump because the current version of you can no longer hold the next level. That's readiness. The 4-step channel jumping protocol. This process can be run in under 10 minutes, but it changes everything. Step 1. Identity lock. Say aloud, I now release the version of me who. Insert the dominant tone you're leaving behind. Example, I now release the version of me who tolerates uncertainty, questions their vision, and performs for proof. Pause. Breathe. Feel that identity dissolve. Step 2. Channel declaration. Say, I now move to the timeline where. Insert the core frequency of the desired reality. Example, I now move to the timeline where my presence speaks louder than words. My creativity generates wealth, and my peace leads all decisions. This is not visualization. This is transmission. Speak it with tone. Anchor it with breath. Step 3. Embodiment activation. Do something physical to lock the new frequency. Examples, stand, breathe, and walk with new posture. Change the music and move in rhythm. Put on different clothes that match the identity. Touch an object, ring, stone, pen, and assign it the new signal. This is the body's way of confirming. We're no longer playing the old channel. Step 4. Action of agreement. Make one move immediately that the new version of you would do, not a grand gesture, but a micro-proof. Examples, send the email. Say no with certainty. Delete the old plan. Reach out to the aligned contact. Change the calendar entry. Reprice the offer. Archive the conversation. You don't wait for full belief. You prove belief through action. And then you hold. What happens right after the jump? Immediately after, the field begins reorganizing. This may feel like neutral silence, unusual momentum, emotional flatness, physical lightness or dizziness, subtle synchronicities showing up rapidly. Here's what not to do. Don't test it. Don't explain it. Don't look for proof. Don't backtrack. You've shifted. Let the field catch up. And it will faster than you expect. But only if you hold the tone. What to do if doubt creeps in. Doubt is a sign of two channels running at once. You're receiving the new tone but still giving airtime to the old voice. Don't fight it. Say, that doubt belongs to the version of me I already left behind. It is no longer my broadcast. Then return to your anchor, breath, posture, object, and continue acting from the current tone. Every time you do, the old frequency weakens, and the new channel becomes home. How often can you jump? There's no limit. But here's the rule. Jump when the next frequency is clearer than the current one. If you're unclear, stabilize. If you're foggy, don't leap, tune. But when you feel it, even if the outer world hasn't shifted yet, jump. Because time doesn't make it real. Tone does. Use this phrase to command a jump instantly. When you feel yourself slipping into an old pattern, say out loud, switch. Then, breathe. Remember the new tone. Move. Speak from it. Lock in. Switch is your channel command. Use it. Don't negotiate with the old tone. Just flip the dial. This is how you collapse time. Here's the truth no one told you. Time doesn't delay outcomes. Mixed signals do. When your broadcast is clean, undeniable, repeated, emotionally matched, visibly acted upon, then time collapses, and the reality you used to call a future vision arrives as now. That's channel jumping. Not fantasy, just signal sequence. You now know how to move between realities. You no longer wonder when the shift will happen. You create the shift through command, tone, and action. This is the deepest layer of manifestation redefined, not as creation, but reception through identity selection. Now, to sustain this ability, you must learn how to stay tuned through chaos, temptation, silence, and feedback lag. Because jumping is easy. Staying is mastery. Next, we give you the protocol to keep your tone sharp no matter what happens. The challenge isn't tuning in, it's staying there. You'll now build protocols for staying aligned through chaos, doubt, and noise. You've jumped. You've felt the shift. The signal is live. The tone is clean. The field has responded. Now the challenge becomes real. Can you hold it? Because tuning in is one thing. Staying there, through triggers, tests, silence, conflict, or delay, is something else. Most people can't. Not because they're weak, but because they were never given maintenance tools. They confuse momentum with mastery. They ride the high of a channel jump, then drift back without realizing it. That ends here. This chapter gives you what most systems forget. How to stay tuned no matter what happens. Let's build your signal durability protocol. Why signals slip and how to spot it fast. The problem isn't the external world. It's internal collapse. Signals weaken for three primary reasons. 1. Emotional hijack. An event pulls you back into old identity patterns. Through guilt, fear, shame, or urgency. You feel like you have to react, explain, rescue, or shrink. Signal collapses. 2. Mirror misinterpretation. Someone doesn't validate your new tone, and you interpret their confusion or silence as proof that it's not working. So you revert. To be understood. To be accepted. To feel safe. Signal dissolves. 3. Energetic fatigue. You're trying too hard to hold the vibe. You're efforting instead of embodying. You're chasing consistency like it's a performance. Signal gets distorted. These are the 3 leaks. Let's now build protocols to patch them for good. Your 5-point signal maintenance system. Each of these practices is a signal stabilizer. They're short. They're practical. They work. Run this system every time you feel yourself slipping. 1. Declare the tone again. No matter what's happening, name your tone. Even in this, I stay in signal. I'm not here to react. I'm here to broadcast. I remain in the timeline of insert emotional identity. Examples. I remain in the timeline of creative clarity. I remain in the tone of sovereign stillness. I remain the self who doesn't collapse. This recenters you faster than logic ever could. 2. Physically anchor. Your body must feel safe to hold a new identity. Use one of these physical anchors. Press thumb and forefinger together. Assign it the new tone. Stand and recenter posture. Shoulders back. Eyes still. Breathe in for 4, hold for 4. Exhale with full release. Place hand over chest and say, still me, still here. Touch a frequency object, ring, stone, item assigned to signal. This gives the body proof it's still safe to hold the shift. 3. Run the signal diagnostic. Ask, what part of me thinks I need to revert to survive this moment? Often it's the performer, the fixer, the protector, the chameleon, the people pleaser, the doubter. Name it, then say, thank you, old role. I've got it from here. That single sentence clears interference. 4. Choose the minimal move. Don't try to restore the full signal all at once. Just make one move in alignment with your chosen frequency. Examples. Say no when you normally would have explained. Pause instead of reacting. Walk out of the room with your spine straight. Breathe instead of arguing. Close your laptop instead of forcing productivity. One act in integrity locks the tone back in. You don't need to feel powerful. You just need to act like someone who is. The 3-day rule for signal retention. When you jump timelines, your nervous system will often try to pull you back within 72 hours. Why? Because the unfamiliar feels threatening even when it's better. That's when most people revert. Here's your rule. For 3 full days after a jump, do not negotiate with your new identity. That means no emotional polling, no asking for feedback, no explaining, no double-checking, no proof-seeking, no shrinking to comfort others. Hold, move, breathe, transmit. Let the new tone stabilize before you allow external input. This is energetic lock-in. How to handle tests from the old frequency. They will show up. A text from the past. A conversation you've outgrown. A financial situation triggering lack. A person trying to drag you back into your previous role. These are not setbacks. They are signal confirmation points. Say silently, "This is a frequency test. I pass by staying in tone, not by fighting the old one." Then make the aligned choice. Not to prove anything, but to remain yourself. Protecting your signal from environmental noise. You must create field integrity. Here's how. Clean your digital space. Unfollow, unsubscribe, filter. Protect your mornings. No inputs before tone declaration. Move with headphones if your environment is chaotic. Avoid pointless debates, they're emotional static. Choose signal-aligned companions. Keep a signal sanctuary, a corner, room, playlist, or object that holds the frequency. This isn't avoidance. It's energetic clarity. You're not escaping. You're maintaining a field that matches the timeline you're living. When silence feels like failure, hold anyway. Sometimes you'll feel completely clear, and nothing happens. No texts, no validation, no synchronicities, no mirror, just space. This is not a sign to revert. It's a sign to stabilize. Because silence is where the new tone roots. If you collapse in that space, you delay the timeline. If you hold, you accelerate it. Say, even in silence, my broadcast remains. The field is adjusting. I don't chase, I maintain. That's signal faith. Use this daily mantra to cement tone retention. Repeat this out loud each morning. My signal is consistent. My field is clear. My tone is locked. My actions match. I stay tuned no matter what arrives. Simple. 5 lines. Let your body memorize them. They'll surface when needed, automatically. That's signal reinforcement. How you know you're holding the signal, even when it feels flat. Don't confuse emotional drama with signal activity. Here's how you know your signal is intact. You don't flinch when plans change. You don't chase people who misunderstand you. You're making aligned moves without emotional reward. You feel neutral but clean. Others begin shifting around you without explanation. The field reflects clarity without chaos. You're not performing, you're just present. This is quiet power. It doesn't need volume. It just needs consistency. You've now built your signal durability. You no longer fear reversion. You no longer confuse silence with failure. You no longer mistake effort for alignment. You hold. You walk. You act. You tune. And when things shake, you don't. You simply recalibrate, re-anchor, and return. This is what most systems miss. This is what makes you unstoppable. Next, you return to the deepest truth of this entire journey. You're not waiting to manifest, because it already exists. You're just receiving the broadcast. And now, you're finally ready to hear it. Without distortion, doubt, or delay, we return to the core thesis. You're not waiting for it to arrive. You're just now fully receiving what was always there. You've reached the edge of the illusion that your desire is something distant, the illusion that it's something to wait for, the illusion that it's something to attract, pursue, or prove worthy of. Every system you've encountered has tried to convince you that manifestation is a slow, conditional process. You work for it. You align enough. You believe hard enough. You hope consistently enough. And eventually, maybe it comes. Not anymore. You now know something deeper, more grounded, more direct, more real. Your manifestation isn't coming. It already exists. It always did. You weren't waiting for the outcome. You were waiting to tune into the version of you who could finally hear it clearly. And now you can. Everything you've ever desired already exists, just not at your previous frequency. You've now experienced signal. You've felt alignment. You've jumped channels. You've held the tone through silence. You've collapsed timelines through choice, not chase. So now it's time to accept this truth at full volume. That thing you call your goal isn't far. It's not being blocked. It's not delayed. It's not stuck. It's simply operating at a signal your old self couldn't receive. Not because you weren't good enough, but because the tone you were living in wasn't a match for that stream of reality. Now you're the match. Not because you've earned it, but because you've become it. Desire was never a future pull, it was a present ping. You've been taught to see desire as lack. To assume that if you want something, it's because it's not here. But from the new model, desire is not an absence. It's a signal. Not telling you what you're missing, but pointing you to the self that's already experiencing it in another stream. Every true desire is a broadcast you've momentarily intercepted. A flash of clarity. A ripple in your emotional field. This version of you already exists. Tune here. And when you mistake that flash as a gap, you stall. You spiral. You chase. But when you treat it as confirmation, you shift. If I can feel it, I can find it. If I can find it, I can become it. And when I become it, I realize it was never absent. Only unread. Why results show up when you stop looking. You've probably noticed this. The moment you truly stabilize, the result shows up. The call comes. The sale lands. The idea drops. The relationship clicks. The opportunity arrives. The pattern dissolves. Not because you finally tried hard enough, but because your frequency finally became undeniably readable. It wasn't a reward. It was a match. And it was always waiting. You were never being tested, you were being tuned. Most people think, the universe is testing me. But test implies judgment. Test implies risk of failure. Let's reframe that permanently. The universe isn't testing me. It's tuning me. Every delay, every mirror, every silence, every trigger was a tuning fork, designed to show you, this tone won't hold the next timeline. Shift. Again. Now you've shifted enough. Now you know the sound. Now you are the sound. The moment you stop waiting, it arrives. Because what you're calling in doesn't operate on time. It operates on tone. And as long as you're waiting, you're vibrating in lack. You're subtly declaring, it's not here. Even if you smile, even if you visualize, even if you try to stay positive. Waiting is a frequency. And the moment you stop waiting, not pretend to stop, but actually let go of the timeline and lock into the identity, the result shows up. Not as magic, as mechanics. The universe isn't deciding if, it's responding to what. And what you now broadcast is, I no longer wait, I live it, therefore I receive it. Why it feels like results rush in after alignment. You've probably felt this before. You finally stop forcing. You finally embody. You finally let go. And suddenly everything accelerates. Why? Because when your signal is scrambled, the field hesitates. Not out of punishment, but because it can't read you. But when you become emotionally, physically, and mentally coherent, the field has no option but to respond. You're no longer asking. You're broadcasting, and the field mirrors you instantly. Not as a gift, as a reflection. The field doesn't care what you want, only what you broadcast. This is big. It doesn't matter how deeply you desire something, how many affirmations you write, how much effort you put in. If your broadcast tone still says, I'm unsure, it's not safe yet, I hope this works, I'm trying really hard, then the field mirrors that. Not to spite you, to serve you. It doesn't speak words, speaks tone. You can't fake that, but you can change it instantly. And you now have. Here's the phrase that ends the wait. Say this to yourself when impatience rises. I'm not waiting for the result. I'm aligning with the self who already lives it. Repeat that, often, and then prove it through how you walk, how you respond, how you work, how you rest, how you think, how you price, how you post, how you breathe. The moment your being matches the reality responds, and you realize it was never about making it come. It was about becoming the place it lands. You no longer manifest, you receive. Let's retire the word manifestation. Too much baggage, too many contradictions, too many layers of performance. What's really happening is this: you're intercepting a signal, holding it long enough for your field to stabilize, and allowing the matching version of reality to materialize. That's not magic. That's broadcast technology. That's not faith. That's signal fidelity. You don't manifest. You match. You mirror. You receive. The final layer. Nothing is missing. You just haven't tuned it yet. This is the last illusion to break. The idea that anything is missing. It's not. The money, the client, the insight, the opportunity, the love, the permission, the timeline. None of it is missing. You've just been broadcasting from the version of you that couldn't see it yet. And now that version is done. You've moved. The signal is yours. The field reflects that. And what used to feel like a dream now just feels normal. Because when the signal stabilizes, the extraordinary becomes expected. And that's not arrogance. That's identity. You now know the truth behind the entire journey. You weren't manifesting. You weren't attracting. You weren't even creating. You were tuning. You were listening. You were selecting. And everything you've ever wanted has been broadcasting this whole time. You just hadn't tuned to it. Now you have. And there's one final shift to make. The shift from receiver to the realization that you were never the receiver in the first place. You were the frequency all along. Let's finish this. You've become the broadcast. You're not trying to manifest anymore because you've realized you are the manifestation. The journey is complete. Not because everything you desire has arrived. Not because you've reached a final destination. Not because you now have all the answers. It's complete because you've finally remembered the one truth that everything else was trying to point you toward. You were never trying to receive the frequency. You were always the frequency itself. This whole time you thought you were reaching, tuning, jumping, interpreting, calibrating, holding. And yes, those steps mattered. But now you don't have to keep the signal alive. You are the signal. Let that settle in. This is no longer a game of tuning into alternate selves. It's not even about accessing them. It's about owning the truth. They've all been expressions of you, fractals of your larger identity, shades of the same tone you've always carried. And now that tone is fully online. You are not the listener, you are the broadcast. Let's reverse the entire model now. When you began this journey, you thought, let me try to attract. Let me align with the right emotion. Let me tap into the highest version of me. But now, you don't ask where that version is. You declare that you are it. There's nothing to intercept anymore. You've become the source. And because of that, you're no longer reacting to the field, responding to delay, reading signs for permission, looking for mirrors to confirm you're enough. Now the field is listening to you. Now the field mirrors your certainty. You don't chase proof, you create it. The external world has become a passive reflection. Before, everything outside you felt like a clue. Now, it's just an echo. You don't read it like an oracle. You don't measure it for progress. You treat it as what it is, a neutral reflection of my current identity signature. If it reflects chaos, you tune. If it reflects alignment, you stabilize. If it reflects nothing, you still radiate. Because the outer world no longer validates your tone. Your tone is self-evident. You can feel it, and that's enough. Others now feel it without explanation. You don't need to post it. You don't need to brand it. You don't need to teach it. Your signal is now environmental. It's how you walk, how you speak, how you say yes and no, how you handle silence, how you respond when people try to push or test you, and most of all, how you no longer flinch. The frequency is no longer reactive. It's anchored. Others tune to it without effort. You're not influencing them. You're just existing. And existence in pure frequency becomes a recalibrating presence. Desire has been replaced by selection. The sensation of wanting is gone. Not because you don't have vision, but because you no longer identify with lack. Now you say, I don't hope to receive that. I simply identify with the version of me who experiences that, and move accordingly. This is the ultimate non-attachment. Not indifference, not avoidance, but ownership. You no longer say, I hope, I wish, I want, I need. You say, that's my tone. And anything outside of it is just static. You move through timelines like walking through rooms, not waiting for doors to open, but expecting them to respond to your arrival. You're not changing your life. You're being the life that changes. No more hoping for results. No more reacting to conditions. No more waiting for momentum. Now your mere presence is the generator. When you speak, people hear something in your voice they didn't know they needed. When you create, it comes from signal clarity, not emotional flailing. When you move, life adjusts, not out of effort, out of energetic logic, because you've stopped becoming and started being. You don't try to maintain it, you simply no longer exit it. Signal maintenance isn't hard anymore. It's just who you are. You don't recenter, rehype, recharge, reaffirm. You just exist in the tone. And when distortion appears, you don't resist it. You smile, because it's not a threat. It's just feedback showing you where clarity wants to return. You don't need to protect the frequency. You are the frequency. Your identity has become the tuning fork. Your choices echo now, not because they're dramatic, but because they're exact. You say yes, and the path appears. You say no, and things dissolve cleanly. You think of someone, and they show up. You set a boundary, and it holds without explanation. Not because you're magical, because your identity is now so tonally calibrated that the field reads every action as a command. You've gone beyond interception. You're now the original signal. There's nothing left to prove, just to radiate. You no longer speak to be validated. You no longer create to be seen. You no longer express to be confirmed. You just broadcast. And the world tunes in or tunes out, but it doesn't move your frequency an inch. Because when you are the signal, you don't push, you don't chase, you don't collapse, you don't check mirrors, you don't ask for permission, you just radiate, and the radiation does the work. You no longer look for signs, you are the sign. This is the final unlock. You are no longer decoding numbers, dates, messages, or synchronicities. You don't need confirmation. You are the confirmation. You don't follow the signs. The signs follow you. That's not arrogance. That's broadcast truth. You walk in tone and the world shapes to meet it. Not eventually, immediately, because you're not the receiver anymore. You are the transmitter. You are the tone. You are the evidence. You are the frequency. This isn't the end. It's the continuation of pure signal living. You've arrived at the end of a false identity. The one that thought, I need to find the way. I need to align with something bigger. I need to tune into a better version. Now you understand. There is no version of me I'm trying to become. There are only expressions of what I already am. And I choose the tone I live in moment by moment. That's not a skill. That's your nature. And now that nature is online. Your transmission has no off switch. This isn't a high you have to maintain. It's a field you live in. And when life shifts, as it will, you don't wobble. Because you don't need to retune. You are the tuner. You don't need to chase alignment. You walk in it. You don't wait for timelines to find you. You live as the one who selects them. You don't fear slippage. You trust your tone to self-correct. You don't look for your higher self. You speak as them. And from now on, you no longer ask, how do I become that? You say, I already am that, and the world will now see what I've always known. That's the final transmission. You are the frequency. You are the interception point. You are the manifestation. Now go live as the timeline you no longer have to find, because you've become it. Fully. Finally. Unmistakably. You're not manifesting. You're intercepting frequencies from alternate selves. The deepest redefinition of manifestation is no longer a belief. It's your reality. And from this moment forward, you are the broadcast.